Domino. Perfect. Okay. 714. Excuse me. Test, test, test. Test, test, test. We're good. I should always make sure to do a quick little. I should always make sure to do a quick little. There we go. Ooh, that's. Dude hasn't been online for a while. Hope he's alright. I trust that he's okay. He's just probably focusing on what he needs to do. Boom. Alright. Just a couple things. Turn back on my data. Do, 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 do. Okay. Looking nice. Looking nice, looking nice, looking nice. Okay. Let's go. Still a little chilly, a little cooler. He's heading to work. All right. Off we go. What's up, sister? Good to see you. Just started my walk. It's a beautiful day. Taking in the first breath for the day outside. I'm still like dressed up for like winter a bit. Still have a jacket and gloves on because the mornings are still kind of cool. So so the phone's currently at 24 frames a second. Morning. And it's at like 720p, so I reduce the quality of the stream so I get longer battery time outside. YouTube, he fucked up. So now I have to use a new app, which I've been telling you about, Streamlabs. And man, it's changed a lot of things. How's everything, sister? I actually thought about you yesterday. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna see her. I'm gonna see her at some point this week. I'm gonna see her at some point this week. Sure enough, here we are. I'll get talking in the moment, just getting the voice warmed up and whatnot. It's beautiful. It's going to be a really beautiful sunny day today, so I'll be outside for basically the majority of the day. When I get back, I'll make breakfast and whatnot. How's your daughter? Is she feeling better? I'm sure she is. I know the last time, was it the last time or no? The last time you came on, I was on my walk, so she should have been feeling better then. Because I think when I was inside, she wasn't feeling too well. But I'm sure she's doing great now. It's busy. Lots of people heading off to a JOB. Like, I wonder sometimes, like, do they know what they're really doing? Like, each person, when they're driving, going to a place that, well, it may or may not be serving them. Who knows? Unless they love what they do. So, this could be the final week. Could be. Don't really know exactly. I do know eventually the new channel will be starting. It might take some time in May just to recoup, even though there's no recouping. Like, this takes like zero effort to do on a daily. Like, streaming is like, it takes absolutely zero effort. Let's see, we will go straight and then turn to the left. Let's see, she's feeling better and particularly cheerful now that I'm giving her a little sister to play with. Hey, congratulations. Are you actually pregnant? Are you expecting now? If that's the case, then congratulations. Oh, I'm excited for you. I'm super excited for you. You, her, your hubby. Wow. You see, this is what I like. People like you don't waste time. There's none of this like 10 years of waiting to have a child or like once you're in a relationship. Like when you all know what you want, you go right after it. Right? I'm glad that he was a man of action, a leader, right? Very masculine, like very balanced, I should say. He took action. You know? Morning, brother.
How are you doing? Good?
Good, you?
Good.
Enjoy. You too, thank you. Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, he didn't wait. Like, for example, there's a girl on YouTube. Her name is Lauren. What is it? Flowing with Lauren or some shit like that. Or, yeah. And she talks about like relationships, about men taking action and like women, allowing the man to take action. And the thing is, like, you two, I can already feel like you have a good, even though you've known each other for years, but you hadn't been with each other for years, energetically speaking, your souls were meant to be with each other. It was a matter of time. But the way you two operate, you got good communication, you're madly in love with each other. Like, he's a man of action. He allows you to be in your feminine, right? He makes you feel seen and safe and heard. Not that you needed that, because you already were super secure with yourself and you were content. You were perfectly as is that you wanted to be. So like, the universe said it's time. Well, your universe said it's time. So yeah, he's indeed a man of action. This is good. Good man. It's not even been a full year since I've met you. June 1st, by the way, is when you and I met, I believe. Very, very beginning of June. So, within less than a year, all that has already transpired. Married, a baby coming. It'd be interesting if you named a baby Paradox. Paradox. I'll never forget our first conversation, because that's what jump-started all of this and getting the mind to just settle down and figuring out, oh, so this is what the mind's really been doing all along. It's a paradox of itself. That's awesome. I'm happy. That's great news. Great news on a great day. That's awesome. I also get to settle a lot of unresolved things within myself while I'm in my in like dream world, or you can call it sleep visions. I had one with my ex-wife, and I was like, yeah, I'm not gonna tolerate this. Even though she's a really good person, there was like some past thing. We were like in a grocery store, and I don't know, for whatever reason, it came up while I was sleeping. There's a cat over there, just chilling on the stairs. Came up, and ultimately, I was like, I'm not going to tolerate this disrespect. Come a long way. I was too much of a people pleaser. I was too nice. Like, it's good to be kind and nice to people, but I was like too nice. I was overly nice. You know, when someone's just always saying yes and they always agree with things, even though they really don't want to agree, but they don't want to stir up trouble, they don't want to cause problems. I was that type of person. Well, this character was this type of person back then. Always, you know, keeping the status quo and not rocking the boat. Let me see. Yep. You're going to continue that paradoxical lineage. So, 9 months from now. So how many more months do we have? You'll have your baby probably in like late December, early January. Or, wait, no. Well, there will be 7 months left in this year. So technically, no, that's not true. February. Wow, that's a lot. That's going to be quite something. You know, when it's spring, when the tractor is doing the thing on the baseball diamond. Oh yeah. Even though we start May on a very not so warm day, it's gonna be like 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, I think, like 10. I mean, that's still warm, but it's not like warm as it is right now. I am going to walk through the school. Yeah. January, February, that paradoxical child will come into existence. They already chose you all. They've already made that agreement. Their soul is entering your body, and you'll be bringing them in so they can explore this wonder that we have. I'm not walking on the grass. I have my newer shoes on. Ain't doing that. So I'm gonna just walk around. Can't wait till the mornings get very warm so I don't have to even wear a jacket. Soon though, very, very soon. Man, I'm really excited for you. So my question for you is, how many babies do you two plan to have? Or have you guys talked about that? You're good. I was saying yeah, my internet kind of probably cut out there. I was saying, how many babies do you two wanna have? If you all talked about that. I know with me and Lindsay, it's already two, a boy and a girl. I already have their names and everything picked out, which is perfect for both of them. The boy is going to get not teased because his name is from a Final Fantasy game. His name is Sephiroth, the coolest bad guy ever. And the girl, well, her name's going to be Serenity. Sephiroth in the Kabbalistic tradition, it means, I forget what it means, but it has a really deep meaning. But most people, when you hear Sephiroth, they think the Final Fantasy VII character, because he's that popular. Yeah, look at that. They're already doing the baseball diamond there. One for now. That's cool. It's good. She'll get to play with a brother or sister. She'll get to be the big brother or big sister. Or she gets to be a big sister to a brother or a sister that she gets. I have a feeling you're gonna have a boy. I don't know. Could be wrong, but you might have a boy. Yep. Quickly do my hang here. I have a decent amount of battery. Getting back into form. Hang for a moment. Awesome. I was going to mention a domino effect regarding, actually, no. Here it is. Everything had to happen exactly as you planned it, because you planned all this before coming. And all the dominoes are now falling one after the other, after the other. And, that's what happens in everybody's life. Based on the choices we make, a domino gets placed or it falls down, and will then create a ripple and have another domino fall. Now, of course, unless you're playing dominoes, where you put it on the board, that's a different story. But everything's a domino effect. Like, if I start my time at 2008, when I was like super depressed, super angry, hated the world, that was the only time in my entire life at that moment where I was jobless. I had worked since I was 15 years old. So let's see, at that time, when was I 15? What year? Well, 1997, I was 12. 2003? Wait, no. Yeah, 2003. 2002. From 2002 to 2007, end of 2007, I worked doing sales jobs, like little retail sales jobs, factory jobs. Then 2008 rolled around. That's when the whole stock market thing crashed, and they created that scam for a lot of people lost a lot of money. 2009, went to New York, got my IT certificate. That became the ripple to then hit into the computer sales job. From this computer sales job, went into tech, got my tech position and sales position. I was the only one that was capable of doing both, because the tech guys, they didn't like talking to customers, and a lot of the sales guys didn't know shit about fixing computers. So I was like the in-between. That's a theme of my life, by the way, being the in-between phase, the in-between character. From there, this feels like deja vu. I saw her yesterday exactly in the same spot. It's like the same exact spot I saw her in. So that's fascinating. That felt like deja vu. Exact same spot yesterday with that dog and that woman. Anyways, from getting the sales tech job to then applying for, an actual IT job for the first time, I landed like 3 jobs in like 1 week. I went to all of them. They all hired me, and luckily they were all like different times, but I dropped 2 of them. I spent like a week, and I'm like, yeah, I'm not really feeling this. I have another one lined up anyways. They're like, that's fine. My frequency was quite like go-getter, always go-getter, still go-getter, but vastly different from like the hustle grind go-getter. This one's more magnetism. Then let's see, we get the law firm job after the main office theater job, where I worked at head office for all the movie cinemas in Canada, fixing things and helping people across the country. Get the law firm job, start wearing my suit, get the wife. Now the ex-wife. My current wife is Lindsay. My ex-wife's name is Juliana. And then that dissolved. Then I had awakening in 2019, and the rest is history. Learned a bunch of shit, to have to unlearn a bunch of shit, to realize I didn't need to know all that. Absolutely, like, it was meant for me to know, for me not to entertain it as like real and true. A lot of it was just like talk. I want to go straight. And then from there, you know, the domino was placed to get me to here. Like, you're a domino effect in my reality, because there was a moment in my journey where I was like at crossroads. I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, there's got to be more now. But in reality, there wasn't really more. It was actually letting go of all the shit that was getting in the way. And then you were able to tell me, with our paradoxical conversations, right? You started sharing your paradoxical like way of speaking. I'm like, this person is opening up something within me, like a key, right, to a door that's been locked, that I had to unlock and open. And sure enough, now that I've unlocked my mind fully, there's nothing that can stop me. When I came here to this planet to help the people of this world, to help them with their minds, because really what's governing people are their minds, right? No one has any limits. The limits are imposed by society, and then they've taken it on as truth. Because, like, you know, by evolutionary standpoint, right, if you go against the grain, you will be considered ostracized and isolated. And of course, from our whole genetic standpoint, no one wants that, because, you know, that means like death is imminent, right? What's the biggest fear everybody has? It's death, right? It's funny, when shit happens, people start to want to live. But when shit isn't happening, they don't want to live. It's kind of weird how reality works that way. It's very backwards. So when people start to realize that, like, when you start to be your true self, you don't really give a fuck about being isolated, because that shit is an illusion. You're the only one that's actually here, to some degree. Everybody has their own localized version of themselves. It's a fucking video game. Some will say we're not in a simulation. Some will say we're in a simulation. Everything just is at this point. For me, it's everything and it's nothing at the same time. It's all things and nothing, all in the same breath. And so all the dominoes have fallen into place exactly as they were supposed to, right? YouTube had to fuck up with the live streaming app. So guess what? I had to go on a new app. And the new app has allowed me to do things that I couldn't do on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't have certain features. It's also helped me to realize maybe I'm supposed to build the world's greatest live streaming platform as one of my side missions. I have a main mission and I have side missions that I have to fulfill. Couple side missions. I know they say never tell your goals to people, but I don't give a fuck. No one can stop me at this point. Someone can potentially take my idea, but it's not really my idea. It's itself's idea, and it wants to be manifested through this vessel. Creating the world's greatest internet service. Finding a way for Wi-Fi to permeate the entire earth. Not cellular. Making sure that it's compatible with all devices. making sure it's super affordable for the entire world, and put all the telecommunication companies on blast for charging absolutely absurd amounts. Making sure that no matter where you are, you're always connected. Even though we want a world where we're kind of sort of disconnecting from, like have an offline life, you still have the option, if you're in the woods, to be connected. You're on top of a mountain, you're connected. You're in the fucking bottom of the ocean, you're still connected. You're out in space. Well, I'll let NASA deal with that one. Launch a satellite. Do all the cool things. But anyways, everything's a domino effect of each other. Seems everybody was cutting their grass yesterday. I also cut my grass yesterday too. Cut that grass. But everything had to unfold. Like on this live stream, how much domino effects happened? So many. Right? There's you. This is a big one. You're a very big domino that came into my existence. And that had to unlock the door. Right? I unlocked my own door, but like you were a mirror to unlock that door. A lot of souls came, a lot of souls left. Some stayed. Some show up when they can. Some drop in and say hello from time to time. Of course you are. Because it was only you, as I mentioned to you, you're the only person at the time who started talking with me in a paradoxical way. Everybody else was too much in their fucking head. Too much logic. Logic. I didn't need another person of logic. There's too many people in the world that are logical. I don't need that. Even though you may not consider yourself too intuitive, I think you are. You may consider yourself logical, but I think you're more paradoxical. But no one was meeting me at my level really at the time. So of course, the domino had to happen. And from there, of course, I went through my little dark night of the soul during the summer. That was a domino. I had to push some souls away, but it was actually supposed to. I was supposed to repel them. Them being on here was not for their highest alignment anymore. Like when I was mentioning to people that, you are God. But hell, we don't have to use that word anymore, because now the new word is itself. You are itself, pretending to be a character who is forgotten. Because when I started to actually listen and hear what is going on, I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck is everybody doing? It's like and I talked about this, there's a scene in Bleach, an anime, where they're all under hypnosis except for the main character, of course. And the main character is watching a bunch of other like high level like fighters, they're called Soul Reapers, fight the main villain. And he's like looking in disbelief. He's like, what the fuck is going on here? Because they were all under hypnosis, the main villain had put them, warped all their senses. And because of that, they thought they were fighting him, but in all along, he was just standing back watching the main villain. He actually traded places with one of their own people, and they were actually hurting their own person. And then when the main character came and he screamed, "What the fuck are you all doing?" It snapped them all out of that hypnosis for a moment, and then they realized what they were doing. So like, for me, after the whole Dark Night of Soul and you coming in and talking in a paradoxical way, the domino effect of that, I really got to see how the mind actually works. It's not to say that this character doesn't get tripped up. This character still gets tripped up at times, but this time it's a little bit different. When the character gets tripped up, I allow it to get tripped up for him to make sure that he knows to not label shit. Oh, we're gonna see this brother again. I'm gonna go over here so that he has enough space. Good morning.
Morning.
How are you doing?
Getting there.
That's good. Have a great day. Thank you. I always like this house. They have a little library here. I have a lot of batteries, so I can quickly take a peek, see what kind of books they have. Let's see, what do they have? These are kids' books at the bottom here. They had a book of perspectives one time. I should have taken it when I had the chance. It was such a massive book though, and it was in the winter time. I was like, there's no way I'm carrying a book. My hand is freezing. But it was such a good book. I should find it on my book site. A book of perspectives. Just taking in the quietness of this area for a moment. That house is definitely Irish. Number 48. They have their 48 with a 4-leaf clover, and their chair is green. So they're the luck of the Irish. And I have a soft spot for I have a spot for Irish and for Ireland, seeing how my previous incarnation I was half Irish, half Afghani. Never understood that. Why I had this like deep like love for Afghanistan and Ireland. It's weird. Then again, I have deep love for practically everywhere, except for my parents' homeland at the time, till I realized why I chose this body and I chose this culture. If I didn't choose this body, or I didn't choose this culture, I would have had a really just mundane, like just boring, like easy peasy life. It is easy peasy now, but you know, those certain challenges shaped this character. Like now when I'm walking, it's like this is all just made up. It's all just one massive video game. And the world that I live in is vastly different than the world that 98% of the planet lives on. I think differently, I talk differently, I operate differently. It's like a whole other like reality that I live in. See you around, sister. You have an amazing day, and enjoy. Sending lots of love to the 3 of you. Actually, it's the 4 of you now. Sending lots of love to the 4 of you. It's gonna be a fun experience. I'll see you when I see you. Just remember, if you don't see me on this channel in a week or 2, then I'm on, you'll find me. I know you will. You'll find me. You just have to look for Orion, that's it. Once you find Orion, that's it, you'll know. Orion Stellar. Yeah, back to what I was saying, you know. Everything's a domino effect. All things had to happen. And because all things had to happen in the exact order, everything unfolded exactly the way it was supposed to. And because everything unfolded the way it was supposed to, right? We can't connect the dots looking forward, but we can surely connect it looking backwards. And when we connect it looking backwards, we see exactly how everything is unfolding. Little by little, everything's unfolding the way it's supposed to. What are they doing with that? Phone battery 76%. I love the fact that I'm getting now longer battery. Oh, I see. They're doing the park. I see. Well, ladies and gentlemen, look. You all are going to get to see this firsthand. They're going to start digging. So I figured as much. Yep. And the end of the park, as we know it, they're probably rebuilding. They're gonna probably add new stuff. I don't know if they're gonna destroy the swings and stuff, but they're definitely adding stuff, that's for sure. They're probably gonna change the benches as well. Yep. So let's see what they're actually gonna build here. It was what, I think it was during last summer I thought they were gonna rebuild it. Now the time has drawn. It's been quite the journey on this experience. But there's more dominoes that are going to fall into place. Every day there's a new domino that's either being put into place or it's falling over and leading to the next domino. It's funny because itself just wants to experience everything just as is. It wants to have whatever it wants through each localized expression. And I can't unsee that anymore, the way it is. Well, goodbye park, the way it is. Goodbye park. By the time we come tomorrow, it should start the demolition, whatever they're doing with it. I really hope they don't they take away those swings. Hope they leave them. Well, we'll see. Oh, that's the girl that's running. I knew it. I felt intuitively that her and her doggy were going to start to run. They're coming behind me. We're going to let that brother ahead of us walk. We're going to stop by the water for a moment. And there they go. Off to the races. That's a good way to keep the dog energized and burning all that excitement. Caesar would be proud of her. Like I said, I have no idea. Come the end of this week, Friday's May 1st, I might still be streaming. I might not. I don't know. I haven't got any clear guidance yet, but I do know that soon enough, I will be won't be streaming 12 hours a day, like every day. Well, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes, how I get on with it. I'm going to squat for a moment. You can see my rocks again. Yesterday we couldn't see it. And that's the thing about reality. We can't see what's ahead of us, but we can definitely see what has been behind us. But truly, what we're supposed to be really doing is being right here, right now, and knowing that everything exists. I was mentioning yesterday that those rocks that I usually sit on or squat, that we couldn't see it yesterday, but we knew it existed. So every domino that you think doesn't exist actually does exist. There's a version of you that has everything. There's a version of you that has like nothing. There's a version of you that has some things. There's a version of you that has the other things. There's a version of you that can have whatever it is that you choose to have. You just have to feel it and know that it's already here right now. It's so fascinating looking at the frames per second with the water. I'll know what to do. I always find out. I always figure it out. It's been quite the journey though. But we're not focusing on that right now. We're focusing on today, the domino. Thank you, water. I appreciate it. I'm just going to take a moment, just take this in. You know, there's going to come a moment in this journey of mine where I'll no longer be able to see this on a daily basis. Because I'll be on to bigger and better things. I'll have a new experience. Of course, I'll come back and visit here and take a walk in this trail. So fascinating. All those cold winter days that we walked down here, whenever it permitted us to, we had to walk through a bunch of snow. Remember all the snow that fell here? You can just go back to a couple months ago and look at some of the streams walking in the snow. These must be the houses that are, yeah. Yeah, this has got to be, these houses got to be the ones that I walk through Ricky Street. Let's see, Sioux Hill. Calling your soul, brother. So that you can see that I'm taking my walk. Hello. I can intuitively know when not to say hello, even though that's all just itself playing a different character now. Excuse me. Get inside, make some eggs. Remember, y'all, practice love and authenticity. Practice it. Even though they're just words made up. It's funny how I'm wearing layers and I'm regulating my body temperature. It's hot now. Man, I really like the fact that I figured out to use Streamlabs, because like YouTube fucked up. I saw another YouTube channel apparently got demonetized, which is so fascinating. 200,000 subscribers means nothing to YouTube. I will always appreciate YouTube for its service, and I will continue to use it on my other channel and grow that one. Love the birds in the area. Somebody left their water bottle here. How do you forget your water bottle? Well, let me not say that, because I've done that. Well, whoever that is, they'll be able to retrieve it. Man, so many birds right now. I love it. That was very nice. Just taking in all the birds for a moment. They should fix this spot right here. It's very, I remember one time when I was riding the bike and I went there, I'm like, oh shit, I almost lost control. And like, I almost fell off the bike. Almost. That, thank God, didn't happen, but still, you know. Shit was like, oh man, what's going on here? Green grass. I wonder how far that girl with the dog runs to. Does she run to the bridge, or does she run back? Like does she go further than that? A lot of people jogging right now. This is just a prelude to home in San Diego. Lots of runners. San Diego is geared towards health and wellness, especially in the area that I live. Man, I'm excited for that. It's where I belong. They need to add another bench here. They need to add like maybe one here facing that way, maybe. Because it's so weird. You're facing that, but there's like, it's being blocked by those trees. So like, what are you really seeing? Should add one right here facing that way. That way they can see. They should add two, actually. Two benches here. Oh, she's coming back. She's walking now. Oh. The mattress and all that's gone. Must have threw it out. I think that's our brothers. Yes, it is. His doggy's loose there. Look at that. I looked at the time. The timer, it's 1:17. How perfect. Yep. Here comes the brothers. I like his dog. Yep, see? Morning, brothers.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. Yourself? Good. Enjoy your day. Thank you. And of course, this area also has a lot of birds. If summer is going to look like this, it's going to be a great summer. Looking forward to those hot days again. But of course, you know, I will also make sure to be extremely adaptable, because I was able to walk in the wintertime fully. Give me all the peace sign. Oh man, yesterday when we were playing NHL 2005, I was down 3-0 in going into what? I got one just at the end of period number 2. But I was trailing 3-0, and then I came back and won 5-3. That was such a great comeback. Like I said, sometimes your most challenging setbacks becomes your ultimate comebacks. And I can use that video game reference. It's caught on my I was like, I think I'm gonna lose this one, y'all. I came back and I won. Fucking awesome. I've lost one game from the what was it? From the Mighty Ducks. They've lost against the Detroit Red Wings, because Detroit was just too good. Their ranking is so much higher. They're ranked at 87 or 88. No, they're ranked at 86. Colorado's ranked at 87. And the Mighty Ducks are ranked at 82. So, yep. Is that one human or is that 2 humans? I think it's 2 humans over there. Nope, it's 1 human. So I've been out for About an hour and 23 minutes, roughly. It's very nice, very fresh in this area. Well, not as much now. Now the smell of his weed has taken over the area. Good morning. Have a great day. Thank you. I love that my beard is thick again. I walked like a wolf. That's so awesome, walking like that. Okay. I can definitely probably eat outside, but I'm gonna probably eat inside first. Like eat breakfast. Get maybe a round in an NHL 2005. And the trail walk, I end the trail walk with 41% on the battery. So that's pretty awesome. And now we start to walk backwards. I wonder when I'll see Lyndon. I'm sure I'll see him at some point. See, I just thought about him now. When I think about something, generally that happens. So I'll probably run into him soon. Trust that he's doing better. See, he's doing it too. Good. See? He's doing it. Yesterday we did over 20,000 steps, which was amazing. 20,000 is easy now. Like, that'll soon become my baseline, 20,000. Like, 10,000 was one thing, but 20,000 will be, like, when I'm in San Diego, physically, like, I'm hitting 20,000 like daily. Like, that's nothing. 30,000 would be optimal. I can see me also doing another there's another side mission, like a walk club of some sort. Like, have a walk club potentially and help people in San Diego, California while I'm there, and while I'm doing the walks, right, I will I'll be sharing the wisdom of itself. I can see it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what what transpires and unfolds when I move there in the physical. I can see people like walking and speaking and sharing the wisdom of the universe with them. She was cute. I like, but not interested in Canadians. Well, it's not about the Canadians, it's about living here and, you know, being tied to Canada again. Nah. You know, Lauren, a girl on YouTube that we've been listening to about relationship stuff, and she's quite the catch, and her husband is very, very, like, he's a really fortunate dude to have met her. You know, he went through a lot of hell, and she chose him still because she saw a man on a mission. She saw something inside of him, right? Whereas, like, There goes the 3 pups. There goes the dogs. I'll cross over shortly, maybe. And she chose him because she saw a man on a mission. He saw his determination. But I like the fact that, you know, she leads with, you know, she leads with confidence. I'll walk on the side. That way, look at that. Look at us being a rebel. They look like Sadie and Penny. Morning. All right. Look at the trees. They're starting to bloom. Even more. It's nice. It's just too nice to be out, like be inside right now. Definitely doing our exercises outside today. Upper body. I want to make sure, like, when I start waking up at like 5, like 4:35, start doing my exercises, get it done, get like the main quest and side quest done, and then throughout my day just do some of my like movements, like break it up maybe. As long as I get the main and the side done early in the morning, I can go out, take my walk, be out for hours. I want to make sure that I just want to make sure that I don't bring any, like, if I'm gonna stream outside, like not stream on my walks. I don't know, we'll see. So many different avenues I can go, but I'm not overthinking anything. I'm just letting it be right now. Just going with the flow. Hey, you see? I knew it. I was calling your soul. I told you I went for my walk, but you'll see. So when I get back inside and I change to 1080p, you will see that when I switch cameras and switch the resolution, my walk will not exist until tomorrow morning when it's fully uploaded. So I'll have you go and check. I'll have you go and check the stream for yourself. You can scroll back. I'll tell you when to start scrolling back, and you'll see that it will disappear. It's very warm. Still wearing my jacket and my gloves though. Burning some layers right now. Some calories. It's good though. And I have longer time. Yeah, if you go on the last stream, you'll see that I started the day with the walk. Just scroll within like 20 minutes into it, you'll see that I was walking. This one you'll also see the same thing. Yep. So that's what happens basically. When I switch resolutions, it disappears until I end the stream, and then YouTube on their end's gotta basically stitch together what happened. It's a weird technical like glitch, you can call it, I guess. But it works. So when I get inside, the stream's gonna get stuck for a moment because I'm gonna change back to 1080-60. So higher resolution. And then you'll see that the walking portion that I'm walking right now will disappear until tomorrow morning. All of these things I had to experiment with. I'm like, how come I can't, like I myself was like, how come I can't see my walk? Like, where's my walk? And then of course I'm like, oh, okay. So whenever I switch resolutions, it restarts my stream, like the timer. So it sort of locks that out of place because my timer doesn't stay. Like the moment I switch to 1080p, like right now I've been out for an hour and 40 minutes. But when I restart, like on YouTube, if you lose connection, it keeps your timer. Unless the app closes fully and it updates itself, and then you have to restart your own stream again. That's YouTube's flaw. With this one doesn't continue the timer when you close the app. Like you swipe up on iPhone, it literally just like whew, ups it. Morning, brother. I'm going to take a little bit of extra walk. I'm going to go around and get some more steps in. Yeah, it's just I prefer actually streaming on this. I just don't like the chat, unfortunately, because like everyone's chat looks the same. So like on this, I can't see your icon that you have, like you know how you have your profile picture on Streamlabs. I can't see that. So basically, I have to look at the username. Like, oh, okay, so that's Sue Hill. Or like when T-Bray's on, I have to like look, like, is that? Oh, okay, what's up, T-Bray? Or what's up, Olga? Or what's up, Soul Fam? Like. It's all merged, unfortunately. So it all looks the same to me, unless I come up close to the phone and look. Oh, okay, so it was you that messaged today. Okay, got it. Okay, hey. So I'm getting used to this chat, but it pulls in the YouTube chat. It pulls in chat from all other stream places. I can multi-stream. Well, if I pay for it. I can stream on Kick and YouTube at once. I can stream on Facebook and Instagram at once. I'll eventually do all that. Stream on my multi-platform. Yeah, it's very bright. Because we're heading into we're into spring, but it's not fully there yet because, you know, every day it kind of flip-flops. Some days it's like 60 degrees Fahrenheit. Other days it's like 40 degrees Fahrenheit. So we're not quite settled into spring fully yet. So I'll give it until like the second or third week of May, and then we'll be kind of into spring. But it's so fascinating how it was only like a couple weeks ago none of these trees were blooming, and now they're blooming very quickly. So we've done a full cycle essentially. Man, that's crazy. 47 degrees Celsius. That's like 100. That's like 100 and maybe 10? No, maybe 105 degrees Fahrenheit. Damn, that's hot. We've had temperature like that here though. You can say that my technology doesn't work properly when it's in that type of temperature. That's one of the things I need to figure out a solution. I need to get one of them like streaming backpacks with 2 batteries, one for the phone, one for a cooling fan to walk outside. But the problem is the gimbal. I should build a gimbal that has a cooling fan built into it. That's decent. We'll see. I have a lot of side projects to do. I'm excited for them. Build the world's greatest internet that's available around the entire world. Build the world's greatest live streaming platform that puts all platforms to shame. Build the world's greatest gimbal, I guess, so that you can stream on the go. I basically want to eliminate a lot of equipment for people. Like, there are people who have to use streaming backpacks that cost like $3,000, which is weird. Don't know why you would need $3,000 to stream. I haven't paid $3,000 to stream. It's kind of weird. Anyways. Yeah. Yep. It's definitely a hot one right now. It's because I have all the layers on too. I'm wearing like 4 layers. I can start dropping my layers, but this is good. This is good practice, like good training. I'll eventually start dropping them though. Like in the morning times, it's like still not that warm, but in the afternoon, it's like extremely hot. So eventually, I'll start dropping all the layers. But like I said, good training for the muscles, for the endurance. If I was wearing the layers in your temperature though, man, I'd be cooking right now. I'd have to be drinking like at least like 6 bottles of water just to keep me like going. Do I take the extra walk around the lap? Why not? I have so much battery. 25% still. Birds are out. Sky is clear. The day is going to be full of sun. And we'll be outside. Well, I'm going to make breakfast. And I'm going to eat inside first. Play a game or two of NHL 2005. And then come outside, do my play out. And spend the rest of the day outside. I'm not going to go in the grass because the grass is still wet from yesterday. I'm going to switch shoes. Such a good day, man. Whew. Excited for one of our sisters. I just found a square gimbal. It's shaped. You can help. Interesting. I need to build a gimbal that has like 20,000 milliamp hours, so it can also charge your phone if you want. It has a built-in fan to keep the phone cool, or in the winter you can turn the switch and it can keep your phone warm, right? Morning. What else? It has the option to power up the phone if you're running low. It's magnetic, so it doesn't need clips to hold the side, and it's a strong magnet. But I also will include a clip if phones don't have the magnets on the back, or I'll include a little magnet strip thing so people can just take on and off their phone with ease and it doesn't damage their phone. So many different ideas. Just gotta put it into existence. I can think it, now I have to build it. I'm like Forge from X-Men. All right, going around. House is over there, but I'm gonna take a little bit of an extra walk, get more steps in. This is why I love the fact that I dropped the resolution to 720p, 24 frames a second. It's not as smooth, but it works. Yeah, a modifiable gimbal. If you don't need the cooling fan, like that's a good idea. If you don't need the cooling fan, you can have it like be taken out like with ease, and that way that way it can save battery, or you can put it back in. It's like you ever seen those Framework laptops? You know the company Framework? They're a very modular laptop. So like you can put in like RAM modules. Well, RAM is easy, but you can switch out like network adapter. You can switch out CPU if you really wanted to. Graphic card. You can change the screen. You can change. What else can you change? You can. If you really wanted to, I think they even offer a fucking CD drive or DVD drive. It's so weird. If I ever see a laptop in 2026 or 2027 with Blu-ray drive again, that will be the day. That will be the day. I'm like, I can't believe that we used to have those things in our laptops and we had so much more ports. We had a gazillion ports on our laptops back in the day. Now, you'd be lucky if you even get 3. Probably an additional battery, yeah. That's interchangeable. Like it'll go obviously in the handle. And it's going to use silicon fiber. Of course, as the technology improves, ultimately I want to build the greatest live streaming experience. If you really think about what I'm really wanting to do as my side mission in this world, my main mission isn't that. My main mission is to help the world remember who the fuck they are. My side mission is to build some pretty good technology to help people to be out in the world and express themselves in all kinds of ways. Like I want people to be able to go up on Mount Everest if they wanted to and stream, or be at least 30 or 60 feet into the ocean streaming. Now, of course, I don't think we can go 60 feet because we'll probably, you know what I mean, but I want to be able to have people to go underwater. There are people who can stream underwater, but I want to build a better internet service than all companies, and I want to put them out of business. Well, I don't want to put anybody out of business, but I want to teach them a lesson. So someone will ask me, what is your motivation for doing this? Oh, it's simple, to teach these companies a lesson that they can't be pushing consumers around and giving consumers an option, better options. Market, the internet's like $20 US a month. I'll have 3 different tiers. $20, $30, and $50. Now $50 is like top end, but $20 is enough too. But technically I don't really even need to do tiers. One price, everybody gets the same thing, and just build something that's just extravagant. Now, of course, I have to send a satellite up into space for this, but I can do it. There's got to be a reason why I'm thinking all this, right? It doesn't just pop in my head. Itself wants me to build something pretty extravagant in a physical sense. All right. We're heading back. Yeah, I don't even need to bring my hand warmers out anymore. That's how warm it is. And guess what? As soon as I got back to the house, now the low battery percentage showed up. So you see, I've been out for almost 2 hours, and I got more battery. So it was basically my streaming settings on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't allow you to change settings. You're stuck with whatever they give you. So it's an hour, 56 minutes, and 52 seconds on the stream, and counting. Okay, so we're gonna sit inside for a little bit, and then we'll come outside afterwards, because I'll be outside for today. So take off my boots. That was a good walk. I enjoyed it. We can leave this open. All right. So, camera, oops. Son of a bitch. All right, cool. So I want you to do me a favor now, once I tell you. So I'm gonna go and get the phone charged up. I'm gonna make breakfast in a moment. All right, so Wi-Fi on. I'll let it connect. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know, it's a black screen. I know. It's going to be another black screen shortly. I didn't change the settings yet. I turned the data off and the Wi-Fi on. Okay. Now you're going to see the change. So I'm going to open up my stream on my laptop so I can see what's going on. Okay, cool. So here we go. So stream settings, 1080p, 60 frames, and up the resolution to 4,000 kilobits, or 4 megabits per second. Cool. I'll be right back. Worked. Yep. So now we're at 60 frames. The set high thing doesn't work, so don't press it. If you press set high, it doesn't work on my chat. So there's a feature that says send a high. Don't press that because it won't work. Not on Streamlabs, because someone did that one time, and they didn't say hello properly, and I didn't even know they were there. So, but yeah, it's working. We're good. And now I'm in 60 frames. Yeah, we're in 60 frames a second. I'm gonna drop one of my layers. My sweater. It's so warm. I'm gonna open up the door too. It's nice. Technically I can drop my other layer, but I'll leave it on. Cool. And that, yeah, it's good now. It takes a couple minutes for it to fix itself, but there's supposed to be like a be right back screen. My disconnect protect is not showing up properly. So, well, I guess it is. It puts a black screen, but it's supposed to show like a be right back thing. It's all good. Charge my gimbal. My cooler is on my phone right now, so it's keeping the phone nice and cool. And we're in business. My room is clean. I cleaned it on Saturday. Feels nice. Feels organized. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this layer as well. So now I'm just wearing one layer. Whew. Okay, cool. Breakfast time. Phone battery's at 38%. I'm also going to change my headband one time. Just because, you know, sometimes I go straight to my exercise and I forget to change my headband. And yes, they look the same, but one is definitely faded in color. I'll show you. You can see the difference. This is the new one, this is the old one, but this one is also longer, as you can see. Much longer. Like there's more, like this one has taken such a beating, but this is my outside one now. So, like it's much longer. And of course, like the Nike symbol is kind of peeling, as you can tell. Whereas this one, it's flush. So, this is my dedicated workout one. This was the one I've been going outside with for forever, but you know, I want to have something nice looking. If I'm taking my bike ride, I'll wear this one. If I'm yeah, if I'm taking my bike ride ever, I'll wear this one. Well, not ever, I will take my bike ride soon enough. Cool. All right, breakfast time. You've seen me make breakfast already, so you already know what I'm doing. That's a good walk. How many steps did I get there? Just under 12,000 steps. Not bad. Not too shabby, if I do say so myself. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. We were talking about the domino effect earlier. How everything is a domino effect. One after the other. You take an action, there's an opposite reaction. There's always going to be, anytime you take any action, even inaction is still an action. There's always going to be something else that happens. That's just how the law of the universe works. So, okay, cool. So I was saying, like, in my life, there's been so many different dominoes that have fallen. Tons of different dominoes fall. I went to New York. New York seems to be the place where I gain a lot of my lessons as well. Toronto has been the most, obviously, because it's all been happening here. 95% of the lessons that I had to remember were here. 5% have been, actually no, 90% in Toronto, 5% in San Diego, and 5% in New York. And, well, a little bit of percentage in Vegas and Florida. I wonder if it's downstairs. So my phone is cooling down with the cooling fan. Morning, bro. My brother's playing the Steam Deck downstairs. I'm glad he got one of the Steam Decks before they sold out. I definitely... Ooh, okay, we need to sort this out now. How are we gonna do this? We're gonna put this here. Yeah, we're gonna put that there. I thought he went to work, but no, he's downstairs playing on his Steam Deck, chilling. But yeah, a lot of the lessons, New York. New York is also where my vision opened up for what's possible for me. Like, it's always important to expand your horizons. Always. I used to never travel. And people used to tell me, oh, you know, Orion, you should travel. You'll see the world. You'll see new things. I'm like, yeah, but I'm wasting money. And I have to come back to this anyway. So what's the point of leaving? Yeah, that was such a weird mentality to have back then. Such a weird mentality to have. But I have to live it. I'm going to open up the window. This house needs fresh air. Because when I stayed with Jess, a sister of mine in New York, or a sister of ours, because everyone's brother and sister, I got to see how she lives. I got to see the way she lived with her mentality. Very rich, very out there. And this character's mom recently said to him that it feels like she didn't really help you do anything. I'm like, she helped me more than you can ever realize. You just can't see with your eyes, but she did a lot. From your eyes, you still think that I'm still potentially like where I was like 10 years ago, but that is not the case at all. She did so much things for me that a lot of people will never truly understand. Like, she's the one that helped me to, see what is possible. That anything is possible for you as long as you choose to experience it and feel that it is possible. Right? Those who have small minds have small dreams. And how it's not really even small. No one really has small minds. It's the mind that's finessing people into believing that they have small minds, or they don't have big ambitions. I came to this world to finish what Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, and the rest of them did. Yogananda. Yogananda is huge in India. He should be. He should be well known in India. But yes, I came to finish what they started. The great Lao Tzu as well. Thoth, Hermes Trismegistus. Hermes Trismegistus. That's quite the dude. Thoth. Everybody's basically attempting to say the same thing, but they don't have the words to say what they want to say because the words are just, it's being finessed by the mind. Because I can see it. I can see it now. Well, not everybody, like majority of people. It just is. That's what all the ascended masters, or whatever you want to call them, that's all they were talking about. It just is. You don't need to confuse reality. It just is. 3 words. It just is. That's all you need to know. But Orion, it can't be just is. It has to be more than that. Well, we're making it more than that because people keep doing bullshit. And that's why we keep adhering to all these extra things that are unnecessary. It's not bullshit, Orion. It's our life. No. When you were a child, you didn't have these ideas. You picked these up throughout your experience. As a child, you were whole, perfect, and complete without all these weird things. Okay, the egg is not ready to be flipped yet. Well, it is to some degree. Will I get it? Yeah, I got it. I got it. Orion, how dare you say that? I dare to say whatever is necessary. I didn't come here to play nice. And I certainly didn't come here to speak softly. I came here to shake shit up. There's a time and place to say what needs to be said. But Orion, you're gonna create damage in the world. No, I'm restoring the world the way it was supposed to be originally. Before every human started to fuck things up and started screwing shit over. and creating all kinds of unnecessary bullshit. All because they forgot who they were. And if everybody remembered who they were, we wouldn't be having this conversation. In fact, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. But itself has tasked me to do this, and I shall do it. Because I find this enjoyable. Seeing the humans remember who they are, exactly as they are. Helping them to remember thyself. As sentient beings that just simply forgot. But Orion, not everybody's sentient. No, everyone's sentient. There is no separation. The human mind likes to create separation to feel special. You're special as you are, but the mind doesn't want to accept that. It wants to feel like a separate self. Orion, you're going to cause a lot of chaos in the world. Yes, let it be. You're going to get hurt. Someone's going to take you out because you're speaking the truth. Let them. I'll come back in another lifetime and get them. It's just a game. We're all supposed to have fun. That's what this was supposed to be. Even this character himself has said, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be here. He himself keeps forgetting that he is not the mind, and the mind is the puppeteer who is attempting to string him along like a puppet. And most humans are being strung along by their mind because they simply forgot who they are. I had to go into somewhat of a silent, a quieter live stream to focus. And mission accomplished. I needed a live stream that wasn't super busy, but was still live streaming so that I could practice what I'm sharing live. Because I can do this, I can talk by myself all the time, but it's not the same, especially when there's others listening. So I needed this experience to happen. It feels good. That's so interesting. Well, if the heat's gonna stay on, then close the windows for a moment. Let the heat stay on. But eventually it'll turn itself off. Very good. Very good. We are done. Let's see what we got. There is my online class I have to go. Bye, have a great day. I'll be back soon. Sounds good. Enjoy. Enjoy. Speaking of enjoy, we're going to enjoy this breakfast, this first meal, and also followed by our second meal. So I'm gonna eat my breakfast. I'll look at it after. Very nice. What's up, bro? I know that's young goat. Yes, it is. See, I was kind of sharp to look at the screen. I'm like, okay, so that's not Suhail, because the text is smaller, or the username is shorter. I'm like, and I don't see a number 2 at the end, so that's got to be young goat. I'm chilling, bro. I just came back from my walk. I'm gonna go outside in a bit. I'll get like a couple rounds of NHL 2005. I was talking about the domino effect, how everything's a domino. Whatever you do, there's always going to be an opposite action that's going to happen. Or a choice you make now will lead to a choice down the road, and so a domino falls. A domino gets placed, and then a domino falls at the same time. I have to read a text message. There's a sister who just had an awakening, and I kind of got the gist of what she was saying, but I want to read it thoroughly. But she basically says she's losing her mind right now. Which isn't good, but it's part of the process. It's part of the undoing. So I'm just going to finish this up, and then I'm going to quickly see what's going on with her. Yeah. All things have to happen. Even for her, she has to have this thing happen for her. She's now, age is an illusion, but she's 5-0, and going half a century, right, onto the planet, to now things are kind of like, what the fuck's going on, right? Like, life's different now for her. So let's see. I had a very enlightening dream last night. I had a dream of a version of myself I haven't seen or felt since I was a child. Guess what? That means that itself is wanting you to remember that version of yourself, because that's your true self. Maybe. Well, not maybe, it is. And what was this version of yourself like? Whatever it is, that's who you're supposed to be. You know what's fascinating? We call this a dream, but really, this is the dream, and the dream is actually reality. But the thing is, some of our dreams, like mine last night, you're gonna get some ASMR with Apple. My dream last night was with my ex-wife, and we were arguing in a grocery store. And I told her, I'm not going to tolerate your disrespect any longer. Don't know why. I've resolved my issues with her. In the physical, looks like in the mental, it wasn't resolved. I have only love and respect for her, but like for whatever reason that popped up, and then some random people showed up. I don't know who the fuck they were. I've never seen them in my life. Well, the soul knows, but the mind doesn't. But you see, like, that stuff is real. Okay, I haven't felt that fearless since I was young. The people around me around you can really hinder that innocent version of you, who you once were. Good, man. Guess what? That version of you, tap into it more. It was itself telling you, this itself is telling your itself that that's the true version of you, the fearless version. It's the same itself. Itself, you're also itself, but there's a costume over itself. This is just a costume. Yours is a costume. I know people are not going to like when I say that, because they've prided their identity on their looks and their name and their religion and their culture and their personality and all this shit, like INFTP or whatever shit it is, or I am Scorpio. Insert word. Pull off the costume. Who are you? Itself. Itself is perfect. Itself is whole. Itself is complete. Itself knows all things, and itself is all things, and itself can't fear anything because itself is everything. That's a real bar. And everything just is with itself. But, let me say not but, however, it wants you to have a name. It wants you to have an identity. It wants you to have a culture, a religion, or whatever, or belief system, because it wants to experience that through you, or through the character. That's why it chose the form. It chose the way you look. And so, your itself had a dream. My version of itself had a dream. But it's really the mind. Your itself went past your mind. My itself went to my mind. When I say mine, it's not really mine. It's just a tool that I was given. When we can change the perspective of like things like that, we start to change our life. But yes, you're spot on. People around you can hinder you. But there's a paradox. They can hinder you to the extent that you've given them the power to hinder you. That's a real bar as well. I saved the seeds. Seeds coming out strong and fast. I'm glad you had that dream. Because it's now your time. It was telling you, young goat, obviously that's not your real name, but we're using it for now. It was telling you, young goat, it's time. For whatever is happening in your life, it's time for you to know that there is nothing to fear. And it had you come here to tell me about this dream so that I could tell you with this itself, to tell your itself, the same itself, to help your mind to know that you are on the right track. It all comes down to perception and getting the mind to stop. It's getting the puppeteer mind to not sway you, basically, anymore. I'm going to read what you shared in a moment. Put my seeds over here. I'm glad I had it too, because I usually don't remember the dreams I have. So you see, there's no accidents why this one you have to remember. This is the beginning. Wait till you see what else unfolds for you now. You may have not bought into a lot of things that this character has been saying, but you're going to start to soon enough feel it. That was just the beginning. Wait till you see what happens next. Now, quick question. Well, not quick question. Now I'm going to quickly just read what she said. So I want to have a quick little read what she said she left. Okay, last night I was going to bed, funny enough, talking about dreams. I took my vitamins as per usual. The bottle, when I sat it down, fell over and rolled into a bag beside my nightstand. When I got up to pick it up, the bottle was on my nightstand like it had never fallen. Tonight, when I sat the bottle down, it actually did what I saw it doing last night. I feel like I'm losing my mind. I cannot tell what is real anymore. Wow. So she's caught up in like a genjutsu. Naruto, by the way, if you didn't know. So her version of itself is having quite the experience helping her to kind of see reality for what it is and what it isn't. I'm going to read what you shared there. That's the same thing I read already. I think that's the same thing I already read. So that's fascinating. Okay, so basically, so I got the gist of it. Something happened, it dropped, but it didn't drop. And now, the following night, she's seeing something that happened a night before, but is actually not happening. Yep. Yep. I would say this is exciting to her, but I have to be mindful what I say. Because, like, this is not something to, how do I say it, to kind of like brush off. When things like this happen for people, it means the time has begun. Getting caught up in infinite genjutsu. That's like a genjutsu right there. I remember the scene in Naruto. This is why I love anime. You can explain everything from an anime standpoint that can't be explained in a real world scenario. So Itachi put Kabuto in a genjutsu, and he kept cutting off his horn on his head. And Kabuto's like, "What the fuck? Why is this? Why is he doing the same moves over and over?" And then he realized he was caught in an infinite genjutsu. He was stuck in a loop. And you can say some people are kind of stuck in that loop. Their life is on repeat. They're kind of like genjutsu. That's why you can say I'm here to break them out of their genjutsu. I'm here to like undo their genjutsu that they did to themselves. Their mind, anyways. The puppeteer mind. You're starting to see that reality isn't what you... No, I shouldn't say it like that. I have to be mindful with these words. You're starting to tap into a deeper version beyond your current puppeteer. The you beyond any words. It may feel tough and difficult because the mind labels, I'm going to call it the puppeteer mind. The puppeteer mind is starting to lose its hold over you, and it likes to create labels that generate meaning, or that leads to meanings, which then creates or generates feelings within. I would say I would say this is an exciting time for you. However, your mind will totally hate me for saying that. You see, when you're talking with humans, or when you're speaking with a person, you're not really speaking to a person, you're speaking to a mind that's controlling a body, that is basically a layer that covers itself. So you see that dream that you had, if you're still here, the dream that you had bypassed this. However, it helped this to keep it here as well so that you could remember it. So similar to her and your experience, that's what itself has done for you. So I would say to you, Youngo, this is exciting times. You probably might run into an infinite genjutsu yourself, potentially. Just know that if you also lose your mind, good. Because the puppeteer mind is starting to lose its grip over you, the true you, the you before your name, before your identity, before your culture. You still will have those, but you'll know how to differentiate now between the true itself, which is you, and then the puppeteer who's controlling you. This is why the universe has been preparing this vessel. Itself has prepared this vessel for the next phase. I had to be live, but not live, if you know what I mean. I had to be live in front of a few people practicing these things so that this version of itself knew how to speak to people, because I can speak by myself all day, but it doesn't help anybody because there's no one it wouldn't be helping anybody. But it's been preparing this vessel sort of in the shadows. This would be called the shadows because this is not being shown to 10 million people around the world. It's only being shown to like a couple of you who have tapped into that frequency. And here's the other thing too. If you've found me, you're on my frequency. And if you're on my frequency does not entertain low-level shit. So that should tell you something. This is exciting. There have been many people who have dropped off of my frequency. And I would consider them very high level. But they're not. Well, everyone is high level, but from the mind aspect, they're still operating from a baseline human mindset. Hustle, discipline, grind. There's lots of... Okay, now you wrote something. Do you know if this person has any health problems? Yes, she did have health problems. Or she had like a knee problem. And generally speaking, those who go through immense suffering generally have a health problem associated with it for a good reason. Mine was more of an addiction and a little bit of being unhealthy, like stress and the silvers and all the stuff, but like this is not unhealthy. This is planned. But yeah, she had some health challenges for sure. She used to take lots of meds as well, but now she doesn't need to take meds. I'm like, you never had to take those meds in the first place. That's why, like I said, she's lived half a century on the planet, believing in bullshit, and now, at half a century later, she's starting to realize what the fuck has been going on. It's the same thing that happened to me in 2019. Those who are still caught up in the, I'm going to call, instead of calling this the Matrix, because, you know, the Matrix, everyone knows the Matrix, I'm going to call it the Genjutsu, because it sounds cooler. Seeing how everyone's still caught up in the Genjutsu and you're out of the Genjutsu. And if you're not out of the Genjutsu, I'm breaking you out of it right now. I broke you out of the Genjutsu. You're out of the Genjutsu. Congratulations. You're back to who you are. Anyways, for those who are caught up in the Genjutsu, they're going to continue to tell you that you're the crazy one, and you're the one that's wrong, and you're the one that's blah, and this is not how this works. I had the same conversation with this character's mom, Lorene, on Wednesday when she was looking to get a car. She wanted my help, and I started to tell her, like, stop thinking that people are going to always take advantage of you. Like, why do you need to even say that? And then, of course, like, I felt called to say something, because I'm not going to just, like, let it slide. That's not the type of person I am. So we got into it a little bit. But then she said some stuff, and I'm like, you're caught up in a Genjutsu. Well, I didn't say that to her, but I'm like, you're caught up in the Genjutsu. Why am I taking the opinions of someone who's caught up in a Genjutsu who can't see reality for what it is? There's no offense to her. I love her. I respect her. But, like, you know, it's the same thing that goes for you. I don't know the characters around you, and I'm going to call them that. I know that may sound disrespectful, but it's not, because everyone is a character. Everyone in this house is a character. I'm a character. You're a character. Everyone's a character. Character playing itself. Itself is playing all of us. It's having fun with itself, even though it doesn't seem like fun. Anyways, I don't know about the characters in your current environment, how they operate. But I'm sure that they're not on the same frequency as you are. Yet. I feel like you have a similar path to mine. Or your itself has created a similar path to this character's itself's path. See, I'm getting this is getting the verbiage. We're refining verbiage right now. On this is what this live stream was all about. Practice. Practice, practice, practice. You didn't say anything else. No. I was just waiting to see if you said anything else. Let me drink my shit. I need water. We're gonna probably run out of water before Thursday. But yeah, the question for you is, you asked about if she had health problems. She does. So what led you to ask that question? Or what's the reason behind that question, I should say? That's my question to ask your question. I was never the type, this character was never the type to ask questions. Because I'm like, I already know. Why do I need to ask a question when I already know? But it's still good to ask questions. That was delicioso. I'm gonna go grab my second meal. Keep sharing though. You're gonna eat again? Yes, I'm gonna eat again. I have to. I love it. But yeah, your itself and my itself is the same itself, and your itself is just wanting to. Your mind is asking the question though, because your itself already knows the answer, just so you know. But your mind doesn't. That's why they say the mind is perfectly imperfect, but the soul is perfect. I know some will say, the soul is not perfect. How dare you say the soul is perfect, Orion? I like to mimic the mind a lot, as you can tell. I like to pretend with like the mind speaking. Orion, you're such a narcissist. Orion, you don't know what you're talking about. You're crazy. Orion, that's not true. That's not how reality works. I know it sounds like someone having like a schizophrenic attack or something. Split personality. But I promise you, it's far from that. It's not even close. This is me going beyond the mind. And by me, I mean the itself. There is no me. There is no you. And that, the mind is not going to like when I say that. Could you imagine that I go up to everyone and said that there's no you? How dare you say that to me? But there's no you. There's no me. It just is. No, it isn't, Orion. I exist. I'm speaking right now. Yes, itself is speaking through you. The you that you create an identity. And yes, you're supposed to have an identity because it chose for you to have that identity. But you're not that identity. There's a difference. It chose to give you an identity, but you're not locked to that identity. Big difference. Extremely big difference. It's basically to detach yourself or not get trapped up. But Orion, I am human. Yes, you are human. But you're also the creator, you're itself. You're the infinite intelligent. How about that? If we don't use the word God or itself, you're the infinite intelligent. You're the I. I, Captain. You're the I. You're the double I. The double I. Yes, infinite intelligence. You're the infinite intelligence pretending to be a human for a temporary time. How about that? Does that work? Is that better words for y'all? Because most humans can't accept direct truth, direct words. It needs to be watered down. I didn't come here to water shit down, though. Humans in this generation are softies. I came to toughen you all up. I don't need you to toughen me up, Orion. I'm tough already. Is that so? So if you get hit by a door frame, will you go, ow? Or will you just tough it out like an 80s baby would? Bunch of itselves who have forgotten itself, pretending to be these frail little characters. It's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Just seeing all these frail little characters running around. You speak too directly? Ow, then you're hurting my feelings. All right, food is warming up. Let's see what we got. Let's see, you said, I was wondering because sometimes doctors will prescribe medications that have very strong side effects. So I was wondering if she was on meds. She could have, but from what I recall, she stopped taking a lot of meds. But those side effects are an illusion. That's the mind creating bullshit again. Unfortunately, yes, they do have some adverse effects on the mind. Because ultimately, when you're taking a pill, what is it really doing? It's the mind creating either the healing or the hurting. Now, of course, I'm not going to go tell you to drink bleach and find out what happens. There are certain things that are compatible with our body, and some pills are not compatible with our bodies. Like certain compounds are not, even though we're all one with the same compounds, certain compounds are not designed to be with the human body. It's like telling someone to go fly to the sun and see what happens. But we're one with everything, Orion. You said that. You said we're one with everything. Yes, we are one with everything. But that doesn't mean to go stand in front of the sun and see what's going to happen. Your ass is going to get cooked. Or better yet, go to a black hole and see what's going to happen. Your atoms are going to get ripped to shreds. All things are one thing, but they're also sort of like its own thing. Some are compatible with others and others are simply not. If I could have a spare body, I would thrust this body to a black hole and then teleport my soul out of this body into another body to see what would happen in a black hole to our bodies. That would be pretty fascinating. Think about this for a moment. Just take this in. You can call it God itself, whatever you want. But it created a system. A system that is perfect. It makes no mistakes. Because here's the thing. There is a black hole in the center of our galaxy. I think it's called TUN 618, or no, Sagittarius A. It's one of them. It's a big one. It's a massive, supermassive black hole. Why hasn't it come to destroy us yet? The moment Earth gets caught in a black hole, it's over. All life will cease to exist immediately. Immediately. Like, no one thinks about these things. Well, I'm sure someone else does. Because so many people are fucking unconscious to like simple things like words. So, why would they think something like that? But has a black hole come close to us yet? No, but it can. If everybody wanted to be out of their misery, I would just summon a fucking black hole and just put everyone out of their fucking misery. Nothing you can do about it. Everybody's fighting over some bullshit. Imagine a black hole comes right now what is everyone gonna do? I think about this actually. I think about for a moment, like, okay, this world's fighting over his stupid ass resources, right? Imagine a black hole comes right now. Are you gonna be fighting for those resources? No, because your ass is dead. You're done. You're finished. Like, we're all done. It's over. The dream's over. Music, everything is gone. Just like that. Wiped out of existence. No record. We're gone. Total annihilation. So it just is at this point for me. It's such a simple way of living. Yep. You basically said the same thing just by using the sun though. I would love to see the black hole come this way. There's no running. There's no escaping it. Currently, right now, as far as I know, there is no spaceship that's going to fly fast enough to get you away from a black hole. There's no way. You're going to see the entire world fall to their knees immediately. Where I'm going to just be like this. All right, y'all. It was nice to be a human. I will, I guess I'll see you on the other side, whatever the other side is. Because on the other side, this is all an illusion. It's not real. So, here's another question then. This is where the mind will never not understand this at all. Why would it itself create black holes? Why would it create a planet and then have it destroyed? Why would it do that? Doesn't make any sense. Why would it have the universe eat itself, basically? Because they're out there. Like, we keep forgetting that we're this tiny little speck of nothingness floating around, fighting for bullshit, when we should be enjoying our time all together, making this place as best as we possibly can, and having a great time. Why are we not doing that? Why are we all fighting over bullshit? Doesn't make any sense to me. You know why it doesn't make any sense? Because this, along with all the other puppeteer minds, is attempting to understand something that it doesn't need to understand because it just is. But it is looking to create problems. Every damn thing that's happening on the planet is based on someone saying this. But who's saying this? It's this. It's not this. No damn person who starts a war speaks from their heart. There's no fucking way. They're speaking from here because of fear. Fear of the enemy. What enemy? There are no enemies. Yes, there is, Orion. We gotta defend our borders. Really? So you gotta defend your borders, but I just told you that everyone's one thing. So you're still creating separation. But it's not you, it's your stupid ass mind that's creating those separations. Your puppeteer mind. Let me not use the word stupid ass mind. Your puppeteer mind. It's stringing you along. But Orion, we can't have them invade our country. We fought hard for our freedom. Go up into space and tell me if there are lines on a map. Who decided to put the fucking lines on the map? Someone decided one day, I'm gonna claim this as my own. I was just seeing if you wrote anything else. You didn't. I have my stream open on my computer over there so I can see the chat as well. It's easier. Who decided that, let's use the zigzags, that this is my piece of land? Nothing belongs to anybody. But I created that music. No, itself created that music through your vessel, through the vessel that you are in, or you are with. But that you is not really you, it's itself pretending to be you. And that itself that is pretending to be you, it's the same itself pretending to be me. This is where the mind cannot fathom this. It's like, I don't understand what you're saying. Because the mind is blocking you from allowing you to understand it. The true you understands what I'm saying. I don't even have to say words, you just get what I'm saying. I don't have to over-explain shit. You just understand. The mind is always looking for some way to figure shit out. Always complicating things where it doesn't need to. The mind isn't the enemy. There is no enemy. The ego isn't the enemy. The ego is your body, your five senses that you came to explore God's oneness. I'm going to go outside and do my play out shortly. Probably by 11 o'clock. The sun is reaching this area. Like it's that spot there, the sun is starting to show up more. So it gives me more time in the sun. I'm really happy for you, by the way, that you had that experience last night. I'm really happy for her too. "10 years. 10 years from now, you'll see more people are going to start to get it. 10 fucking years from now, you will see the planet is going to be extremely different. I'm not talking from a technical standpoint. I'm talking from an emotional standpoint. Because more people are going to start to figure it out. Too many people are fighting and disagreeing and all this. Just exist. Just be. Be happy. We're all using different words, but we're attempting to say the same fucking thing at the end of the day. That's what we're really attempting to do. Don't get tripped up with bullshit, with words. They mean nothing. Oh, Ryan, how dare you say words mean nothing? No, I don't mean they're valueless. They have no meaning until you give it meaning. I don't like how you said that, Orion. That's your mind creating the bullshit again. Because your soul is the same soul as this soul. Well, it's one soul has split itself into 8 billion different fragments that has its own journey. However, the same itself resides with each soul. How about that? I don't believe that. That's fine, you don't have to believe it. You can believe whatever you want as long as you choose joy. I don't care what you believe in at this point. Choose joy. Don't be causing... Here's the thing. Don't go out in the world and create problems for no reason. Please be at peace with yourself. Have fun and enjoy yourself. Enjoy has the word joy in it. Enjoy. Joy, enjoy. Enjoy yourself. And help those along the way. You can do that, this world will be amazing to you. But Orion, what allow yourself to quiet down. I can't. Allow yourself to quiet down. It's okay. You don't need to speak. But yes, I know I'm speaking, but quiet down. You say you want to be closer to G-O-D, God, which is itself. You can't get any closer than you are in this moment. This moment is what we can consider God. The present moment. It has everything. Everything. It's missing nothing. It's got it all in every present moment. And you can feel it when you slow down and allow yourself to experience what oneness, presentness, being in the now is. It has it all. It's right here. But your but is a thinking that you're still missing something because the mind wants to feel like it needs to accomplish something because it thinks that it's missing something because you don't physically have it. Here's the news for y'all. Not news, here's the facts. The universe doesn't operate on the definitions that we use. We created these dumbass meanings and these definitions. Who said that this is having? What are you doing, Orion? I'm holding something physically in my hand. Who decided that this is truly what having is? Because we can see it with our eyes and touching it. We can play with it and do whatever. But Orion, that's how reality works. Slow down for a moment. How did this thing come into existence? Did it just exist? Or did someone have to think about it? Well, someone had to think about it, right? So when they thought about it, this cooling pad, which I now use as my food tray. So funny how this, anyways. This was never the intention for this, but I've changed the meaning of what this is now. So funny. So someone thought of it, and then they took physical action to bring it, and now they have it because they already had it in the mental. So if they had it in the mental, all they had to do was find the aligned guidance within themselves to find the way to make it in the physical. Congratulations, here it is in the physical. That's what we're all doing. We're alchemists. You don't have to use that word. You can use whatever. You're a magician. You're a creator. You bring things from your mental and spiritual, let's just use one word, the vibrational realm, into the physical realm. So, who said that this is having when it's really this that already has it? You already have everything, because everything exists here in the now. But your eyes are telling you something that's not real, because this is not real. Yes, my fingers and stuff are feeling it, and my senses are feeling it, but your senses are not real. How dare you say my senses are not real, Orion? Okay, they are real, but they're not real. You just contradicted yourself, Orion. Yes, that's what reality is. It's a paradox. Get used to it. Everything's a massive contradiction of itself. It's not just black or white. Yes, it is, Orion. Okay, so if it's truly black or white, then why the hell do we have both day and night? But Orion, it's day or night. It's not day and night. Oh, but it is day and night. No, it's not. It can't be. Go to space right now. Fly your ass up to space right now. Then tell me if the Earth is both in day and nighttime. It's happening now, isn't it? Isn't it all one thing? Hello? Do you see? I don't need to have anybody talking to me. I can do this all day by myself if I really wanted to. I can have this conversation all by myself. I have endless fun and joy talking with myself. Anyways, my point to say is the Earth is both day and night right now. There are people somewhere else in the world in the same now moment, fuck time for a moment, in the same now moment that are nighttime. So tell me, just because your eyes can't see the other thing, that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Because the eyes are not the projector. The mind is. The mind sends an image to the eyes then take the electrical signal and reproduce it to the mind. So it's like an infinite loop. Until you start to see, like how our sister Danny starts to see things, that feels like she's trapped in an infinite genjutsu. If you're not sure, again, what I'm talking about genjutsu, watch Naruto. You'll know. It's like being put under a spell. And it's like you're running Groundhog's Day over and over again. Or you're caught up in an illusion. What movie? Doctor Strange, the something madness one, the one with Spider-Man in it. Oh, the multiverse of madness, or the madness of multiverse, whatever it's called. That one. Great example of an illusion. When he's like all those different versions, you see him like doing whatever. That. $10.42. Okay, let me go wash this out quickly. I'll be right back. We're gonna go outside after this. You said you were gonna play some NHL 2005. I'll play later. I feel called to talk right now. Itself is coming through loud and clear right now. When itself is coming through loud and clear, we basically zip our mouths and listen carefully. Because this itself is working pretty strongly through this character. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. You know what's fascinating? I said I have to go use the bathroom, right? But that's not a bathroom. But yet, when we go to public places, sometimes it says bathroom, sometimes it says washroom, and sometimes it says restroom. Isn't it all the same things with just different words? It's the same thing that's happening on this planet. Everything that people are saying, their like beliefs, all they're attempting to do is get to the same conclusion of what this character has already reached. But they're just missing the point because they're using a bunch of words and they still haven't figured it out. That it just is. But Orion, you didn't figure it out right away. You got to give people grace. Of course, I'm giving them grace. Because they will figure it out. But they need to stop. Zip their lips, shut their mouths, and just pay attention. That's very disrespectful for you, the way you just said that, Orion. That's not nice. Yeah, well, I didn't come here to be nice. I came here to help the people to stop suffering. Hey, Dad.
Yeah.
I didn't come here for a bunch of, like, BS. Well, I don't want your help, Orion. That's okay. You don't need my help. You don't need anyone's help because you have everything already. But when you're ready and you want that extra bit of support, I'll be here waiting to support. Because that's what itself wants me to do, to support others. If I had it my way, honestly, y'all, I'm going to tell you right now. And when I say my way, I mean this character's way. This character, I'm going to tell you straight up, this character doesn't really want to help anybody anymore. This character wants all the money and not ever speak to another person ever again. Personally. It's pretty nuts. Because that's what the mind has created, some unnecessary obfuscation, but that's not the trueness of who this character is. That's the puppeteer creating a false delusion, saying he doesn't want to help people. Fucking puppeteer mind. The real me, the real itself, before the name, before the identity, desires to help as many people in this planet. Yes, there will be times where it'll sound very, very hard. Like you're very harsh, very difficult. There's better ways to say things, Orion. Of course there are. But you can't spoon feed people. Yes, I'm here to hold your hand, but to some degree I'm not here to hold your hand. It's a paradox. I'm here for you to remember yourself as the sentient being that you are. I don't want to be a sentient being, Orion. I'm good enough with who I am. That's fine. As long as you're happy with who you are, that's fine. But I know there's tons of people out in the world right now who are suffering and they're looking for help and they're getting mediocre help from the puppeteer mind. A bunch of puppets right now helping more puppets and keeping you stuck as a puppet. You're not a puppet. You have a puppeteer mind, but you're no longer going to be controlled by your puppeteer mind because you're going to go above your damn puppeteer mind. That's what I came here to do. But Orion, who's to say you're not being controlled by the puppeteer mind? Does it sound like I'm being controlled by a puppeteer? I'm very aware of what's going on. What was the word we call it? Quectosane. I created that word. I'm the only quectosane person on the planet right now. Maybe Trina's close enough to quectosane. She's a little bit more poetic with her words. I'm more like this. I'm a little more brutal. I'm getting my weights, by the way. Damn, these 40s feel heavier today. Some days the 40s feel super light, other days they feel kind of heavy. Today they feel a little bit heavier than normal. I didn't change them, so they feel closer to like 50 right now. That's fine. But Orion, the puppeteer mind is helping that other puppeteer mind. They're making impact in their life and they're getting the help that they desire. That's fine. But they're giving them like subpar, like for example, like they're supposed to be like, let's consider up here as like infinite, okay? So it's supposed to be up here. And the puppeteer mind that's helping that other puppeteer mind is basically, they're like here. And that person is like here, even though there's no hierarchy because we're all actually up here. But, you know, the puppeteer mind has created that hierarchy. So this person is like, I'm suffering, I'm in apathy, I hate my life, everything fucking sucks. And then this person comes along and they're also a puppeteer mind because they haven't figured out that they are the infinite. So they're the puppeteer mind helping this puppeteer mind. And yes, you can think of it like school where you have to reach levels. and I had to do that. But to some degree, we never had to do that. I never had to do that. If I had someone like the current me tell me from maybe 10, 15 years ago that that's not how this fucking works, well, that character 10, 15 years ago may or may not have listened. He was very stubborn. This character was extremely stubborn to listen to other people. Hard-headed. Right? So yes, there are layers, and that's why I said it's a paradox. To some degree, you'll have to go through one puppeteer mind to the next puppeteer mind to the next puppeteer mind until you realize, wait, there's a puppeteer at every level, until you realize you go beyond the puppeteer to the true itself. And the reason why I'm using the word itself is because the word itself is neutral. It doesn't have a guy or a girl associated with it. It doesn't have a gray-bearded dude, a white dude in the sky. Right? Because whenever you look at God, why is it that God is always depicted as a white person, a white old dude? That makes no fucking sense. It's the dumbest thing. If anybody's like, Father, God, it's a dude. It's not no dude. You can use the dude if you want. If it's helping you in your life and it's bringing you joy, use the fucking dude. If it's some black box in the Middle East and it's bringing you joy, use it. I don't care, just use whatever works. But know this, there's a version of you that goes beyond your mind, and you can tap into it because I've tapped into it. And if I can tap into it, and I was considered the most fundamentally flawed human from the mental standpoint in human history, then surely all of you can do it too. I'm no different. Yes, you are, Orion. That's your puppeteer mind creating the obfuscation of being different. We're all one and the same. I'm just reading the chat to see if there was anything new. Because, you know, that's YouTube or Streamlabs. What time is it? 10:55. I'll just open up a play out and keep it here for a moment. There's three birds fighting with each other in the field. Well, they're not really fighting, they're playing with each other. Three little tiny birds there in the grass. They're kind of like jumping around with each other. Such a tiny little thing making a lot of noise. And we're this big ass thing and we can't make that much noise. So weird. We can yell, but like, can our voice project all the way to like over there? No, because our voice has a certain cap on it. Birds don't have a cap, and they're this tiny little thing. It's crazy. Okay, we'll do that one. We'll do the killer drop sets. It's like one of our staples now. It will require a chair, because we'll be doing decline push-ups, but you don't really need a chair. If you don't have anything available, that's fine. You can just do standard push-ups. You're not missing much. Or you can just do pike push-ups. Yeah. Anyways, so back to what I was saying. The puppeteer mind creates all this hierarchy. And I'm calling it that now because that's really what it is. It's a puppeteer. It's stringing you, the true you, along that you forgot who you are. Do you see? I have to go through this live stream journey to get the verbiage down pat. So that when I'm out in the world serving the billions, not millions, billions with a B, they know I'm going to encompass everything, religion, your culture, whatever. I don't care. Just use whatever works at this point. Just be in joy. And don't go out in the world and start fighting other versions of yourself, because it's just another version of itself through another character. You and that other person is the same. So when someone's calling someone a dickhead or a piece of shit or that asshole, That's not the person, it's the fucking puppeteer mind of that person being strung along. Start to be aware of that. Every time you see a person, it could be either they know the true itself or they're being strung along by the puppeteer. There's basically two at this point. The puppeteer and the itself. Itself is not strung along. Itself is just itself. The puppeteer is the one that's controlling your lower mind, you can say, and then you have to use your thinking mind to be like blah, 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 and be human, I'm human, blah, 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 blah. Alright, so the sun's like right here. It'll take probably like an hour and a half to 2 for it to go over here, so I'm gonna get rolling. Yeah, my stream's good. I'm watching it I can see it on the computer inside. Just make sure it's not stuck. Take this in for a moment. There's a robin in the field. Do they think? Who knows, right? Or is it just being? It's just being what it is. A robin, eating worms, picking at grass, looking for food, right? Is it thinking though? I don't know. But isn't it just is with them? Same with a dog, right? You've seen, for those who have been on for the last month or so, you've been watching me watch Caesar, right? And you see people who have their dogs, right? And they're like, the dogs are doing all kinds of stuff, and a lot of people are in disbelief because they thought that their dogs could never do something like be still and quiet down and not be chasing and barking at other dogs. And when Caesar has taken control and holding the leash, hey, hey, what? Because that's his version of like how his mom used to like show him. So it could be whatever for you, but hey, hey. They are easily correctable because they don't. Yes, they have a memory of some degree, but not like us. They don't lock into the past until the experience happens in the now, and then it activates their past for a moment. But until you correct it, hey, hey, or whatever. But because it's your projection onto the dog because of your projections of past things. So let's say your dog has been fighting other dogs. You have that memory etched into your mind so that now every time you go walk a dog, you're expecting that your dog is going to go fight with another dog. So then you're sending that energy from your mind. The puppeteer mind is sending it down from your puppeteer mind to your third dimensional thinking mind, and then it's sending it through your arms, into your hands, into the leash, into the dog. Your thoughts are transferable. Why do you think monks meditate up in the mountain? So they can get away from 10 million people that's around them. Now, do they really need to be around, do they really need to get away from 10 million people? No, if they're true monks, they can sit in front of fucking chaos and still be at peace if they know who they are. It's absolutely ridiculous shaving your fucking head off, like your hair off, thinking that you're closer to God. That's the dumbest thing ever. For all you monks out there shaving your heads off or shaving your hair off, like that's stupid, but it's your choice at this point. If that brings you joy, shaving your head, have at it. But it's not bringing you closer to God. In this moment right here, you can never be away from it. But the puppeteer mind keeps finessing everyone into believing, even this character at times, into believing that it's not right here. It's like outside. It's like some external thing, or it's some next moment or whatever. It's right here. There is no next moment because it's all one continuous moment. It just is. And continuous is just another made-up word. It just is. So when people start locking into it just fucking is, I'm basically blasting everyone from their little I'm a human bullshit all the way back to who they actually are, the divine, the infinite intelligence that they are. Yes, maybe a year and so ago, it was another puppeteer mind kind of controlling the show. But Orion, what if you're still in the puppeteer mind? How can I be at the puppeteer level when it just is? And knowing that all words are made up, everything's all made up. So now that everything's made up, you can change the meaning to anything. I can change the fuck word to mean sex, even though that's what people do. They fuck each other. Right? I can change the meaning of, let's see, water. I can change the meaning of this right now if I really wanted to. I'm going to eat water. How about that? There, I ate water. You can change anything. But because we all have collectively agreed to call this thing, so like this thing's down here is called grass, I can change this to call it blah. Who's going to tell me that this is not called blah? One of you is going to probably argue, that's ridiculous, Orion, that is called grass. Yes, because we all collectively agree to call this thing called grass so that we can understand what the fuck we're saying to each other. That's the reason why we use words. But really, what this is just is. All of this is just is. But if it just is, Orion, then how can we differentiate? That's the reason why we created words. But that's the only reason why we create words, to just differentiate objects. But we have taken words and created all kinds of bullshit in this world. And by bullshit, I mean the puppeteer mind has created this war against itself. Because all puppeteer minds are technically one and the same too. Itself is one and the same, and all puppeteer minds are technically one and the same, and it's fighting itself. It's like, for example, I'll do a monologue right now. I've been doing it basically for the last hour, but I'm going to do another one quickly. You think you can stop me, huh? Huh? Yeah, I can stop you. You think you're some hot shot? Hell yeah, I think I'm a hot shot. I can stop you. You're not strong. You're an idiot. You're a piece of shit. Yeah? And your mother sucks. And blah, 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 blah. You see? I know that's not the greatest example, but that right there is itself fighting itself. Or that's the puppeteer fighting itself. That's all puppeteer minds. I know this one's going to suck, but I'm going to say it. You know when you're having sex with a woman or a guy? If you're a guy with another girl, or a guy with a guy, or a girl with a girl, or a girl with a guy, it doesn't matter. When you're having sex with someone else, you're having sex with yourself, because it's itself having sex with itself. I hate to break it to you. Itself is just experiencing itself in another form. That's all it is. Just like when you're eating ice cream, you're just experiencing itself in a different form. When I'm lifting these weights, I'm experiencing itself in a different form. I'm experiencing itself in a different form with the sun. I'm experiencing itself with the air. This is itself. I'm experiencing the ground. I'm experiencing the clothing. This is also itself. Itself is not limited to people and humans that talk. Itself is everything. It's the phone that you're watching me on. It's the camera that's projecting me onto your screens. It's the squirrel that's running on the wire. It's the wire itself. It's the wood. It's the little nodes that connect the wires together. Little nails. It's the bricks on the wall. It's the cement that's slapped together between the bricks. It's the airplane. It's the engine. It's the turbine. It's the windows. It's the people. It's the food. It's the air conditioner. It's what else? What else is in an airplane? All the little buttons and dials. It's the pilots. It's the yoke. It's the brakes. It's the wheels. It's the little latch. It's the cargo. That's what itself is. Everything. No, it's not, Orion. Yeah, because your mind wants to keep doing this thing. This is what the mind likes to do, because it wants to feel separate, to feel like it's a sentient being. And that's okay. That's fine. Itself wants you to know that you are a self. It wants you to have that personal identity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have chose your form. But my point that I'm getting at, and by my, I mean itself, is saying to not get locked to just that and get trapped up and stuck. That you're just that. And that everything is separate from you. You're one with everything. That's the whole point. You can never be separate. Even if you tell yourself you're separate, you're never going to be separate. You can't be. You can never be separate from the now. The mind's going to make you forget that, though. Every time. By the way, even doing that, that's itself. Like taking an action is also called itself. Taking in that air into the nostril, even like when you're feeling that sensation of the air pulling onto your nostrils, that's also itself. Drinking the water, when you feel the water touching your lips, even the bottle, that's itself in that moment too. Every experience you ever had is also itself. You travel to any place in the universe, or in the world. I was going to say universe, but, well, technically speaking, it is the universe. Anywhere in the universe or anywhere in the world, it's still itself. I'm cooking right now. And by I mean itself is. But I am going to start in a moment. This is all I ever had to tell all of you. This is all I had to ever share, really. Every live stream has led me up to this live stream. And of course, this live stream will lead me to tomorrow's live stream. But every live stream was leading me up to this very moment, to tell you all, it just fucking is. I had to go through a personal evolution on my own damn live stream. I'm not the same person fucking November 25th, 2024, when I first started live streaming on YouTube. Let's start back on October 6th, 2024. My first live stream on Instagram. Sitting in the car. Then I did one on Facebook. I first did it on Facebook and then I did it on Instagram. Just to tell people, hey, so my healing journey is over. I'm back. In that process, a lot of people disconnected with me, which is great because I saw where they stand in terms of their current puppeteer mind, finessing them. Only love to them, of course. Have only respect to them. But I'm here to stop the puppeteer mind. I don't want you to stop my puppeteer mind, Orion. I like my puppeteer mind. That's fine. You don't have to listen to me. As long as you're happy. This is the thing. If you're happy and you enjoy, don't listen to anything I say. In fact, don't even come on my streams. It has no purpose. If you want to come here and hang out with me and enjoy your time, that's fine too. But if the things are that I say that are bothering you, don't come. I'm like Nero. I would rather, he even said it yesterday in his video, there's going to come a point where eventually you're going to have to fuck off and go and do your thing. Right? There's nothing new that I need to tell you. Yeah, there's a million ways to say the same thing. That's what everyone's attempting to do in this world, is basically say the same thing using different words and getting to the same point. There's not one way up the fucking top of the mountain. There are many ways. And everyone is basically using their words to get to the top of the mountain. And it's not wrong, but the thing is, there's a lot of obfuscations because they're missing the point. It just fucking is. You're already at the top of the mountain. You don't need to climb any top of the mountain. You're already there. You've always been there. Oh, you think you're going to have to climb another top of the mountain? No, you're right there. The biggest trap in this world is spirituality. Trina said it yesterday. I wholeheartedly agree with her, not because me and her are on the same alignment, but because of itself speaking through her through that character. It's saying the same thing I'm saying. A little bit more poetic with her, with the words coming out of that vessel, her vessel. But mine's is like that. Mine's is like, hers is more, I can be like this too, but I choose not to. If you want that type of talk, that's not who I am, and I will not pretend to be that. There are times where I can be like, yes, we got to do the slow and the love and light and namaste. I can be very relaxed. Anytime you see me all heated up and charged up and passionate, I'm still relaxed. Because I enjoy speaking. I enjoy sharing. I enjoy serving. I keep looking at my watch, but my watch is covered up. That's why I have to look at the time on the phone. 11:14. So this one's going to be 30 minutes. It should be 30 seconds of play. I think 30 seconds of rest? No. It's 30 seconds of play, 15 seconds of rest. There's 3 exercises, and then there's a 30-second rest. And then there's a next set. There's 12 sets. I'll start explaining the workout stuff in a moment. Hard cap, 11:30, we're starting. So once 11:30 hits, that's it. I'm done talking. Start moving. So, a couple more minutes. Everybody on this planet is fighting for something. Fighting for a reason. You know what it really comes down to? Feeling understood. It's not even feeling seen, but it's feeling understood. Why do you think anyone goes into a meeting? They want to feel understood. They want to have a conversation. They want to feel understood. It's not even really safety now. Yes, safety is a part of that, but they want to feel understood. They want to feel validated. But the thing is, when you know who you are, you don't need to be understood by anybody, because you're dealing with puppeteer minds who will either get it eventually or never will. There are souls, unfortunately, that will be controlled by the puppeteer mind until their final breath, and then they're going to realize, oh my God, what the fuck have I been doing? I'm about to die, and now I came to realize how reality works. Yep. Sucks to be you. Guess what? Your ass is going to come right back, though, because you're going to have to repeat this shit again. Because your soul's not going to feel fulfilled, because the puppeteer mind controlled you throughout your entire lifetime. Don't let the puppeteer mind control you. I know a lot of people think, you're crazy, Orion, for saying that. You're crazy. You know, it's the crazy ones that are the ones that makes the world go round. It's the one that changes the world. It's the normal people, whatever that means, because normal is just, that's subjective. It's the normal people that keeps the world in where it is, stuck. Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Brahma, not Brahma. Brahma's, Jesus, Buddha, Krishna, Lao Tzu, Yogananda, Confucius, Hermes, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, Thoth. Well, Thoth he didn't really come into human form. I'm finding every human version. Every one of these people I just mentioned, Mother Teresa, Gandhi, every one of these souls, they knew the answer. Princess Diana, they had the answer. But they couldn't speak it with the words. Jesus knew how to speak the words, but even speaking direct words like, hey guys, I'm going to die, his disciples still didn't listen. Like, I didn't get the memo, basically. Because we wanted always some watered down version. The mind is always looking for some softer way. Like, yeah, guys, I'm not going to be here in the next couple days. Wait, where are you going? Where are you going, teacher? Of course, Jesus was like, have you guys not been listening to what I've been saying? That's why he spoke in parables. Same with Krishna. Same with the Buddha. Lao Tzu was dropping direct bars, but even then people were not understanding his directness. Like, if you can speak the eternal Tao, then it's not the eternal Tao. Because that in the moment you attempt to speak the eternal Tao, you're already limiting it for what it is. That's why when I say it just is, that even saying that is limiting what it really is. But we have to use these words to somewhat point to what we're attempting to share. And that's the reason why there's a lot of people in this planet who don't fucking know anything about their words, what they're saying. They're just saying the same bullshit over and over and over again, thinking it's some catchphrase and trend-setting bullshit, but they really are just like caught up in an infinite genjutsu, not knowing what the fuck they're actually saying. Yes, it's important to use our words, and yes, it's important that we have to use our words to communicate, but you also have to realize when you're speaking what the fuck you're actually saying. That when you're speaking, that you have to understand that the person that you're speaking to or with may or may not understand what you're saying. You have to be aware of that. And I'm aware of that. When I'm speaking, I'm aware that some of you are not catching what I'm really saying. I'm being so fucking direct, and you all may or may not be catching what I'm saying. It might be missing the mark because your puppeteer mind is attempting to like type in code to distract you away from the directness. And create a problem by typing in a code in your mind. No, he's not right. That's not right. Let's type in that code. It's not right. And then it sends the instructions to your third dimensional thinking mind. You're wrong, Orion. You're wrong. You're wrong. There is no wrong. It just is. That's the point. I'm not right or wrong. It just is. Okay, perfect. Got like 9 minutes. I know the moment I start moving my body, you all are going to disappear. So I'm going to give you as much as I can in these 9 minutes, and then you can disappear. But I'll come back in about an hour and a half. I'll be done. Well, I'll be done most of my movements. That's why, like, when I start streaming on the other platforms or whatever, I'm not going to do the workout stuff. As much as I want to do this and help you all get your asses in gear and move your body, I also understand that a lot of you just don't want to do this stuff, and that's fine. I still practice as if I am serving millions of people, helping them getting into shape, because that's very important to me, to move your fucking body, right? You're moving energy throughout your system. You're not keeping it stagnant. It's like a clogged pipe versus a clear pipe. Mine is a clear pipe. Water flows. If I wasn't moving, water is not flowing. It's going to be stuck and stagnant. That's why I choose to move my body every day. That's why it's so important to move your body. I'm not just a one-hit wonder, y'all. I'm a everything wonder. Jack of all trades and the master of all. Fuck yeah, that's who I am. I'm not the jack of all trades, master of none. To that person who created that saying, or to the puppeteer mind, I'm basically saying fuck you to the puppeteer mind. I'm not saying it to the character. I'm saying it to the fucking puppeteer mind that's controlling the character. Fuck you, puppeteer mind. Fuck you. And you know the funny thing about the puppeteer mind? It's still part of itself. It's not separate from itself. It's still God. It's still the universe. It's still everything. It's still encompassing. It cannot not be. But the thing is, it's the one that's creating all the problems. Where there are no problems. It's absolutely bonkers, and it's such a paradox on how the mind is. It's crazy. But then, of course, some people in this world will be like, but I am the mind, I am the body. No. You have a mind and you have a body. Big difference. You have. You're not are it, you have it. Difference. Having implies that you are this sentient being that gets a tool to use. Are it implies that you are the thing. And that you can't be anything but that thing. That's not true at all. You have a mind and you have a body to navigate the world with. And itself is waiting for each of you to remember that. And itself likes to raise its voice through this character because itself, even though it's funny because it's fighting itself to some degree, this one wants so badly for everybody to just fucking stop and remember thyself. And when they remember thyself, the problems will start to fade and dissolve and dissipate and disappear. Because everything just is. Even though just is not enough. Because these words cannot encapsulate what it really is. It can only point to it. Like, for example, saying, this is the weight. This. But is the word that? Or is that just that? It's the word that points to this thing called weight itself. This. But the word is not actually what it can only point to the thing. It can't be it. That's what I'm attempting to say. That's why words can be so bonkers and tricky and annoying to use when you're attempting to explain something so simple but gets lost in translation and gets obfuscated because it's so simple, but the mind strives on complexity because it doesn't like to understand simplicity. It's foreign. Simplicity is actually really foreign to the mind, the puppeteer mind, and the third dimensional thinking mind. Oh, Ryan, what's the difference between the third dimensional thinking mind and the puppeteer mind? Perfect. The puppeteer mind, think of it like an entity stringing you along, but it has to send energy from the string into the third dimensional thinking mind to then control your body and your character. So that's what it is doing. But then there's a version of itself, which is, you can say it's up here, even though there's no really up here. There's no hierarchy. That is beyond the puppeteer, where the puppeteer can't control it because it knows thyself as whole, complete, and perfect. And it can see the puppeteer. So it's like, here is let's pretend that this face is now itself, and the puppeteer is the mind that's controlling the third dimensional thinking mind. And it's looking at it. I see what you're doing. I'm watching what you're doing. But I can't do anything. I can't intervene until you stop. Until you stop. And that is where this comes into play. When you work from this, you start to realize it is all just is. There's a hadith, or I forget what it's called, in the Quran, where there's a piece of flesh in your body. If that piece of flesh gets rotten, it destroys your entire body. You know what that flesh is? Your heart. Guard thy heart, for all life springs from it. That's from the Bible. You see, different fucking words to explain the same damn thing. And this is the problem that the world is having. They're not understanding that they're basically attempting to say the same fucking thing, but using different words, and someone's getting tripped up with this thing, and you're getting tripped up with that thing, and this thing is this thing, and that thing is that thing. They're all fucking saying the same thing deep down at their core, but the words are just not able to fully encapsulate it. Fucking language. That's what's causing all the problems on this planet. Fucking language. If everybody just shut their mouths for a moment. Yes, I know I said that very harshly. Everyone shut their mouths for a moment. Open their fucking ears. Listen with this. They will feel that everything just is. I don't care if you agree with me or not. I'm not here to convince you of anything. You're here to remember yourself. I'm just a mirror to point back an aspect of you. I don't care if you believe in reincarnation. I don't care if you entertain that there's a dude in the sky, a black box. I don't care. I don't care. What I care about is that you stop suffering and stop creating problems, and that you are enjoying your life, and that you want to be here, that you want to see people win, that you want to see that you're winning, that you are living your best life. And the more people who are happy and smiling, the better the world will be, because everybody else will. It's infectious. It's a ripple. Happy people generate more happy people, and more happy people will generate more happiness, and more happiness will permeate the earth. Right now, there's a hive mind hovering around the earth. I know it's almost 11:30. There's a hive mind hovering around the earth that's controlling the minds, the puppeteer mind. It's feeding off of that energy. And that is a negative hive mind. I'm here to change that hive mind into positive. All right. So for the couple of you that's here, unless you want to watch me do my thing or you want to join me, let's do this thing because it's 11:30. So changing gears for a moment now. So we're going to be starting with chest with this one. So this is just upper body. If you don't have weights, you don't need to have weights. You can just do push-ups. For chest, your outer chest, you're going to be doing wide push-ups. So you're going to notice my elbows in correlation to my rib cage. So wide push-ups target your outer chest. These are called standard push-ups. These are your normal type of push-ups. Like when you drop down and do a push-up, this is what most people drop down into, like this. So this targets your shoulder blades and your back. Then you have narrow push-ups. So notice my elbows got super close into my body. That targets your biceps and your triceps. Then there's diamond push-ups where you bring your index and your thumbs together. That targets the split in the middle. And that also targets your triceps. So triceps can be done with quite a few different variations of push-ups. You have standard, narrow. So standard, narrow, wide, standard, narrow. So standard and narrow, diamond, and you can also do pike push-ups, which targets your shoulders, not your shoulder blades, but your shoulders. And I will demonstrate that quickly. So these are pike push-ups. So these target the shoulder. Now, the closer you bring your hand in, the harder it gets. And you get an added benefit of targeting your hamstrings as well. So like, this is further out, and these are further in, and that targets the hamstrings. And then there's reverse push-ups, which we're going to be doing. So your forearms are pointing outwards. Those also target your biceps and your triceps. So your hands are going in like a 45-degree angle. I know my weights are in the way. Your hands are in a 45-degree angle, like this. And then you're going to go down, and you're going to come back up. And that targets your biceps and your triceps. And a bit of your shoulder blades. So if you don't have any dumbbells, you're going to be doing push-ups and your arms are going to feel it. You don't need to have any equipment. That's the other thing about me helping people when it comes to fitness. You don't need anything, just your body weight. It's literally, do you want to do it? Yes or no. If no, that's fine. Don't feel guilty, but don't come complaining saying, I feel sad. Well, move your body. Go out for a walk. All right. Let's go. Let's do it. I don't need no damn warm up. Let's do this thing, people. We're starting with chest, I believe. Let's see. Yes, we are. Isometric chest press. I'll talk when I'm done though. Or I might share while I'm talking or while I'm doing my thing. So this is diamond push-ups or wide push-ups here. I know the music's a little low because we're outside. You can probably faintly hear it. I'll turn it up a little bit more though. So we're doing that again. He's dropping weights though. I'm gonna use the same weights. Okay, we're doing dumbbell push-ups, or for those of you just standard wide push-ups here. So it's 15 seconds of rest between the exercises, and then once we're done this last one, we get 30 seconds of rest. It's funny how the dandelions show up randomly on the grass and then later in the season they disappear. All right, that was set number 1. I'll turn it up a little bit more. All right, chest flies. So this is diamond push-ups. Okay, so we're doing that again. Sun is in my eye, which is amazing right now. Decline push-ups. I'm going to use this chair quickly. Oop. Yep. I knew that was gonna happen. Weights took a little bit of a ding there. It's okay though. Well, not really okay, but whatever. It's fine. It just is at this point. So we're doing, this is back, so bent over rows. My right arm. It's not too bad. All right. Ooh, felt a little crack in my elbow there for a moment. Okay, perfect. Reverse push-ups. You can do standard push-ups if you like, but he's doing reverse push-ups. Left side now. I like this track, by the way. There's something about it. All right, left side. Feels like we didn't leave outside at all, y'all. Honestly, like, you know, when we were working out outside last year during the summer, it doesn't feel like we had winter. Of course we did, obviously. I've been inside for about 5 months, but I mean, there's been a couple days here and there we came outside, but I mean, we've been outside every day for a walk, so this feels like nothing changed. I'm just picking up from where I last left off, like yesterday or something. Reverse push-ups again. I think we're moving on to shoulder next. It's either that or back still. But we're not gonna be doing push-ups after the 2 exercises all the time. So, like for shoulders, he's not gonna be doing push-ups, but you're gonna be doing pike push-ups. Or if you have the dumbbells, you can do shoulder shrugs or 90-degree, not 90-degree, 45-degree shoulder press. Cooking right now. Shoulders are next, 100%. He's gonna sit and do shoulder press. I'm gonna stand. He's doing alternating though, so one after the other. So pike push-ups. He's using 25-pound dumbbells right now. I'm using 40. So now he's using 20 pounds. I'm double the weight here. Remember to breathe. Ooh. 45-degree shoulder press. What's up, bro? Welcome back. Mr. Suhill. Sunil, not Suhill, Sunil. Keep saying your name incorrectly. My bad. Sunil. Because we have another brother whose name is close to yours, but it's Suhill. But that's not him. That's totally someone else. All right, we're still shoulders, so pike push-ups. There's also targeting your shoulder blades, so you can do standard push-ups or pike push-ups here. Just to change it up. So we're doing rear delt rows. Rear delt rows. One more set of that. Oh, it is? Fascinating. So the other guy, whose name is Suhill, I call him Sushi, because that's what he wanted me to call him. Sushi. It's weird. Sushi. So I call him Sushi. When he would jump on. He's 14 years old. He's a really smart kid, and he's into personal development. So he's got a good mind for his age. He has a calendar set to when he's going to be successful. I'm like, you know you're successful right now, but he actually made a calendar. He said he has 2,100 days at the time to be successful. I'm like, good on you for making that calendar, bro. He's got his puppeteer mind isn't controlling him as much, but I'm like, you're already successful. You just got to tap into it right now. There's no future. It's right here, right now. All right, biceps, narrow push-ups. So standard, narrow. I put on a little bit of tummy, but it's okay, because it'll go away, even though I don't judge myself for it, because I've been moving my body. We're about halfway done. Then we have abs to do. Then my mobility training and my 55s will be done throughout that time. By the way, when I put on that video yesterday, I finished everything in less than 30 minutes. So it was pretty good. I'm gonna read what you shared in a moment once I finish this set here. Ooh, thank you, wind. Nice breeze. Nice breeze. All right, let's see. I'll just call you bro. I'll just call you bro. Cause Maddie is like a girl's name in like North America. So I don't want to be calling you a girl's name, bro. Plus there's a girl named Maddie Smith on a show called Wild 'N Out. She cute AF, she a white girl. So you ain't a girl, so I'm gonna call you bro. How about that? I'll just call you bro. And your name's not hard to pronounce, Sunil. I think Suhail because he's been here so many times in the past, but he hasn't been here in a long time, so you know. Sunil. You know what names are hard to pronounce? Those names that have like 45 letters in them. You know the ones. I'm like, how the fuck do you have a name so friggin' long? It's not to make fun of anybody's names, but like, what the fuck are you doing with that name? It's so long. It's just like a bunch of friggin' letters slapped together. But you know, those are the names that are like difficult to pronounce. Like I remember there's a guy I worked with. His name was Vithushin. I'm like, Vithushin, like you have to like emphasize the V, like Vithushin, like Vithushin. I'm like, bro, like I'm not making fun of his name, but I'm like, man, like come on. And that's not even one of the harder names. Like I have to deal with, there's another guy named Yathathan, something Yasak. I don't remember his last name, but his last name was like 23 letters long. I'm like, man, what the fuck is going on with this? Like, come on, man. Like even the superhero of love doesn't even have 23 characters long. It's crazy. me see. Mad her? Mad her. Is that how you say it? Mad her? Mad her. Am I saying that right? Cobra push-ups, by the way. Matter? Nope. Probably not. Matter. Like... I don't know, dude. Because the way I see it is the way I pronounce it, but that's not how it works sometimes. That's why I said language fucking sucks. 50-50, okay. 50-50. Close. Not quite. Got it. Alright, back to narrow push-ups. We were doing triceps, so that should have been diamond push-ups. Oh well. It's okay, you were doing whatever push-ups. Back to narrow though. We're doing hammer curls. This track I don't really like, but you know, I say that and I catch myself doing the gunshot sounds. I don't know what kind of music you call this, but it's like, really? One more time again. It does get your blood pumping though. But the whole like the gunshot sounds, not necessary. It's like cocking the barrel. Weird. All right. Curls again. So weird. Yep, lightweight. Come on. Like, is that really? Come on, like. All right, overhead tricep press. So diamond push-ups, standard push-ups, or narrow push-ups. Totally up to you here, because triceps can be done with various different type of push-ups, even reverse if you want to do reverse. Yesterday I cut grass. You missed me mowing the lawn, bro. I had to cut that grass yesterday. Lots of grass because we hadn't cut it in 5 months because of the winter. So, and the grass was still kind of wet. So the lawnmower had to chew through wet grass. Not fun, but I did it. My shoes got all dirtied up. Well, my yard shoes. I had to like clean that up. It was like full thick grass. Wild. Oh, this has the abs in it. Okay, we have weighted abs to do as well. After this, we got some weighted abs to do. And then we got a push-up finisher. Commandos. Okay, let me move one of you out of the way because I don't need you now. I'll need you in a moment. Commandos. Why these are called commandos? Have no idea. The names these things are given is crazy. See, like this track, like so much better than that. Like, come on. Like, really? Yeah, diamond. I didn't do diamond there though. All right, we got abs with weights. He's using 20 pounds. I'm using 40s because I ain't got time to change my weights. L-sit toe touch. Ooh, someone has a nice car. They're going vroom, 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 vroom. Yep, you'll be hearing me with my Supra doing that a lot. Vroom, 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 vroom. Yep. Car will have a big ass turbo. I'll make sure it's not too obnoxious, obviously, in the neighborhood. Like, I won't be like doing gunshot sounds with my exhaust. Like, unless it's like in like a car meet or something. Okay, see, like this track here, I like. Okay. Now we're doing L-sit toe touch without weights. By the way, before you came back, I was cooking on the stream. Not cooking like food, but cooking with my words. I was giving it to the audience. I was telling them just, you know, the way, you know, reality is. If you scroll back, you'll see me like in a flow. But remember what I said earlier, if you attempt to scroll back all the way back to the beginning, you won't see the walk now. You can try that right now if you want, but you won't see the walk. You'll see just me restarting the stream while I'm inside. We got Russian twists. This is always fun, doing it with this weight. Doing good. See, now this is music. Not that. Even this is music. I mean, that other track is music too, but you know, the whole gunshot thing, come on. Okay. We're not done, but Russian twist again. I'm moving my weights onto the table there because I need the chair. We still have abs to do. This is not included part of my ab play out. Abs are, if abs show up in the main quest, it doesn't count. So like these don't count. All right, push-up finisher. Sounds good. Enjoy your dinner. All right. Incline push-ups, standard push-ups, decline push-ups. I can move this back a little. So these are incline push-ups. Okay, standard push-ups. Okay, decline push-ups. Finish. See, 30 minutes. That's all it takes. You don't even have to do all the things that I do. Y'all are getting the tree is blooming now. Once upon a time, this was all white. First it was green, then it was white, now it's green again. Well, technically speaking, when I first started, it was white, then green, then white, now back to green. Y'all literally got the full cycle with me. We started walking outside in this backyard last year. I started using the backyard as my new environment. grab onto to the pole here, the little bar thing. Which don't really want to mess around with this too much because of during the winter time, that other one got pulled off its socket. I have to like stick it back in. Yeah, I know this sounds so sexual for some reason. No, Ryan, you're the only one that has a dirty mind here. Yeah, I guess so. See, there's the dirty mind, there's the third dimensional thinking mind, there's the puppeteer mind. Okay, we got abs to do next. Move that out of the way for a moment. I'm gonna walk with the dumbbells for a moment. Where are you going? I'm walking with my dumbbells. Why? Because when you carry weight, you walk with it, it helps with other things. You start to build endurance. Awesome. We'll take a moment and I'll start abs in a sec. Whew. It is 12:10. Nice. We'll be done abs by before 12:30. It's good. You know what? I know what I might do actually. I know what I might do. Just gonna go check something. Okay. What's my phone battery at right now? stuck at 80. It's fine. I might. Let me see. Oh, Mr. Sugiano, eh?
Hey everyone, Mr. Sugiano here, your source for gaming, tech, emulation, and open source news. Let's get started. Hey everyone, Mr. Sugiano here, your source for gaming, tech,
I'm not gonna watch the
emulation,
entire
and
thing
open
yet.
source news.
Let's get started. Let's get started.
Alright, to kick things off, you can probably tell this is not my normal recording setup, and you also probably know that I record where I can, when I can. That's exactly what we're doing here. First up on the docket, we're talking about Super Nintendo emulation with the ZSNES, or ZSNES. The iconic ZSNES here just got a brand new update, or a brand new rebirth. It's now called Super ZSNES and it just released. Now we talked about this one in yesterday's video. I for one was very excited about it and a number of people were as well. So far unveiled it over on his live stream over on Twitch. And if you're interested in learning more about it, like everything we talk about, links are within that GitHub link in the bottom of the description below.
That's awesome.
I don't hide my sources. Anyways, here on the ZSNES website, it now is branded Super ZSNES. And it says right here, the two original developers of ZSNES are finally back together. Introducing Super ZSNES, rewritten completely from scratch. This GPU-powered SNES emulator is here to bring you the following. Some of what is familiar, some of what's new, and then some of what goes beyond. So under key features here, they say far more accurate CPU and audio cores than the original ZSNES. GPU-powered PPU core to allow for high-res Mode 7 and special per-game enhancement features. Classic UI with falling snow, modernized with higher definition and improved UX. Fast forward, rewind, save states, auto-save history, save bookmarks, cheat codes, quick loads, and more. No vibe coding, classic development style. Super enhancement engine, where ZSNES developers are enhancing games one at a time. So if you are wondering about this super enhancement engine, they say here currently implemented with support for 7 popular games. Support for more games will keep increasing as this emulator is in development. And what it entails, high resolution, not just an auto upscaler, but an internal drawing program is used to make sure the high resolution details can be manually drawn to look nice and crisp. Texture and normal math add some nice details to the backgrounds to give them a high resolution look. Overclock, select games often filled with slowdowns are overclocked. Widescreen, uncompressed audio replacement.
Oh, they actually have.
At the time of filming,
they actually have it.
SNES is available for Windows, Mac, as well as Android. It is currently on the Google Play Store, and there is a price tag attached to it. And iOS is coming soon. Let me know your thoughts about Super ZSNES in the comments below, and whether or not you're excited for it. And what are your thoughts on the Super Enhancement Engine? And speaking about pleasant surprises, next up here we're talking about...
Okay, that's all I wanted to hear for now. All right, time for us to do abs. So if you're wondering what I was like contemplating, potential bike ride. Potential. I say potential only because, you know, oh yeah, it's been a while. This would be a perfect day to go for a ride. Ooh. Come on, get your butt in. For real? There we go. We'll see though. If I leave right now, well, I'd have to oil up the chain and all that. Well, not oil, but like spray it up and whatnot. It'll be an interesting ride. I just have to reduce the resolution again a little bit, because there's no way I'll make it to the big park. God damn. When's the last time we went to the big park? Was it? I think we went sometime in November. Yeah, we did one more ride in November, y'all. Yeah. Okay, let's get abs done. Do 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 do. Cool. Well, that's good to know that they made an Android version. Would have made sense for them to do that. All right, we gotta do this one. We like this one a lot. It's only because it starts off with this really good track. Eh, eh. Eh, eh, eh. Eh, eh, eh. Starting off with crunches. Slow bicycles are next. L-sit toe touch. Sprinter up. if I'm going for the ride, I need to take off my secondary layer. My underpants. And I can come back later on and do my rest of my movements. Those guys are doing construction by the park now, so if I'm going down that way, gotta be mindful with the brakes. That, or I just go down the way we go down normally. Oblique heel taps. Ugh. Don't know why you're on there. Reverse crunch with abductors. I'm just seeing if Sunil, come on, man, stop with that. Sunil. He's back, or if anyone else left anything in the chat. Cross crunch. Yeah, gotta take off my layer. Yeah, tomorrow's supposed to rain apparently, or it's not gonna be sunny, so may as well take advantage of this. I'll come back and do the rest of my stuff. That's the reason why I finished early too. What I'm gonna do is sit here rest of the afternoon when I can just go and take a ride. Have to just quickly change my shoes and pull out the bike. Flutter kicks. Ah! Oh my God. Starfish crunch. Yeah. Do I have 150 gigs or is it 120 gigs? Forget. I think I have 150 gigs. My plan. All right. All right, it's 12:30 on the dot. Look at that. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going for a ride. Now, I will have to reduce the quality, but I wanted to see what this looks like in 1080p 60 for a bit. That's gonna fall, maybe. Yeah, that's gonna fall. Or maybe not. Nope, that's gonna fall. By the time by the time I come back, that's probably gonna tip over. It's fine. No! Don't you dare fall. There. I made this so easy to come in and out that there should be no complaining, like getting things in and out of this thing. Okay. Let's see. Can I go this way? I sure can. What's that? It's a bike. See? For Suhail, Sunil, fuck. For Sunil, there you go, sir. Okay. So a couple things on the bucket list to do is See, there was a reason why Dad came out earlier. For me to have access to the garage. The garage? Where's the string thing? Really, Dad? I'm gonna have to go to the store soon and okay, that definitely needs it as well. This helps with the bike chain. Okay. And this I mean, there's a lot of air in the tire already, so I mean, should be all right. But wow, that's really the front one. The front one is much softer than the back one. I'm so glad I invested in this in 2024. This bike pump, this multi-purpose pump, because this does my basketball, my soccer ball, and my bike tires. It has the different little things for each stuff. So like there's little needles and all that for the different stuff. So it's good. $15, y'all. Well worth the $15 investment instead of dealing with a bike with a flat ass tire. There's a couple things I'm gonna grab. I need to go to the car. My sister has some Lysol wipes. Snag a couple of these. Give it a nice little clean. This is my phone holder, this thing right here. $10 for the phone holder on Amazon. Also worth the investment. Okay. I'll use one more. Wash the bike, but I mean, this is just quicker. Just give the bike a nice little wipe down. See, kind of good as new. Minus, the tires and whatnot being a little filthy, but all things considered. There. Awesome. Yeah, I may as well take advantage of this day. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna just pack up some of my stuff. I do have to bring a spare water bottle. My charger's in here. I'm gonna bring my stuff here. Oh, here we go. Shadow, 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 shadow. I like when he speaks. I'm not making fun of him, but I just like how he says it. Shadow, oh shadow, shadow. Oh, Ryan, you're so mean. I'm not mean. I just like how he says it. Shadow, oh shadow, shadow, shadow. Shadow. Shadow, oh shadow, shadow, shadow. It's funny. Hi. He's like, hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. Hi, buddy. That's why for the longest time, I never liked that word buddy. When somebody calls me buddy, it sounds like they're treating me like some sort of dog. Like, hi, buddy. I'm okay with it now because I've changed the meaning to those words. But for the longest time, I was like, don't you dare call me buddy. Don't call me buddy, buddy. Orion, you're so silly. Yes, I know I am. And I'm proud of being silly. Okay, I have a Kleenex in my pocket because I know when I'm riding the bike, my nose is probably going to run, so. I'm going to go use the bathroom quickly. I'll be right back. All right, people. Do I bring my tablet with me? No, I'm not bringing my tablet with me. I'm going to bring probably a fruit or something, though. Okay. I wish I had a water bottle like holder on that bike, but I do not. unfortunately. So we're kind of at the whims. Are these done charging? Yes, they sure are. Alexa, what's the time?
The time is 12:49 p.m.
Cool. I'll wear my shoes I was wearing earlier to ride my bike. Okay, cool. I'm gonna drink some water quickly. I have 2 waters, but unfortunately, like, there's no really any place to put this water without it falling, because it's just gonna fall off. Yeah, like any move, and it's gonna fall off. Well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, I need to put on data. I want to see what 60 frames a second is gonna look like. I have the battery, and I have the charger. So I have my power bank. It's fully charged. I know that because the last time I charged it like almost a month ago. I brought my wallet just in case, if I need to stop off anywhere. Now we're gonna go on Wi-Fi or okay. The phone is nice and cool. I need to put that into the right. Y'all are seeing the camera. Hold on. Oops. Right there. There we go. Wow, we're already at 77%. Shit. We already went down. I just want to see what the stream looks like with the ride for a bit. I'm not gonna go obviously the entire way with I'll come back. I'll put the water in my pocket. Shit, that's loose. Okay. Can I fit through here? I sure can. All right. Let's see. Now, of course, I can't see the chat right now, but it's pretty smooth, actually. Let's go and let's see. Haven't seen this guy in a while. So some spots are going to be a little bumpy. Just a little bumpy. I definitely will be reducing the stream quality shortly, depending on like how far I get before it's like 50%, because like I started with 80%. Obviously I can't see the screen. Well, I can kind of see it now. We went through that street earlier this morning, so we are going to ride on the road for a moment. I remember there was a sister that came on the stream and she's like, she was afraid to look at me while I was riding the bike because she was in constant fear. I'm like, why are you in fear? It's just me riding the bike. Because she had a bad experience with when she rode her bike. So she got traumatized. So I don't blame her, but you know, it's just funny how humans are just basically all traumatized to some degree. Am I gonna go straight, or am I gonna go? Yeah, I'm gonna go straight. Why not? Hey, look, there's a truck that's pink. Let's shed cancer. Hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Good.
My exams, I'm
Good. Enjoy. That's our sister, the one that runs. She I was like, yeah, that's our sister. That's the one that runs in the morning. The one that we see. She's something big in her life with exams. I don't know what kind of exams, but some sort of exam she's dealing with. So I always like that turn. The bike is smooth as butter. Can't say the same for the roads though. And like the sidewalk, it's pretty bumpy right now. Ooh. Yep. I mean, if any of you leave messages on the chat, I'll look at it in a bit or whenever I get a moment to stop. So when I'm going down that hill, I gotta be mindful because they're doing construction now, and maybe now won't be a good time to go down that hill. I might have to go around. Yeah, we'll see. We'll figure it out. My intuition is saying just keep going that way. It's fine. I'll definitely have to use my front brakes while I'm going down that hill. I gotta buy back brakes soon because my front brakes my back brakes are pretty low. Like when I press on them, it slows the bike down, but not by much. Whereas the front ones are they're hardly ever used. So yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people out here right now. Okay. Let's go. We are gonna go this way. A lot of people today. We're gonna pass this brother. That looks like a green Dodge Charger. Yep. A nice lime green Dodge Charger. If I wasn't getting a pink car or like a very aggressive looking car this morning, or I should say afternoon to her, it's not morning. That dog goes like how much battery are we at? 63%? Yeah, 63%. Pretty windy today, like for the ride, but you know, all things considering, it's a good ride. Spend a few minutes, you know. We're just taking a ride. Figured, why not? It's a little wind that's picking up right now, but it's not too bad. Okay. Stop. Go. Okay. You know, we get the train with a slower bike, but our legs are getting stronger because of it. Okay. I need to slow down a smidge. Well, we're going to get to see what they do here within a couple months. I look forward to seeing what happens here in a couple months. They've already dismantled the swings. Looks like they're building another set of swings there though. And ladies and gentlemen, we are in the trail now. Like I said, I just wanted to see what the well, just wanted to see what the area. I haven't been here in like 5 months. I'm gonna have to change the setting on the live stream shortly to 24 frames, 720p for now. Because phone battery's at what, 55% or less? 56. Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I can get to the park, spend a little time there, charge it up. Hope the park isn't wet. If it is, I'm just gonna stay by one of the pavement area. Charge it up a little, and then yeah, pretty windy. Pretty windy going this direction, but might be good when we're coming back. Feels good. First ride of the season. Really good. Hey. He's got a good dog. I can sense his energy is good. There's no such thing as a bad dog. It's just the frequency that the dog's on due to the owner. All right. I won't really need to use my brakes much now, except for obviously at the lights. So yesterday you all got a drive, got to see one of my older schools. I was hanging out there for a little bit. Today you get a bike ride. Getting all of it. Getting the last little bit of it. Oh wow, look at him. You know who we haven't seen in a while? Our sister with our brother with the wheelchair. Yeah, see, I hope the grass doesn't look like this on the side here. It's all wet. That's what I'm hoping not for. I'm trusting that it'll be dry, but we will see. We shall see. There's a couple in love coming this way. They still haven't removed the stuff here. It's pretty interesting. 52%. Okay. The knees are putting in that work. Them legs putting in that work. Awesome. I know the quality over here is kind of dipping a little bit. I see the resolution, or not the resolution, but the frame rate thing. It's only getting like 700. The internet's not that great in this area, but it'll pick up. All right, cool. Let's go. Welcome to the other side of the trail. It's been a long time since we've been on this side of the trail. It's been a long time. But here we are back on this side of the trail. Oh, they even took out the water fountain here too? Wow. Okay, I guess they're preparing new water fountains. %48 on the battery. First ride of the season, April 28th. Well, I see the joy in people's souls. I think one of the things that itself wants me to do is when I'm live streaming on like Kick and like the other channel, like to do like an hour each on like the YouTube channel and over here, but come at this park maybe once a week, so ride here and do like, you know, my chat and whatnot. Or at my other park, the big, like my park with the swings. Hope they don't touch my other park. Hello. I hope they don't touch my other park. You know? I don't think they will. I think they'll leave it as is. So this side has decent internet. It's all about capturing the footage for me and experiencing this again. Ooh, puddle. Oh, you know what I forgot to say? There's a bridge. Oh shit, okay, yeah. Slow down. Slow down. There's a bridge. There's a bridge. We'll get to say that twice. There was a bunch of bikers that came from the bridge to the right of me, but we're not going there because that takes us to the what I call the spiritual tunnel, or what T-Bray calls the ghetto tunnel. or the shady tunnel. People are in their t-shirts. I had to drop my layers, but I still have my thermal layer on and just my pants. All right, gotta put a little speed here. And of course, when we're coming back, we're definitely gonna have to really put the pedal to the metal. Man, it just feels good to be able to ride again. Itself just desires this experience. So that's what we're giving it. Doing good. Hey. All right, let's go. Down the hill we go. Those are the bikers right there. We're chasing them. I'm gonna have to say, yeah, they're riding slower. They're enjoying their ride, you know. They got their helmets on. Ain't nobody got time for all that. Ain't nobody got time for all. Excuse me. Yep, they heard me. Thank you. Let's go. Someone's just chilling here. There's a bridge. There's a bridge. So normally we go around. So I get to see all this again. I'm sure I'm going to run into them again in a moment because they're probably going to be heading to the big park as well. So I'm gonna have to say excuse me again, unless they come this direction. Let's go. So I always do this and I spin around here. Onwards to the big park. Whew. It's good. Whew. So there they are. So good to see this side of the trail again. Gosh, man, it just feels like yesterday we were here. %38 on the phone battery. All right, that's fine. Once I get to the park, I will change settings. That's a nice spot to sit here. Last summer we walked this entirety. We left early in the morning. Took about an hour and a half. Surprisingly, it only took an hour and a half. I thought it was going to take longer to walk this. But when I first started walking this in 2024, it took like 3 hours. So don't know what the holdup was. I think it's just because I'm in better cardio fitness, like vascular fitness here. So, you know, this could be a lot of that. If Sunil is here, hope you're enjoying the ride, dude. Shit. Bunch of water. So we're gonna go up this hill. We got a bridge coming up. See, lots of people walking on this side, but you know, for us, it would be too much of a walk in the morning to come all the way out here with the phone battery presently. A newer phone, I would probably be able to do it no problem. But then there's another caveat that, you know, I don't have unlimited data, which kind of sucks. So, yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Making our rounds. Legs, you're getting used to this again. All right, I get to say it. There's a bridge. There's a bridge. I hadn't seen them in a while. Hello.
Hello.
Wow, I haven't seen them since like last summer. Holy shit. Okay. There's a bridge. There's a bridge. I one time went through there. I was like, oh shit. You know? I was like, oh my god, I'm like lost. And I found like a hidden park in that area. Pick up the metal. Not pick up the metal, pick up the pace. We're almost at the big park. So good to see this spot again. Seeing all the flies and the bugs. Oh man, I really put the pedal to the metal. All right. There's another bridge. A bigger bridge. So I'll have to charge back up the phone a bit. And we'll be here for a little bit. I remember when we got caught in the rain here, we were stuck underneath here. And remember, it says free world here. Somebody left this for me. Free world. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the big park. We've made it back. We made it back. This is the bigger park. I should call this one the bigger park. There's the big park, our park, and then the bigger park. It's cool though. He's practicing soccer. He's got his little pylons. He's got his boots and boots. So I'm gonna put this down for a moment. You all get to see the little pavement that's been painted. Welcome to your story. Welcome to your story. See? So good to see this again. White rabbit, grapes, hearts, moons, stars, flowers, mountains, tree, more stars. I got here with 32% of battery. Let's go. I left with 80, just so y'all know. You went down almost 50%. Yep. 50% in that little bit of time. It's quiet right now, but you know, come summertime, during like the like Friday afternoons into evenings, this place is usually very packed. But there's people here. There's other people, other humans, other itselves. These are other itselves in these characters. Other version of itself. Just hanging out, you know. We had some pretty good insights at this park too, by the tree. Yeah, see the grass over there is wet, so I don't know. Like over here it's wet, so.
The young people.
Immigrants. How dare you say that word in front of me? There is no immigrants. Are you an immigrant of the world? All right. Hey. My tree. It's very empty, but it's right here. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna stay here. It's kind of muddy. What about those benches over there? Whew. My tree is right here. It doesn't look like my tree though. But it's my tree. Because it doesn't have its leaves right now. But you all seen it. Poor tree. A little muddy here. Oy. Bless me. Wonder if I should sit on those benches over there. Looking for more grass underneath, not mud. Not Yeah. This works. This is better. All right. My nose, I told you, is running, and that's the reason why I have the napkin. No. Where is their tree? Right there. Don't worry, it's not allergies. Relax, calm down. As Nero would say, zip up your pants, wipe your lips, wipe your mouth. Here we go, it's charging. See, at least I came prepared. I knew keeping the Kleenex was going to be my highest alignment. But yeah, that's my tree over there, people. That one right there. Yep. That guy right there. Normally I'm sitting over there, but unfortunately, that's not happening. So, I am going to, there goes a guy with an electric bike. There goes a guy with a weighted vest. I need to get me one of them weighted vests. There goes itself in good shape. He's chilling. He's running right now. Yep, there he goes. Watch, that grows a clementine tree. Whew. need to be more in the camera. Not bad. Oh shit, the phone's not charging again. What the hell's going on here? These apple seeds I will not be able to save, so I'm gonna just kind of like chuck them and see what happens. You never know, a tree might just sprout up here. That was a good ride. That was a good ride. What was that? 40 minutes? Give or take. I remember when I rode from here, or from the end over there all the way to the other end, and my legs were fucking dying. I had already come here, then I went to the spiritual tunnel. I was live streaming all that on Facebook. Now, at the time, that was my longest live stream. There was a girl who lives in Florida, or sister, I forgot her name now, but she was watching my live stream as I was like riding the bike. Olga jumped on my stream as well, and my legs were dying. Crazy. Good ride though. 5 hours worth of riding. I started a stream at the house. That was the first time I ever did a bike ride stream as well too. Then I came here, went all the way to the end of the trail, sat for a bit, and then started my descent. Cool, phone battery's at 35% already. This is awesome. So when I ride back, I'm going to ride so what I'm going to do, I'm going to ride with, well, we'll see. I got to see how much battery I get. Okay, apple seed. There goes one apple seed, 2 apple seeds. They're all just flying out right now. 3 apple seeds, 4 well, that one just went there. Delicious. In this area, buildings. For those who haven't seen this place before, my cousin, one of my cousins, she lived in that building over there when we were younger. And those were considered fucking luxurious back in the day. They still are. They're very fancy apartments. Like, they were so fucking luxurious. Tennis court, pool, like indoor pool, outdoor pool, everything. In that area, I would go there every weekend. And those buildings over there, that one specifically, actually that one. No, not that one. The one further, not that blue one, but the one in the middle. And that's where Dad lives. Bless me. So every weekend I would ride my bike. Or I would walk from the old house that where we passed yesterday. And I would walk/ride my bike to that house or to that apartment every Saturday and Sunday. I'd get there like early in the morning, leave late at night. Like, I would get there at like 8 a.m. The boys have to be they have to wake up though. There've been a couple of times when those guys are like, they were not awake, and I came there and they were sleeping. I'm like, what the fuck, guys? Get your asses up. Excuse the disgusting spit noise. Phone battery at 42%. Not bad. I was going to restart the stream at 80%, or at not 80%, right at 720p, but then when I get back, the stream would be restarted again for a fourth time actually. So it's not bad. The summertime, like during the evening, it's pretty busy. There was a day we were sitting over here and Olga was on. My family had come over, but I didn't want to spend time with them at the time. This is during the summer. They had a barbecue. And then I was sitting over there and they were cooking food and all kinds of stuff. And I was just enjoying my time. And the guy, he came over, he's like, would you like some food? I'm like, fuck yeah. They gave me shish kebab and like bread. I'm like, thank you, I appreciate that. It was awesome. So, I really appreciate the fact that he did that, Let's turn the camera back to me. I enjoyed that. I remember that shish kebab. It was nice. Well, kebab, not shish kebab. Kebab. It was good though. So now I'm going to There's a couple over there. They're just kissing for a moment. It's good. One person there, one person there, one person there, couple over there. Yeah. Drink some water. I put this water in my pocket. This is not the one in the bag. Phone battery at 44%. So this is where I will be potentially talking to the world on Kick and YouTube going forward. Potentially. I definitely will do some live streaming out here for sure. But I'll be cooking soon. It's gonna be fantastic. Really, really, really want unlimited data. Come on, Canada, step it up. Stop screwing us over here. Even if you get unlimited data, that's not going to keep me from leaving. Watch a Max Exodus leaves Canada. I'll be right back. There goes a cute girl with... Wait, that's not our tree. That's our tree. So weird. Yeah, there we go. All right, universe itself, why did you have me come here? Oh, I haven't seen that guy in like forever. That's the guy that every time you say hello, he just looks at you like you're a fucking ghost. There's no judgment, obviously, when no one says hello, but you know, it's... Come on, man, like, just say fucking hello. It's a big deal. Does it kill you? Can it kill you to say hello? I don't know. All right, phone battery is stuck at 45%. That's not good. So what I'm gonna do Let's see. What the fuck is going on? All right. This guy, usually I don't usually face the back, but y'all get to see a different perspective. Okay, phone battery went back to 45%. That's good. 47. I'm just taking this in, y'all. This is the one thing I will say that I'm grateful for. Like I'm grateful for a lot of things, but super fucking grateful that I have nature around me. Sure, it's not mountains and ocean, but hey, this helps a lot. And I can ride to it if I really needed to. It's not that far. Of course, I have my own trail. This is still the same trail. It's just obviously the other side. But yeah. What time is it? 1:57, almost 2 o'clock. By 2:30-ish, I will might meditate for a moment, potentially. We'll see. Yeah, I might meditate. or you can call it just sitting and being. We get our tree in the background. It's nice. I like it. I trust that the phone will be okay. It's not too hot. If for whatever reason I mean there's wind, but it's not direct sunlight right now. Depending on what the battery is at 2:30, I'll either have to restart the stream by changing the quality, or run with it. They're cooking over there. Family over there cooking. There's a boy, little Bubba, like over there, playing with his dog. Oh shit. Is that who I think it is? It is. No, that's not him. I was about to say, Muscle Man. I was like, there's no way that's Muscle Man, because the way he runs like this. And that guy's also running like this. But no, that's not him. I'm like, damn, you come all the way here? Fuck. You run a long way, dude. That's a crazy run, by the way. For those of you who don't know, like, that shit is like crazy. Here we go. Seeing there he goes. But that's not Muscle Man. Huh, live stream's at 444. Awesome. I'm gonna reduce the resolution a bit. Don't need all that high bandwidth. breezy now. Okay, foam barriers at 50%. Foam battery still at 50%. It's going up a little slow. Oh, my eyes. Little itchy, but it's all good. So I left at 80%. I got back. Yeah. I have to like put the pedal to the metal. I wonder if I reduce not the resolution, but the frame rate. '51. Oh, my eyes. All right, we're gonna heal our eyes right now. Heal. bad. Oh wow, I haven't seen him in a while. Let's see. Okay. I don't have to restart the stream. I definitely have reduced my quality though. Alright. I feel like I spent enough time here. I'm going to spend, I think, a couple more minutes. I'm debating if I'm leaving at 2:30 or if I'm leaving in a moment. I think I might be leaving in a moment. I don't know what's up with my eyes right now, but whatever. It's allergies, bro. No, it's not. I don't adhere to that shit. My eyes are a little like wonky at the present moment, but it's good. It's good sound. It's got good speakers. All right, let's get rolling. I put it in 24 frames a second, so I don't have to. Yep. I'll put you all on the bike. Not bad. All right, now that I reduced the frame rate to 24 frames, let's see how much battery I'll get by the time I ride back. I know. Disgusting, Orion. Very disgusting. I know. Here we are. Back camera. Bye, tree. I'll see you again very, very soon. Shit. 51%. It was just at 55. All right, let's roll. We have a fair way back. I might have to makeshift the the plug when I'm coming back. We'll see. We'll see. The ride won't be as smooth, obviously, heading back. But yeah, we'll see. Ooh. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna have to restart. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna put at 720p. All right, I'll be right back. All right. So definitely have to change the settings there. Excuse me. You know what? I forgot to bring my glasses. That's why. Hey. So once I get back inside, I'll see a big park or bigger park. Until next time. Hey, brother. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, I hadn't seen that dude in a hot minute. Getting to see everybody that we haven't seen in a whole long time before. No, that's not Muscle Man. Let's go. Flying. Bridge. There's a bridge. Whew. I always like seeing this house over here. Yeah, I got really big windows and a nice like room with lots of lighting, natural lighting, tons of lighting. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh, you're good. Thank you. All right. We got a little bit of excuse me. All right. All right, let's go. Fly like an eagle into the future. We're gonna fly like an eagle into the future. Fly like an eagle into the future. Yeah. I caught up to this brother here. Do. Into the future. Yeah. I like how he has a mirror to see someone coming behind him or not. Lots of wind right now. Tons of wind. Very windy. good though. It's funny how the wind is blowing this direction now as we're coming back. So we have one epic hill to go up in a moment. Legs, you got this. Doing good, y'all. All right, here we go. We can do it. We did it. Grind it up, grind it up.
We ended up.
All right. Here's where I can get a little bit of a break. A lot of momentum there, or enough momentum to go up. That was good. Fly like an eagle. It's funny how the black screen is currently my default thing. Okay. Put our feet up. Smooth like butter to the future. Okay. We have one more bridge coming up. That character was looking at me very strangely. It's just fine. All right, there's a bridge. There's a bridge. Bridge. Whew. We'll be back in our side of the trail. It's funny how I say our side. Or my side. I should just say we'll be back on the other side of the trail shortly. Riding a little bit slower. Hello. Into the future. Into the future. Oh yeah. Fly like an eagle. Into the future. Got basketball nets here. It's always something, you know. There's never a perfect like basketball net where there's two nets that are perfect. It's always damaged, you know. There's always one that's good and one that's damaged. Oh shit. Very good. Oh, okay. Waiting to cross. Waiting to cross. Now we get to cross. Now we're back on the other side of the trail. All right, let's go. Flap those wings. Let's go. Oh yeah, shorts, t-shirt. It's that type of day. Hey, good, you? Good. Have a great day. There he is. There he is. Muscle man. Good to see him. See? I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. There we go. We got to see our brother. I knew I'd see him. I was thinking about him, like, I think I'm going to see him today. See, asking and it's given. That's how it's done. Hello. Yeah, we're getting to see everybody today. Lots of people taking a ride today too and everything. He's running. Lots of people coming this way with their bikes. It's pretty good.
A little bit on the
My perception was skewed over there ahead of me. You're probably wondering, what do you mean? There's a person ahead of me. I thought they were riding a bike, but they were not. I wonder if they'll ever build a trail there. I can't believe they destroyed the park. Hope they add more. Yep, there goes the swings. Even the benches are gone. Totally dismantled. But, you know, they'll eventually put it back. Whew. Well, guys, we're back. We're back in our area. I'm gonna let our brother pass here. But yeah, we're back in our area. first time we're walking / riding in the afternoon of 2026. There's water. But Orion, we already saw all this. I know. Get the first ride in for the season. There's a snake. Snake, get off the trail. Get off the trail, snake. I don't want him to get crushed. Okay, so when we get back, I'm going to I am going to just pause, take a breather, blow my nose. Remember, y'all, practice love and authenticity. There's a human up there. Ugh. Disgusting, Orion. I know. But oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oof. Whew. Hey, we got to see these guys. Wow, they walked really far. Yeah, that was a smart move. on my behalf to switch the 1080p to 720p and ride back, because still have a lot of battery left. Well, not a lot, but I have enough to get back for sure. Oh man, we're back. Spit bombs. Lots of spit bombs. And look, the Bubbas are here. Hi, Bubbas. On the grass to the left of me. Hi, Bubbas. He's nodding his head. Something's bothering himself, like his head. Is that Tom? Oh, wow. You're out late.
What?
You're out late.
Oh, I was here.
Oh, you were?
I just took another walk.
I took a bike ride. Yeah, I went all the way to the big park on Roundtree.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Huh, it is. How's everything?
Good?
Good.
I thought I'd do some more walking.
It's good. Yeah. Yeah, I took my early walk too.
It's supposed to rain tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that's why I took advantage of this. Yeah.
But just for the morning anyway. Huh?
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right, brother.
All right,
Enjoy
okay.
your walk. Have fun. That was fun. So, let's see. It's 2:59. I left the big park at 2:22. So, roughly 40 minutes on the trail, give or take, like plus minus. It's good. He never usually walks from there, so that means he must have taken this way today. Okay, so roughly 38 minutes. Let's just call it what it is, 40 minutes from the big park to here. This is where having an electric bike would come in handy. But yeah, old school leg power. But I'm not going to be able to go all the way up that. Not yet anyways. Let's see. Yep, I got about halfway up. Finally hit low battery. Then guess what? When I get back, I'm gonna plug you all in. I'm gonna restart the stream again for the 4th time today. Holy. Whew. Almost back. Let's pause for a moment. Okay, we're gonna go. We went the long way today, so let me see. Which way are we gonna go? You know what? Let's ride through the main street. Since we did the long walk today, the Tiburon. I never see that car drive for some reason. All right. We are gonna go somebody's barbecuing. Oh, wow. They're building an outhouse over in this one of these houses here. That's pretty cool. All right. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go through this street. This street. Wonder if they pulled out their. Nope, they have not. Let's see. Man. It's like, oh wow, that looks nice. Just notice they just redid that over there. Cool. We're almost back. And we're back. Oh yeah, that was a good ride. You know what, I'll leave that in there for now, it's fine. We made it back with 17%. Okay. Okay. All right. So, video settings, 1080, 6 frames, 4,000. All right, cool. And we're back. Yep. All right, cool, y'all. We did the thing. All right. I'm gonna go blow my nose. The stream should be good. Yep. The stream should be all right. Test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yep, good. Well, that was fun. That was fun. Ooh. Come on. Awesome. Oh my god. That was wild. That was a good ride though. But, you know, sometimes the nose and the eyes, they start to act up. Huh? The hell? It's weird.
Let me teach you how to communicate with your woman, and I promise you it's going to change your life forever, so shut up and listen up. Here's the rule that changes everything. Match her emotion, never match her energy. Most men do the complete opposite. She comes in upset, voice up, words sharp, and you jump in with her. You raise your voice, you defend, you explain, you interrupt, and you think you're being strong, but I promise you, you're not. You are adding gasoline to that fire. Matching her energy is escalation. Matching her emotion is leadership. So think of it like this. Wolf communication is force. Pressure, volume, dominance. Dolphin communication is tone, connection, and safety. When she's emotional, she's not asking you to dominate her. She's asking you to understand her. But understanding does not mean agreeing. It's showing her that you actually get it without adding chaos. A grounded man does not get dragged into the storm. He becomes the calm center of it. When one person stays calm during conflict, the other person calms down faster. It's simple. Your nervous system leads her nervous system. So do this. If she's sad, don't go cold. Soften your tone. If she's overwhelmed, don't go robotic. Slow your words. And if she's frustrated, don't turn it into anger. Stay steady. Same emotion acknowledged, just different intensity. Your tone is everything. Wolf tone sounds like, I already told you. You're overreacting. Why are you making this a big deal? Dolphin tone sounds like, I can hear this is really upsetting you. Help me understand. I see why that hurt your feelings. One creates shutdown. The other creates safety. Calm is not weak. Calm is power. Anybody can react. Very few men stay grounded when emotions start to flood the room. But that doesn't mean you need to tolerate disrespect. It means you choose timing. A strong man sets boundaries calmly. A reactive man sets boundaries aggressively and loses respect. When she's emotional, pause, lower your voice, slow your speech, relax your body and breathe, and then say, I can feel how much this matters to you, honey. I'm here. Tell me more. I want to understand. When she calms down, then you bring your side. Then you bring the solutions, and then you can bring your boundaries in. You don't need to overpower her emotions. You don't need to outregulate them. That is masculine strength, being the unbreakable calm inside of it. Let me teach you how to communicate with your woman, and I promise you it's going to change your life forever, so shut up and listen up. Here's the rule.
Shut up and
changes
listen up.
everything. Match your emotion, never match your energy. Most men do the complete opposite.
So there's something called aphantasia, and if you haven't already heard of it, it's essentially the inability to visualize. So for example, if I were to tell you right now, picture a Christmas tree in your mind, could you do that? Could you imagine a beautiful green tree, maybe there's lights or decorations on it, or are you just completely blocked with your visual? If you are blocked from visualizing that Christmas tree, then maybe you have aphantasia. Now, this is something that I've worked on for quite a number of years with clients. Now, for me, I'm clairvoyant, so that's essentially my main ability, is to visualize and see beyond this realm. But I've been really interested in what exactly aphantasia is. And something came to me just the other day. I believe that people with aphantasia are not blocked, they're not wrong, they're not unhealed. I believe that they actually have different clair abilities that they are being called into. Imagine this, right? If you are born deaf or you're born...
Okay, come on. Really? Aaron. Ooh. You fucking did it. You... He did Super Saiyan 3. Nice. That was pretty good.
I grew up using a mouse.
Oi, 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 oi,
I
oi,
just
oi.
didn't play console games very
Yo,
much.
yo,
In
yo,
fact,
yo,
I
yo.
have
Whoa, whoa, whoa. What's going on here?
avoided using controllers unless I was playing very specific titles. And in the 10 plus years I've been doing YouTube, I've never found a controller that was interesting enough to do a dedicated video like this, not even the original Steam controller. But there's a new one, and this one is very different. So this is the new Steam controller from Valve, and let me start off with why I don't like using controllers when I play PC games. I prefer using mice simply because I find them to be more accurate. So mice are position-based input systems in the sense that if you have a mouse and you have it on like a mouse pad or something, if you move your mouse 1 inch to the right, that'll move your cursor or crosshair a specific number of pixels. And the moment you stop moving the mouse, the cursor also stops moving. And this is very easy for the human brain to just remember that movement and have the muscle memory of just how much you need to move to hit certain targets. And that's why mouse players can do flick shots very consistently. But sticks on a controller are quite different. Instead of a position-based input, joysticks are a rate-based input. So they translate the angle that you move the stick into a velocity value. And that tells your character or the cursor to start moving at a particular speed. And if you stop moving, it just maintains that speed. You have to let go of this thing and to reset it to the neutral position, and that's when you stop. It does work well, and there are many competitive gamers that use controllers, but I've just never found them to be accurate enough to prefer it over a mouse and keyboard.
True.
And it makes sense to me as to why aim assist is available for players who use controllers. Now, there are a couple ways that you can introduce position-based inputs onto controllers. So the first is gyroscopes. As you move controllers around with a gyroscope inside, it measures the tilt and the acceleration and velocity, and all of that translates into a fairly precise position-based input.
Looks like
And the other
everybody's
way
getting
is
their hands on it.
Sony was also one of the first companies to integrate touchpads, but the way that Sony implements it is that it serves as like a secondary function. The movement and the aiming is not done through the
Everybody's got their
area,
hands
you
on
still
it.
do through the sticks, and then this touch-sensitive section is for like tapping and just like secondary functions. Now, the first company to do a touch-sensitive area that was used for primary controls like walking and aiming, shooting, was the original Steam controller. So this had 2 touch-sensitive areas, but it lacked a D-pad, or at least a real one. This is kind of like this quasi D-pad they had, and there was only 1 analog stick. And I bought this for $50 when it first came out. I was pretty excited to try it, and I just found it lackluster. The big thing is it just was lacking traditional controls, and I think a lot of gamers who picked this up at launch felt the exact same way. It was like a neat idea, it was kind of innovative, but it just wasn't the way that we wanted to play games. And it was mostly because this lacked regular controls. And also, at the time, you needed a lot of work to get this thing to work with most Steam games. It just needed a lot of tweaking and customization to be able to pull it off. But now there's a new Steam controller that fixes most of the issues that people had with the original, and it's combined traditional controls, so you got 2 sticks, you got a D-pad, it combines a gyro, and really great touch-sensitive pads that just... This is so good that it's changed my perspective of what gaming on a controller can be like. Okay, first, let's talk about the ergonomics. So it's a 292 gram device. It's not super heavy or anything, but because this is relatively large, The first day that I used it, because like the grip was a little bit wider than I was used to, my hands did feel a little bit tired. After the second day, I never thought about the weight or size ever again, but that first day, I remember it was a little bit of a big boy. The layout of this controller is nice. I like the positioning of all of it. The D-pad, the buttons, the sticks. My hands, when I grip it, just naturally go to these things. And I also really like the positioning of the touchpads. These sit right below the sticks, and they are what I think is the perfect spot for touchpads. And then the back buttons, these feel and sound just really nice. They actuate with just the right amount of pressure to me. I think they're really nicely placed. Now, the one thing I would knock about the kind of the design of it is just, it's a very thick and chunky design. If you look at the PlayStation 5 controller, this is a very elegant looking thing. Most controllers are just leaner than this big boy, but yeah, it is a great controller. Now, the TMR sticks, it stands for Tunneling Magneto-Resistant Sticks, and these are supposed to be better than Hall Effect tech in basically every way. They have a tighter dead zone, they're more durable, and what I think is the most important thing is that they use less energy, so the battery life is noticeably longer.
So the question is it available to purchase now? Oh, it has the Snapdragon 8 Gen 3. Damn. Can you actually buy it? Oh, you can. Okay. May 4th. May the 4th be with you. What was that? Next Friday? No? No, that's like Wednesday.
Longer with this technology. I really like how these sticks feel in game, and same with the D-pad. This is very much like the one on the Steam Deck, and it's just a great quality and positioned D-pad. The gyro worked really well on this new controller, and the new Doom played particularly well with it. There's a capacitive strip on the bottom, like there's one here and there's one here, so you can engage and disengage the gyro without having to touch the sticks. Spec-wise, though, this does not have a particularly high polling rate. So some of the top players in the space have like 1,000 hertz. The Steam controller only comes in at 250, but using it, it still feels very smooth and responsive to me. Now, the touchpads are what I think define this whole experience for me. So if you're unfamiliar with what these things even are, they are two very small, like, touchpad, trackpad type things like you would see on a laptop, but underneath each one of these things are little haptic motors, so you can feel there's like a little bit of a sensation if you want to kind of give you tactile feedback of what you're doing. And these are the same size as the ones that are on the Steam Deck. They are slightly different orientation because of the tilt, the left-right tilt, but they're pretty much the same size. And these are very versatile input devices. You can assign these to movement, so as you move your finger around, it directly translates to movement in game, and when you stop moving on this thing, it stops. And you can also set the pads to be a radial menu in-game to select weapons, or you can split up the pad into 4 different quadrants so that maybe you want 4 quick swap weapons in each corner. It's very flexible, and it's actually really good for playing games that were built around the mouse and keyboard experience. Out of the box, you can use these touchpads to control your mouse cursor on your desktop. Like, so if you're running Windows, as long as you have Steam running in the background, you can just use it as if it was a trackpad on a laptop, and you can navigate around on your operating system. You can also type with them, and because each touchpad covers 1/2 the keyboard, it's actually faster than using sticks to select one letter at a time. But this combination of really good traditional controls with really good gyros and also with excellent, like truly excellent touchpads, it's the chef's kiss. This is such a great gaming experience.
That's good.
From this controller. You get the best wireless connection. This is a 2.4 gigahertz connection, and in the box you get a cable USB-A, USB-C, this dongle, and to your computer. If you have one of those new laptops that's USB-C only, you're going to get it. This dongle is also how you magnetically charge your controller. So when you slide your controller up to it, the magnets stick in, and it is a very convenient and well thought out mechanism to charge a device while also being the wireless receiver. It's super low latency and it feels as responsive to me as a wired connection. I played a few games that need pretty clean timing and it felt great. Now my kid loves jumping.
Okay. So basically, a good controller. That's good. So the grass is still wet. What the hell? What the heck is going on here? Yep, I knew it. I freaking knew it. I knew that was gonna fall. Why do we have all this plastic? Good. Whew. I gotta get rolling with some of my movements.
loves Geometry Dash. He's never played it with a controller before, but the input timing on that game is very tight
Whoa.
sometimes. He tried it for his first time, and some of the stuff on this level needs near frame perfect inputs, and he had no problems on this controller. Now, supposedly, off of one dongle, you can connect up to 4 of these controllers with no measurable impact on latency. And I was only sent 2 of these devices to test out, and from my measurement, at least with 2, there is no impact. It is a surprisingly low latency connection. If you do run it on Bluetooth, like if you don't want to use this dongle and say you want to connect it to, I don't know, any device that uses Bluetooth, it has a nominal amount of latency. So the Steam controller has the same amount of inputs as the Steam Deck. It's got the same number of buttons, the same number of touchpads, the same number of sticks. And because the Steam Deck was so popular, it sold like 8 million units or something like that, there are a lot of community profiles that have been made for this control layout. And also, developers have spent a lot of time optimizing their games to take advantage of this control layout. So because of those 2 things, this controller right out of the box has great support. Like, you go into any game, there's already a profile that just works really well for this control scheme. And the thing about, like, the reason why it's so important is that with really good hardware, like even if this was amazing hardware, if you had to go into each game and set it up and like customize stuff and tweak it, it would be awful. People would find this experience just unusable, but I think Valve was so smart in doing this. They put this thing out and made sure there's enough users playing with this thing, building those profiles up so that the moment this thing came out, it's like
Hi, Bubba.
perfect right out of the box in terms of support by games. Now, on the old Steam controller, there was a 2-stage trigger. You'd pull it back, and then at the very end, you could click it in one more time to be able to just give you that secondary function with it. And I think a lot of Rocket League players would use it for like throttle and then boost. But this new Steam controller does not have that functionality. And I think the simple reasoning behind it is that they wanted this controller to match the one-to-one mapping of being able to go to the Steam Deck profiles and just use it. So unfortunately, the new Steam controller does not have that second stage trigger. Now, getting in the controller is
I don't
pretty
care about
easy.
that.
There's 7 torque screws in the back, and once you remove it, there's a few things I want to draw your attention to. The first is this capacitive sensor that's on the back of it. This is the thing that engages and disengages the gyro. It's visible there. And also, you can see these metal buttons here. These are like the metal dome buttons, and these are where the back buttons are. This is why you have that like tactile snap when you press it. And there's also this battery. It's not glued in, it's not screwed in. It actually pops out fairly easily. You just grip it in the corner here, and it just comes right off.
Look at that.
And so if you ever want to like replace it down the line,
Look at that.
it's remarkably easy. Now the rest of this is supposedly very repairable, except for the actual TMR sticks. Those are supposedly like mounted right onto the board, soldered in, and I think it's because Valve has such high confidence that they will last very long that they were comfortable doing that. You can also see the huge motors down here. This is for the haptics, and you can also see the triggers and shoulder buttons up here. But it's a nice black PCB. Now, in terms of battery life, I got this thing about 2 weeks ago, and I charged it to full right out of the box. And for the first week, I didn't have to charge it at all. I was just playing a ton of games on it, and I measured roughly about 30 hours of use before I had to juice it again. And it wasn't like completely empty. That was
30
like,
hours,
slow enough
that's
that I
good.
should. They're claiming 35 hours plus. I think that's going to depend a lot of like what games you're playing. I was playing a ton of Ninja Turtles, which is like spamming nonstop. So I think that does have an effect on how quickly the battery drains. But I do think 35 hours more is a very realistic number. In terms of pricing, this is going to be available on May 4th for $99 US. This is definitely more expensive than I thought it would be. I was hoping for it to be like $80. And it's just because there's so many good controllers at that $50, $60 price.
No, it's
Video
worth its
ones are
value.
Fantastic. I do think
Thank you,
$100
sister.
is like the
Yeah.
cusp of where I think it can be. Now,
I'm looking up a controller. There's a controller coming out. Another one. I just came back from my bike ride. I actually went out for one. Unfortunately, because I restarted the stream, if you scroll all the way back, you won't see it. It'll just show that the bike was just there. But, yeah, it's good. Good ride. Could be the final one, potentially. Don't know yet. This week is going to be kind of up in the air. the uncertainty. Honestly, you know, the winter for me just didn't feel long. It felt, I was saying earlier, like it just felt like when I was doing my exercises out here earlier, it felt as if I mean, I was in there obviously, but it didn't feel long because, you know, every day I'd be going outside for my walk and let me go throw this away quickly. I was going out for my walk and it just didn't feel like I left outside, you know? And because of that, it just felt yeah, it's been good. I enjoyed the winter time. Actually, I want to stand now because like I just sat down for a little bit, but now I gotta move my body again because I didn't finish all of my stuff. I decided to take a ride early. I'm gonna go grab my mat quickly. I've already finished my main quest and all that. Yeah, it's been, winter for me didn't feel long. It felt, I think I know why that's the case too. Number one, there's been a couple times, like one time we came out in January. It was January 11th when we had, like, it was a Wednesday. It was warm, and then the following day we had 25 centimeters of snow. We had a lot of snow that day, and the snow buried us in for a bit, so I couldn't go out for my walk. So I did my my movement inside until I was able to go shovel the snow, and I got my rest of my 10K. And then one day in February, and then one day in March. So I think it's those times when I was able to come outside for a little bit to just sit and just feel it, even though it was cold. It wasn't as cold, but it was still cold enough. Yeah. I want to sneeze right now. It's not coming out though. It's fine. Whatever. If it doesn't want to come out, it doesn't want to come out. Okay, we got our 55s. We got a lot. We still got our things to do, but it was nice. That bike ride was a nice little, it was good. My tree doesn't look like my tree though. The one at the big park still hasn't bloomed yet. You can say that this is the allergy season, but I don't subscribe to that word. Even if this is happening, I don't subscribe to it. Labels, right? Yeah, the winter was good though. Cold. I actually miss, it's funny how I'm saying this, but I miss some of those cold days. Even though, I enjoyed going out actually in the cold. It showed me that this body is capable of many things. It's been a journey. We've done a full cycle now, quite literally. Because it was late April we started to walk outside. Remember the line I made in the grass? Well, that's completely healed. I just got to make sure I don't do that again. But yeah, it was like somewhere in May we started to take the walk every day, or we started to like go out for our walk. Yeah, so it's been a full year of walking that trail, basically. Yeah. Feels like the end is near. For this channel anyways. I'll still come back on this channel and stream. I just, again, I don't know if May 1st is truly the last day, but at least I got to do a bike ride. Oop. I got to do a bike ride today. I drove yesterday. I went to my middle school yesterday. We were watching people play basketball and some hockey. They're rollerblading. Went to the store one more time. Yeah, this could be either the last or just until further notice, but, you know, getting it in. It'd be awesome if I can, you know, got to play some soccer in the field a couple days ago. Got to play with the basketball. Didn't go to shoot hoops yet, but yeah. Couple things, like either this happens in May, like I stop streaming for a bit. I take May off completely. And then just focus solely on like just myself. Like, I mean, I always focus on myself, but thing is, like, you know, there wouldn't be like I have to like be on the stream. I can like really just kind of focus on doing some other things. But really, it's just more so, you know, like there's no point really stop streaming, but at the same time, like this channel, like it's not reaching anybody, and it has to come to a complete like standstill. Plus YouTube is, you know, it's not, for what I want to do, it's not the greatest platform because there's too much restrictions. Like every day I end up with like some sort of like copyright because I listen to music, or I'm watching a TV show and it has like a certain scene, and it's like you gotta be kidding me, right, with this. So all right. let's get rolling. Yeah, it's been good. It didn't feel long for me, to be honest, the winter. It felt short. You know, there were those days. It's really fucking cold. But, you know, we managed. Through those cold, blistering days. That minus 41 though, oof. That, my ear tips were completely like, they were done. I thought I had damaged the top of my ears, like the point. That was crazy. That was also the first day the phone turned off in such cold temperature. Oh my god. Oh yeah. 22. Yep. Oh man. Grass is a little wet at the moment still. I can still hear the squishiness. You know when grass is wet and it's got the squishy feel? Yeah. Let's see. Trees are blooming, birds are... Yeah, thank you. I will. Enjoy the rest of your day. This world of creation. Like when you really think about how magnificent this place really is, like you just have to wonder, like, wow, like how amazing this place actually is, and how everything just comes to be. Like these trees, they're starting to come alive again. And get to see it all over again. And we go through a whole damn cycle. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, I will, and you as well. I'm gonna continue watching this controller video.
I do think $100 is like the cusp of where I think it can be. Now, this...
Did they have it on Amazon? They do have it on Amazon. No, they don't have it. What the fuck? Not bad, not bad. Sooner or later, I might have to grab another controller.
Steam controller is supposed to launch at some point with a Steam machine, a cube that can play games, and that thing can fit into here. This is a functional prototype from D-Brand of the companion cube out of Portal. This is so sick. If you know what this is, I'm sure you're probably looking at this thing and like, it's pretty awesome. So, it fits in there. I can't wait for the Steam machine to come out, so it works with this, and I can put it in here and just live in Portal glory. Okay, hope you guys enjoyed this video.
I enjoyed it.
It's been more than 10 years since the original Steam controller. Valve's name on a gamepad designed specifically for PC gaming. Now, that controller only ever found a small cult following. Its most innovative feature, haptic touchpads intended to give more detailed control of a mouse pointer, was also its most polarizing, given that the touchpads took the place of standard thumbsticks, turning off anyone who was just looking for a traditional gamepad experience. While the original Steam controller failed, its innovations paved the way for the touchpads found on the excellent Steam Deck, thankfully now in addition to traditional thumbsticks instead of them. In turn, the Steam Deck's success has begat a new batch of Valve hardware, the forthcoming Steam Machine and Steam Frame, as well as the new Steam controller, which after 2 weeks of testing has quickly become my favorite controller for PC gaming. Steam controller will look familiar to anyone with a Steam Deck, but a little bit odd compared to the default Xbox controller. It has a standard controller shape with a symmetrical dual thumbstick layout, most akin to the base PS5 controller. Its A, B, X, Y face buttons and D-pad again mostly mimic the PS5 controller's layout, though they're very slightly more in line with the thumbsticks. The face buttons feel solid. They're not particularly clicky, but they have a satisfying press without any instability or rap. The D-pad is similar. It has a nice bit of travel to it and doesn't feel mushy, but it lacks the clickiness found on the Xbox Core controller. It's perfectly serviceable for platforming in Hollow Knight Silksong, but it lacks definition on the inner cardinals and doesn't excel at quarter circles or other fighting game inputs. Of course, for that, you're better off opting for a dedicated fight stick anyway. On top are the triggers and bumpers. The bumpers feel about the same as the face buttons, neither clicky nor mushy, while the triggers have a comfortable lip and travel distance. There's no switch or trigger stops to adjust their physical actuation point, but using Steam input, you can change them to activate on a slight pull or assign separate actions to a soft versus a full pull if you like. Around back are the rear buttons, which rest exactly under your middle and ring fingers when holding the controller. I found them easy and comfortable to press, though the bottom two, R5 and L5, occasionally would press by accident if I rested my hands on my leg in a certain way while holding the controller. It's not really a huge issue overall, and only a problem if you happen to cross your legs and rest your controller hands the exact same way that I do, but it's something to be aware of nonetheless. The analog sticks are excellent, with a shallow concave top and a rubberized lip around the ring. They're comfortable to use and quickly snap back to the center position when released. Unlike most controllers, though, these have passive touch capability, which means they can detect whether your thumbs are touching them or not, and use this information to toggle advanced features like gyroscopic controls. But that's not the only advanced tech behind the sticks. They have tunneling magneto-resistance TMR sensors under the hood, which means they use magnets to achieve a higher polling rate, lower power consumption, and greater level of precision than traditional analog or even Hall effect sticks. Most importantly, TMR sensors are virtually immune to stick drift, as there's no physical components to the sensors that will wear down over time.
That's good.
Steam controllers should last years before the sticks degrade in any way. Below the thumbsticks are the Steam controller's most unique feature, its pair of large square touchpads, similar to those found on the Steam Deck. Like the sticks, these
not
pads
bad.
are capacitive, and they offer a pleasant haptic feedback whenever you touch them. Pads themselves don't click in, but they can be used as buttons in a variety of ways. By default, the whole pad functions as a single input, but you can customize this via Steam input to mimic 4 directional buttons, a radio wheel, or a variety of more complex control schemes that you can customize or just download from the thousands of available profiles built by the Steam community. Now, all that said, while I absolutely adore my Steam Deck, I have to admit that I rarely use its touchpads. They are a nice to have in the event that a game doesn't offer controller support, but in most cases, I just don't play those games on my deck rather than attempting to navigate complicated menus or carry out complex unit control via the touchpad. My experience with the Steam controller's touchpads has largely been the same. For the sake of testing, I tried playing Crusader Kings 3 and Against the Storm with the Steam controller, neither of which have built-in controller support. In both cases, the games were playable, but it's not a very efficient or enjoyable experience, and I honestly just gave up in frustration after a few minutes, even when employing what the community profiles already built for the Steam Deck. Still, they're a feature that I would much rather have than not have. If nothing else, the touchpads make controlling the Windows desktop significantly easier if you ever find yourself outside of big picture mode and don't want to reach for a mouse and keyboard. Now, that's not really a huge need when you're sitting at a desk with a regular PC, but with a couch and TV setup, it is critical.
Float like a console thing like a PC.
The Steam controller are its 4 start-select-like buttons. View on the left, menu on the right, quick access menu down below between the trackpads, and finally the large Steam button dead center. The Steam button has a variety of functions that cascade depending on if the next step is already active or not. In other words, it turns the controller on, it then launches or focuses Steam if it's not already launched. If you're already in Steam, it then launches you into big picture mode, at which point it achieves its final form where it simply opens or closes the Steam menu. It's a useful sequence of controls, meaning that other than turning on your PC, you only need to press the Steam button a handful of times to move from the Windows desktop into the controller-centric big picture mode, on which it's easy to select and launch into a game. While it can't boot up your PC, at least if it's running Windows, it's the closest thing the living room PC experience has come yet to mimicking the ease of getting into a game that comes from a traditional console. Connectivity is handled by a small plug attached to a 5-foot USB cable, which connects magnetically to the back of the controller. It's a small detail, but I appreciate the rubber grips on the bottom of the puck, which help keep it anchored to your desk when not in use. And similarly, if you move the controller nearby, the puck jumps up to attach with a satisfying click. Oh my god. This made it easy to use the controller plugged in when needing to charge, and the plug's USB cable is actually a USB-C port that the cable plugs into, which means you can swap it out for a longer or shorter cable if you like. Valve claims a 35-hour battery life, but the ease of connecting to the puck meant that I honestly just never came close to running testing the controller. In the event you misplace the puck or want to charge or connect without it, there's also a USB-C port on top of the controller where you would expect. You can also connect multiple Steam controllers to a single puck if you're a multi-controller household. The controller also supports Bluetooth, but overall it's a fairly cumbersome process if you plan on swapping between devices frequently. To be clear, the Steam controller is not compatible with consoles. Now, Valve is clear about this, but I was still hoping that the controller's broad Bluetooth connectivity would allow it to link up with the Switch or PS5 like it did my phone. The Steam controller costs $99, which is an excellent price for the level of features that you get here. There isn't really a hard definition of what makes a Pro controller, but the standard hallmarks found on many include customizable controls of some kind, back buttons, better than usual stick-on button sensors, swappable parts, and other advanced control scheme options that aren't found on the default console controllers. The Steam controller checks most of those boxes, and that's not even counting for its unique touchpads. And it does that while costing significantly less than high-end controllers like the Xbox Elite or the DualSense Edge. And while there are cheaper controllers out there with some higher features like the $40 PowerA Advantage, they often cut corners elsewhere, typically being either wired only or they don't have rumble. The Steam controller, meanwhile, is about as full-featured as they come. It doesn't offer every single high-end controller option. Notably missing are short throw trigger stops, the ability to swap out parts, and its face buttons are merely perfectly fine rather than being particularly outstanding. But it has top-notch thumbsticks, outstanding haptics, and those touchpads that you just can't find anywhere else. The Steam controller offers both an excellent out-of-the-box experience as well as a playground for enthusiasts to tinker to their heart's content. If you're just looking for a fantastic controller for playing PC games and navigating the desktop between them, the Steam controller handles those duties perfectly. And if you're a die-hard customizer who wants to build out or just borrow from the community some bespoke button bindings and advanced touchpad controls, it does that too. Most importantly, it does both of these things without sacrificing one experience or the other. For more on the Steam controller, check out my interview with Valve, and for everything else, keep it right here on IGN.
Valve Steam controller will be launching on May 4th, and we're testing it today. In our latency testing, the Steam controller performed impressively with Valve's included puck and when wired. We also tested charge time, battery life, and we made a custom 3D animation to try and better understand TMR thumbsticks. Valve's using tunnel magneto-resistant sticks, which we spent a few days studying to try and understand why they're supposed to be so good. The animation by Andrew on the team makes that easier. In addition to the testing, we spent a ton of time just playing games with Valve's new Steam controller, and we've even torn it down already, although that'll be a separate video coming out later today. And the controller is highly repairable, which is awesome. Actually, we'll talk about that in depth in the
That's
teardown
good.
video. But this is coming first. The controller got announced at the same time as the Steam Machine and the Steam Frame VR headset. But the controller is the only one that kind of stayed on schedule, and it's coming first. And the reason is because the Steam controller is not full of RAM. That's really the only reason. MSRP is $100, so Valve will have some serious work to do convincing people that a controller is worth $100. We're going to try and do some testing today to come to that conclusion ourselves as well.
150 Canadian.
There will be a Steam Machine plus Steam controller bundle in the future, but until the point at which the Steam Machine publicly exists, that's not an option. The machine would have to come out in order for that to happen. So we're going to start with the controller. Let's get into it. Before that, this video is brought to you by Thermal Grizzly and their new Duronaut Thermal Paste. Thermal Grizzly claims its Duronaut paste is intended for long-term stability and endurance, focusing on paste longevity in addition to the usual performance focus. Thermal Grizzly's Duronaut paste comes with applicators and spreaders and ships in numerous tube sizes, aiming to provide a high-end paste for PC builds and daily driven overclocks by enthusiasts. Learn more at the link in the description below. This isn't Valve's first controller. It's actually not even Valve's first Steam controller. The Valve Steam controller, not to be confused with the Valve Steam controller, originally came out in 2015, and now the Steam controller is coming out again with the same name, but it's not the same controller. They've totally overhauled it. Valve mostly hopes to make use of the Steam Deck's well-developed platform for its control input and control schema with this controller, so it could benefit from the deck. Valve's big deal with the controller, though, as we sort of talked about with them in our engineering interview from November of last year, is the TMR sticks. We managed to get a source of supply for the sticks that Valve based theirs on, but they did some modifications to these. So we're going to take a look at these closer, both in teardown and animation, to understand how they work. It involves magnets. No one knows how those work. Valve's TMR analog sticks are a major part of its marketing claim.
Interesting.
So we studied how these work, dissected one, and contacted the original manufacturer to ask questions. Getting these in made it a lot easier for us to make our 3D animation for educational purposes, which honestly I also needed to understand how these work. And it's pretty fucking cool, just from a how stuff works standpoint.
Cool. All right, so we're done with this. Oh, yeah.
Well, just from a how stuff works standpoint, that might be trademarked. We should use different words. How things do stuff. That one, that's probably fine. It's not really quite as fun. So let's look at how things do stuff. Valve used two K-Silver branded TMR analog sticks as opposed to the regular potentiometer sticks that it used in the Steam Deck. Valve confirmed that the sticks are from the JS13 family from the original manufacturer, but said it had worked with K-Silver to, quote, implement design improvements, end quote, which it declined to give further details on. It describes TMR as an incremental improvement over potentiometers or
TMR
sensors, performing the same job, but with a better balance of power, cost, and performance. Here's our animation that Andrew and Patrick worked on to help explain how these work. We'll walk through this animation as we go to show what's unique about TMR sticks. An analog stick needs to measure travel on two axes, X and Y. This allows for full two-dimensional movement. The cheapest and most common way to do this is with two potentiometers, but Hall effect sensors have recently become popular, and the new Steam controller uses TMR sticks as yet another alternative. In the world of electronic components, a potentiometer consists of a carbon contact with terminals on each end, and a metal wiper that can slide across the carbon between them. The input voltage from one of the carbon terminals is divided, and the carbon sections before and after the wiper serve as two resistors in a series. As the wiper moves across the carbon, the two resistances change, so the voltage measured at the wiper changes. This can be translated to a linear position. To make it easier to visualize, we're animating a simplified potentiometer design. The ones in a real controller look a little different, but they operate on the same principles. Direct contact between carbon and wiper means that potentiometers wear down and they get dirty, like a brushed electric motor. Wearing leads to changes in resistance, which can lead to stick drift as the potentiometers read the wrong position, most noticeably when the stick is in the neutral position and it should be zeroed out. The way you'd see this in real time would be slight movement even though you're not actually moving the stick. Potentiometer-based analog sticks require relatively large dead zones, or the radius of travel before any input.
What's up, person?
Hall effect sensors were hot a couple
Welcome
of years
back.
ago, but Sega had a Hall
You
effect
missed the...
stick as early as 1996.
Yeah, you're still awake. You missed my bike ride, by the way, but unfortunately you won't be able to see it until tomorrow because I had to restart the stream because of the bandwidth. So you'll have to tune in tomorrow to see the bike ride. Yeah. You said you were going to be back, and I'm like, okay, but you never came back. Well, you did now, but you know, I went for my bike ride already. I went and I came back already, and I was gone for a while. It's crazy. Cause you leave, bro.
96 and the Saturn 3D pad. So
tomorrow you'll see it on the stream.
Charge carriers or electrons.
Because if you go back now, you won't see it. Since I restarted the stream twice basically. So hopefully it should keep it into the stream. So I'm looking at the new Steam controller that's coming out.
And that potential difference can be measured and
I'm starting my movements again because I didn't finish these stuff before I went for my ride. After I did my main exercise, I decided to go take that ride, and then I said when I'd come back, I'll finish the rest of my stuff. Anyways, I'm watching videos on the Steam controller that's coming out on May 4th, just to see if it's going to be worth a purchase for me or not. So far, it looks like it's going to be good, but I might wait. Might wait a little bit. Yeah, it it looks good though. Might get it. But yeah, you missed the bike ride. You missed the bike ride, dude. You missed like the whole trail, the big park. Yeah, because you said you're gonna have dinner and then you never came back. I'm like, okay. You'll eventually have to see this. You'll have to see it tomorrow, though. So when I release the video, when the video is finally like encoded properly by like 8 a.m. tomorrow my time, you'll be able to see it. That you missed the bike ride? Yeah, man. You missed the bike ride. I don't have allergies. I don't adhere to allergies, but because I went outside or I went to the trail without my glasses on, my sunglasses, my eyes got a little bit just a little bit flared up at the moment. Did I mention that you missed the bike ride? Yep. What can I say, man? Well, I'm glad I got to do it today because I don't know if tomorrow or Wednesday is gonna rain. It's supposed to be cloudy or rainy tomorrow. Thursday is supposed to be sunny, but Thursday, again, I don't know. Thursday could be the potentially last stream on this channel. I'm not saying that's a definitive thing, but potential last. Because, May 1st is on Friday. Would have been awesome if May 1st was on a Sunday. I might still stream Friday and Saturday, only because Saturday gives me the 1 hour jump rope. Oh man, that's gonna be fun doing that one more time on the stream. Hell, I might just keep going until June. You never know. Like, things just change on the fly. But yeah, we'll see. I'm just being present in the now. That's all. Let's see. The weather report doesn't tell. The thing is, the weather changes. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, I go by I go by when it actually rains, or like by the like I know that it's going to rain, because I can check weather now, but 95% of the time it's not exactly what it says. Like today is supposed to be 17 and sun. It feels like 23 and sun. Ugh. Letting my nose just do its thing. Okay. Awesome. All right, 55 push-ups are done. I'll put back on the video for a moment.
This can be measured and translated into a linear
Damn, that's a
position.
long video.
As the stick moves,
It's 26 minutes.
magnets over the surface of stationary sensors that register how far the stick has rotated and in what direction. The advantage is that it's non-contact and not subject.
Let's do
to
our-
mechanical wear. The disadvantage is that the signals need amplification and it requires more power. Valve told us that the difference between a Hall and TMR is only a small percentage of the controller's power budget, but that every little bit helps. On to TMR. Tunnel magnetoresistance sensors are currently fashionable, combining the best aspects of traditional potentiometers and Hall effect sensors. It seems deceptively simple, but the first paragraph of the Wikipedia article closes with the line, quote, "Since this process is forbidden in classical physics, the tunnel magnetoresistance is a strictly quantum mechanical phenomenon and lies in the study of spintronics."
It's produced by the Monio interaction of magnetoreluctance and capacitive directance.
Two ferromagnetic layers with
That's funny.
orientation are separated by an extremely thin insulative barrier. Due to quantum mechanics, some electrons can tunnel to the layer, but resistance is high. If a magnet is brought close to the sandwich, so to speak, it forces the magnetic fields into parallel alignment, which increases tunneling and lowers resistance. Functionally, this can create the same kind of low-power voltage divider circuit as a potentiometer.
I'll read what you shared in a moment.
Benefit of the same contact-free operation as a Hall effect sensor. Moving magnets swing over a stationary sensor. Since the Hall effect and TMR both involve magnets, and who knows how those work, sticking magnets near the sensors could theoretically cause interference. We haven't noticed this in the Steam controller, even though the magnetic buck is positioned right between the Hall effect triggers and the TMR sticks. So from what we can tell, Valve took this into consideration during design. Hopefully that helps better illustrate how these sticks work and why Valve made such a big deal about them. This animation and the required study took a lot of extra time to put together and try to understand. So if you found it helpful and you want to support our ability to fund the extra time, please consider grabbing something on store.gameslexus.net. This is one of our soldering and project links that we used for soldering leads.
Oh yeah.
Latency testing is
Let's
next.
see.
We opened up the controller and probed it for an ideal location to solder in leads to our
So
latency test.
the video is about Steam controller. It's an upcoming controller that Steam, the video game company, they're releasing on May 4th. And I'm seeing, is it worth the $100, well, it's 150 Canadian. Is it worth the $150 price tag? Or is it just a gimmick? So a lot of the tech YouTubers out there, they all have now the ability to release their videos on it. The embargo has been has been allowed now for them to show off the controller. So like the tech YouTubers who are into gaming are showing off the controller. So I've already watched 4 controllers or 4 videos on it. So it looks like it's worth it, but I don't know. I like to do thorough research before I invest in anything. Ooh, my eyes are starting to water. When I take a shower, it'll dissipate. This is usually the heightened season for allergies, so but I don't adhere to that.
Latency testing device on one
So yeah,
of the inputs.
they're talking about the controller.
Location, we soldered in the wires.
They're talking about the controller, like the sticks right now. Why there's a parometer, and then there's Hall effect, and then there's TMRs. And TMRs are the new like joystick type, so they don't have any stick drift. And a stick drift is basically when you actuate the stick, and it doesn't go back to the 0 point. It goes back, like it stays beyond the 0 point. So, yeah, it's so like when you flick the stick, it should always return back to 0 point. But if your stick doesn't return back to 0 point, the reading on the sensor, it means that you're probably like at -1 value, -2. So that's why these new TMRs, they don't use the old school parameter version, which they use these like copper like rubbing pad things to tell you if your controller is at 0 point, but then they wear out over time, especially after years of use. Whereas TMRs, they use magnets, and magnets don't rub against each other, so there's no friction. So that's why they're using quantum mechanics for this. It's pretty good. So that's what this video is about.
Latency testing device on one of the inputs. Once we found a suitable location, we soldered in the wires that terminate in the connector. Then we can plug that connector into an LDAT and control its inputs via the connector at the terminating end of the wires. Ultimately, this enables us to measure the controller's input latency. For this benchmarking, we use the NVIDIA LDAT for these tests with the built-in screen blinking tool, but it has two limitations: proximity and value filtering over 200 milliseconds, where it filters those out. Wiring the controller to the LDAT creates a new challenge, though, which is that the controller has to remain physically close to the LDAT. Dell's own latency tests, estimated at 8 milliseconds end-to-end, were performed at 5 meters. We don't expect it to make much of a difference, though.
You can still hear the video, kind of.
And for the Bluetooth tests, the controller was placed next to the test system. For Bluetooth, we used the ROG Maximus Z890 Hero's built-in radio. We used Valve's stock USB cable for all wired tests. Here's the chart. All numbers are full click-to-photon latencies, or the latency from button press to the instant the screen shows a photonic response. In other words, this is total end-to-end system latency. Only a small portion is from the input device itself, or the controller. Therefore, we have also included numbers for a high-performance gaming mouse, the ROG Keras, so that all other numbers can be judged relative to that baseline 15 millisecond average. The wired performance was predictably the best, with an average full system latency end-to-end of 19 milliseconds across 499 tested clicks and a standard deviation of 3.1. That's just 4 milliseconds on top of the ROG mouse.
Let's see. Oh, you never seen me use the walker before? That's my dip bar. That's my dip bar and my leg raises. It will, to some degree, in certain games. Not all. But that's why I'm like, do I really need that controller? I don't think I would right this moment, but you know, I'm basically looking for a controller that basically handles on PC, Android, and has all the functionalities that I want.
3.1. That's just
It looks good though.
top of the ROG mouse.
My dad's gonna be coming and doing the edges with the edger shortly. Come on, sneeze, damn it, sneeze.
Than the overall latency, but both metrics are excellent. With a
Doesn't want to
second
sneeze.
controller connected to the puck, latency was effectively unchanged at 21.9 milliseconds. Based on this, you don't see any real downside to using the controller wireless. For comparison, we tested the most generic gamepad we could think of, an original Xbox One controller, model 1537, connected via USB. Thanks to a Steam blog post from 2024, it's a safe bet that Xbox controllers still have at least a plurality on PC. This logged a worse average than the Steam controller, posting 22.6 milliseconds. We also performed some tests with 7 other controllers connected via Bluetooth at once.
I like how they're testing different controllers.
One, Xbox Series X, PS4, PS5, Scuff third-party PS4, Stadia, and Luna connected. These tests weren't perfectly consistent since controllers kept dropping out and reconnecting, but the point was to create a Bluetooth nightmare. Using the puck, there was no serious impact on performance in spite of that Bluetooth nightmare, with average latency only creeping up a fraction of a millisecond to 21.8 and standard deviation up to 3.4, which could be down to random variance. There were 2 missing entries though, which could either be fully missed inputs or latencies over 200 milliseconds which weren't captured or filtered out. Alone on Bluetooth, the Steam controller's latency was significantly worse at 37.3 milliseconds, with a massive 20.6 standard deviation.
So Bluetooth is a little bit worse. Okay, that's fair. Makes sense. Yeah. It's because the season, the allergy, this is called the allergy season. But I don't label that the allergy season. I see it as a season of change, of regrowth. But because I went outside, or I went to when I was riding the bike, I didn't put on my sunglasses. I totally forgot about that. So a lot of pollen was going into my eyes. So that's why my nose is also kind of like with sniffles. But it'll be fine in like a couple hours. So I'm just kind of riding it out. So now, like, I'm just moving my body, and moving the body helps a lot with that too. So I mean, when I'm moving the body, it doesn't really bother me too much.
Bluetooth is okay when your devices in the vicinity are also using it, but it's not as good as wired and puck connected options. Battery life testing and charge time testing are next. We tested the battery by rubber banding the sticks together and using Steam input to spam enter once every second. This isn't the cleanest.
That's wild.
Testing with this approach, which we expect to be the most battery-intensive function of a controller. It is consistent and constant input, though, and given we've got a few weeks to put the review together, every time we do a battery drain test, it takes several days out of that timeline, so we're kind of limited on how many times we can do this. We started the test at 6:12 p.m. on a Saturday. The controller finally disconnected at 7:06 p.m. on a Tuesday, a total of nearly 73 hours. Real-life duration would be less due to the haptic motors and other factors. Valve's 35-plus hour claim, though, we think is completely reasonable, so we've at least validated their spec sheet. When we finally took the rubber bands off, we accidentally hit the power button, and it lasted another 10 minutes before dying again. Charge speed will depend on what you plug the controller into. We picked a deck charger, since it can deliver 15 watts at 5 volts, or up to 45 watts at 20 volts, and many controller owners will have one on hand. It picks something up kind of standardized. We plug this into a power interposer to capture power data from the source, which allows us to measure charge over time and power draw from the wall.
They're testing out batteries, see how long it lasts. It can get about 30 to 35 hours, depending on use. So that's pretty good.
Peak charge rate of 2.65 watts. This was already known, but to reiterate, clipping the puck onto the controller is only for charging. The data connection remains wireless. Valve justified the move from AA's to an internal battery by saying that the long battery life and ease of charging via the puck is the best of both worlds. Also, the battery needs to be able to power all of the haptic motors and other new features. Given the ease with which the battery can be removed and replaced, which you'll see in our separate teardown video, this is without sacrificing repairability. Every controller comes with a puck wireless adapter. This is completely separate from the Steam Frame's dongle. Each puck can connect to 4 controllers, and each controller can remember pairings with 2 pucks. The puck uses Valve's proprietary rendition on the 2.4 GHz wireless protocol.
Man, you're still up. That's crazy. 2 a.m. It's like closer to 3 a.m. now.
And has been updated since. We didn't do a deeply 26 feet or 44.5 meters away with direct line of sight before it completely dropped down. In a house, you'd lose connection much sooner due to walls and obstacles. Still though, it's an impressive range. Bluetooth is more variable since it depends on the paired device, but with the stock Bluetooth...
Is it because you're not tired, or did you like have a late day or something? Or are you with insomnia? Not that I label that.
Line of sight, the Steam controller's range is more than adequate for indoor use, and well beyond the 5-meter range that Valve mentioned offhand in our first meeting. If you're curious about the range in your own house, there's a live DBM signal readout in the settings menu, which immediately reacts. Covering the puck or the controller's antenna, located near the USB port, lowers the signal quality instantly. Anecdotally, we were able to maintain a connection through walls 2 rooms away, but not all walls are built the same. We're getting into the hands-on section now. We had to switch to the Steam Client Beta in order to update and run the Steam controller, but we were told that customers won't have to do this. Applying the firmware update was simple, although there wasn't great progress feedback. After initially connecting the controller and launching into big picture mode, we had some weird issues with bindings, like up on an analog stick, adjusting system volume, and right on the same stick, selecting. By the time we got the camera on it, though, it had resolved itself. The controller contains
feeling
an infrared
energetic.
LED that can be tracked by the Steam frame, but obviously we can't test that without the Steam frame. Now,
Well,
the store page says the controller battery life is used when tracking as well.
you'll burn it out. You know what you should do? Wait. You should do a workout. But that won't make it any better, because you'll have even more energy afterwards.
Right bumper switches to Bluetooth mode. This is a hard toggle, so the controller stays in Bluetooth mode even if the puck is connected or the controller is power cycle. Pressing A and the right bumper switches to the primary pocket memory.
Nice.
A and the left switches to the secondary pocket memory. I like the ability to toggle this quickly and simply from the controller hardware itself for users who have multiple systems.
Okay.
The Steam controller can open the Steam on-screen keyboard. This will won't show up over top of the window. So you can't use it to log in from the couch, although you can still use it on Microsoft on-screen keyboard.
I gotta do some resistant band movements inside in a bit.
Only as a trackpad and keyboard. Gamepad functionality is
I'll
handled
do
through Steam input
some of my mobility training out here.
non-Steam games with gamepad controls. You'll need to launch them.
Ooh.
Action sets can't be toggled without Steam running. That kind of platform dependence is a little grim, but it is the Steam controller after all. Valve has moved away from the mechanical gimmicks of the original Steam controller and 5 trackpads, which we're prone to wearing out. Pressing on the new trackpads causes an extremely believable click, but it is just haptics. Like the original Steam controller, the haptic motors can be used to play sound.
All right.
So all the notification chimes are actually generated by the motors themselves. Valve informed us that not much of this will be exposed at launch, but in the future, there may be customization options for the chimes and the haptics. In-game, the haptic motors will emulate normal rumble. The controller is also designed to be
Working on my shoulders.
We have a separate teardown video coming up to confirm this. The screws are non-security Torx, which Valve chose because it says that, quote, Torx are more robust, easier to screw in without damaging, and way less likely to strip, quote, which is the right answer for a YouTube comment section. Components aren't cross-compatible with the deck. The trackpads are bigger on the controller, for example. Valve will, though, work with iFixit again to sell replacement parts at some point after launch, although it's waiting to see if there's any demand for selling individual pucks. For now, if you lose your puck, or if it's stolen out of your car in San Francisco, no particular reason to say that, you'll need to go through support. The external topography of the controller will be made public, so you can easily 3D print accessories as well. Valve confirmed that it's still open to Steam-compatible arrangements, like the one with Ori. It has a list of capabilities that are required to get that label, and when we asked whether third-party controllers would be able to have the frame VR tracking features that the Steam controller has, Valve said it needed to revisit the requirements and figure it out. Valve has always been toying with the idea of a new Steam controller, but work on this version started after the launch of the Deck OLED in 2023. With the positive reception of the Deck, Valve wanted a way to enable those controls even when docked or on a normal PC. The original Steam controller tried to
Lots going on with the Steam controller.
but the Steam controller seems to be more about replicating the Deck. As a result, it has better gamepad and PC balance than the original. If you're playing something that already has gamepad support, The new Steam controller feels much more like a regular Xbox controller, whereas the original Steam controller didn't even have 2 analog sticks. We asked Valve whether it had thought about PS5-style adaptive triggers, and it sounds like the answer was yes, but matching the deck was a far higher priority for Valve than adding new features and complexity. Obviously, there are fans who will buy a Steam controller no matter what, but for everyone else, Valve has to make the case for spending $100 on a Steam controller versus $50 to $60 for a mainstream alternative. Its strongest advantages are living room PC gaming, thanks to the trackpads, and feature integration with the Steam frame and Steam machine. As far as opinions and actually using it, one of our editors, Tim, on the team, has used the Steam Deck and original Steam controller more recently, and just more than anyone else in the office. So, we sent him home with the new controller to compare. His first impression is that connection is completely seamless. He plugged the puck in, and it was good to go without having to pair or manage Bluetooth devices.
That's good.
When the controller turned off, he could press one button to immediately reconnect. The control scheme automatically switches from desktop to game controls, and the desktop controls are identical to the Steam decks, so he had no issues adapting. Tim said the trackpad controls felt more refined than the deck, but that might be because he's usually using the deck to stream with some unavoidable latency. He also tried playing Baldur's Gate 3, Morbid Metal, Civilization 6, and browsing YouTube. He was able to use the custom GPD Win 4 controller profile for his Civ 6 game with a single rebind, so that's convenient. His one complaint was that the controller feels square-shaped, and the grips are parallel in a way that brings his elbows closer together in use. This was easier to deal with on the Steam Deck, since the device itself is wider. Tim's completely willing to dive into custom controller profiles. The large degree of customization is a positive for enthusiasts, but possibly overwhelming for some people. Being able to adjust every parameter of every button, and the gyros, and the capacitive sensors for every single game is a lot, which again, for enthusiasts like our audience, is a positive. It opens the door for a lot of unique options and use cases. However, for some mainstream users, we could see this being a lot to deal with before sitting down to play. The prefab deck control profiles, though,
That's interesting.
with the new controller,
There's a lot to take in with this controller.
Warhammer 3 will ever intuitively fit a controller, but that's more of an opinion. So it's a controller. There's a lot of subjective stuff with the controller, which makes it hard. There's some objective things, though, and one of those is latency. The controller's latency measured impressively in the puck test, especially, but also wired, and to some extent with Bluetooth. Bluetooth has its own separate issues. As far as the things that Valve has engineered strictly, though, the controller performs well, and even against the high-end gaming mouse, it was pretty damn close. So they've done well with that side of things. The battery life is unbelievably long. I mean, we had that one test that we mentioned the numbers for it earlier in this video, where it was just constant input every second, and it lasted several days. We had another test we couldn't complete just because the length of the review window is not sufficient to do more than like 1.5 battery life tests. And that's not because it was a short window for review. Like, they gave us a lot more time than most companies, so it's really more of a testament to the controller's battery life. We had one test with Rumble. So
it's 4:48, so I gotta move a little bit quicker.
And we just had the tires spin constantly and kind of rubber band them together. Keep doing so, then watch it with a security camera. And that ended up running for a little over or around 24 hours in total for that test. Plus, it had already been used a little bit before that. And then we used it for B-roll because we had to terminate the test because we needed to get working on this review to get it published in time. So around 24 hours, we stopped doing the relevant. It was still not that. I think 25% left. We
Now you should hear my voice. My mic died. I wasn't paying attention to the dongle on my phone. Normally the dongle shows it's red, but it died, and I wasn't paying attention. I was totally entranced with the video. So, but we're good. This is why I love my microphone, because it lasts for about 9 hours and like 30 minutes, give or take. And then I can seamlessly switch between the two. But yeah, now I'm watching a video on the new old emulator called the Super ZSNES.
Ahead of its time and paved the way for modern emulation as we know it today.
Yes, it
We've
did.
covered it on the channel before, of course, talking about the many groundbreaking firsts that it brought to emulation, and of course its blistering speed on low-end PCs at the time. And today is a good day because I come with some big news for all emulation fans. After 17 years since the last release of ZSNES, the original development team, ZS Knight and...
You can leave it by the barbecue there. You can leave it by the barbecue there. That's where I was leaving it last year.
Demo are once again collaborating together and have been working on a modern update of ZSNES from the top down. This is Super ZSNES, and I'm really excited to be talking about it today with you on the channel. Super ZSNES hopes to reimagine how we think about modern Super Nintendo emulation, which to be honest is nigh on perfect these days with many advanced features and quality of life enhancements. But Super ZSNES brings modern enhancements never seen before to 16-bit tile-based emulation. At a click of a checkbox on the very familiar UI, games can be enhanced in the following ways. Textures can have materials applied to them. 16:9 widescreen can...
I will. Thank you. And get some rest. Sleep well, dude. Have yourself a good night. Appreciate you staying on until like, what, 3 a.m.? Almost. Crazy. And I have to sneeze. There we go. Gosh dang. Gosh dang it. Got it. Sometimes a sneeze is what is necessary. Yeah.
Can be enabled with an optional border, as many game sprites will clip outside the 8x7 viewport. High-res can add up to 4x the pixel resolution of any tile or sprite in the game.
Wow.
And audio can be enhanced, all at the click of a button. This doesn't require any reverse engineering skills. These enhancements can be built with modding tools that we're going to go into some more detail about. And of course, if you prefer, you can just keep things stock as they were intended. And of course, the emulator includes save states, rewind, cheat codes, button mappings, as you'd come to expect. And yes, the most important thing of all, the snow effect is back. And Super ZSNES is still very much in early development, but I am happy to report...
It's good.
Super ZSNES is available on Windows,
Have a good night, bro.
Mac, Android, with iOS coming soon. My Odin 3 has been getting a workout lately, playing many hours of Super ZSNES, and I gotta tell you guys, I haven't been as excited as I am right now with this level of advancement in Super Nintendo emulation for a very long time. Now, of course, many of you probably have questions about this revival and how it came to be, so let's get right into it. The initial motivation for the revival of both the original development team and the return of Super Nintendo emulation was for ZS Knight and ETU to be so far from Sophie's domain about the positive tones of memories and receptions of the but this new revival just won't be where ZSNES left off. Instead, ZS Knight envisaged himself working on an all-new version. He would tell me I had to raise the idea, thinking what I could do differently, so we started out by writing a GPU renderer that replaces a large chunk of the SNES PPU emulation, with rendering done mostly on the GPU through shaders. Doing this was quite the challenge, with the SNES being CRT-based and GPU being geometry-based, but it turns out that it was a pretty fun challenge. Super ZSNES is a ground-up complete reimagining of the original ZSNES emulator that, while retains a very familiar UI, comes with some modern features. But this is just the beginning.
Super ZSNES is a much more modern effort, and the team hopes that it can garner just as much excitement and popularity as the original did all those years ago. Historically, Super NES emulation is 99% performed on the CPU. The GPU, generally speaking, has little to do other than rendering to textures and post-processing shaders such as CRT filters that you see on modern emulators. Super ZSNES changes this approach and turns that on its head and makes heavy use of the GPU to generate its visuals. In short, Super ZSNES does much of the work on the GPU, including palette lookups, tile rendering, transparencies, Mode 7, color math, main and sub-screen combinations, mosaic effects are all handled via GPU shaders. Of course, I was curious and I was able to confirm this just by capturing a few frames in RenderDoc and taking a look at the rendering pipeline. And as sure as day, it's using the GPU as advertised. Now you might be thinking to yourself, why is this even a big deal? I mean, most emulators, we don't really care where they run, if they're on the CPU or on the GPU. At the end of the day, it's about having a great emulation experience. Well, the interesting part about this approach is it does allow for some interesting enhancements at the press of a button, just like this.
Oh wow.
Things such as high-res textures, normal mapping, and even 3D over Mode 7 are all possible. And I want to be very clear here, this is not some super old-school Super Eagle filter. These are specifically built GPU rendering techniques for different features that the Super NES provides. Let's take, for example, Mode 7. Mode 7, as we know, is not real 3D. We know that it's 2D hardware scaling and rotation, and it simulates 3D by changing values line by line using HDMA. Super ZSNES handles Mode 7 in two unique ways. The first is rendering the entire Mode 7 tile map into a single texture, and that texture is remapped line by line to produce the Mode 7 effect using shaders. You can see here as clear as day with a RenderDoc pass that this is exactly what's happening. The second is still early work in progress, and it replaces Mode 7 backgrounds with a perspective camera view. And this, of course, opens up the possibility of 3D replacement in some Mode 7 games. Take, for example, this capture of F-Zero. You can see that there are height maps associated with the edge of the course. And the team is hard at work providing enhancements to visuals in some titles. Now, these are all selectable at the press of a button, so you can either keep things as old school, of course, and keep things as stock as you want to, which is all perfectly integer scaled in its pixelated glory, or at the press of a button, you can enhance the visuals of your games. We can now see materials being applied to some of the surfaces. And I do want to stress, this is just an example of some of the enhancements that are possible. Now, of course, these enhancements that you see don't come for free. They must be developed by someone. And of course, modders that are watching this are probably getting excited to hear more about this. The Super ZSNES team has built their own enhancement editor to construct and provide these high-res mods per game. And this is a demonstration of the enhancement editor. This currently is in private development and private beta, but the goal is to make it user-friendly as possible and release it to the public. However, I do stress there is no current ETA on that. But in general, what it does allow for the modder to use different brush sizes, zoom, draw boxes, pixels, lines, upscale, import, and even the ability to draw over individual Super NES background
do my
layers.
resistance stuff.
Rounded, sharpened, all by hand using the tool. The first release of Super ZSNES will come with 7 games out of the box that have these enhancements provided and a toggle of a button. But as the tool improves, more games will be supported, and the plan is to open up this editor to the public. Now, when I did speak to ZS Knight, he did state the reason why it's not for public use yet is because it's still highly work in progress. He goes on to say, as soon as it's released to the public, work needs to be done to ensure that any changes that are made to the enhancement engine editor are fully backward compatible with older user-generated data. But as we can see, some of the early examples of the enhancement engine editor are already looking very, very good. I'm personally getting excited at the possibility of an enhancement to a game such as Chrono Trigger, where I never felt like a modern remake or an HD 2D remake was going to be anywhere near as good as the original. With something like this, we can handcraft a exceptional mod to the game that really breathes new life into one of the best ever games ever made. And there's so many classic Super NES games that there's going to be a lot of people that are very interested in this particular tool. conversion from low-res to high-res textures is based on UV remapping, and the enhancement editor uses an edit mode that allows the developers to up-res and draw over the original Super NES graphics and then generate UV mapping data at 4x the base resolution. It then combines the high-res UV remapping data with the original SNES data along with the palette data. A fragment shader would sample these textures based on the UV data of the generated mesh, which corresponds to the tiles drawn on screen. And according to ZS9, so how it works is that the original SNES data is processed into its own low-resolution lookup texture. The palette itself is also generated into an additional palette lookup texture or multiple palette textures if palettes are changed in the middle of the screen, and then finally combined with the UV remap texture, which is currently generated from the mod data. These textures are passed onto the shader to generate the final high-resolution data in real time. As for 3D over Mode 7, he said that the editor allows for a height map to be drawn over the tiles, which is then used to make the track edges in F-Zero look 3D. The polygon budget is really dependent on how detailed we want to make the scene, but it's kept as low to monitor performance. He also says that once the tech matures, it could be copied over and used in 2D modes as well, which is quite interesting to think about. But it's not just the graphics. The audio can also be enhanced. Take a listen for yourself. And this is what it sounds like with the audio enhancement enabled. Functionality replaces BRR samples with uncompressed high sample rate equivalents, and it all goes through the same audio post-processing and ADSR timing of the Super NES. The functionality revolves around a simple detection, replacement, and post-filtering options. In order to replace samples, similar sounding samples are found, and they're either replaced or mixed in with the original samples. The internal enhancement editor that we talked about also has some tools for the audio side to provide things like pitch matching, volume adjustment, and loop correct audio cues. The challenge right now, he says, is to find proper sample replacements, especially for the FM style audio, which we currently don't have access to good sample data. But he's hoping that the community can step in and help them out. Now, of course, if you're not really interested in enhancements, you can leave all those things turned off and just play Super Nintendo games as you normally would. And the emulator comes with the usual assortment of features, such as save states, rewind, cheat code support, and of course by pressing the escape button, you're into the classic ZSNES style emulation user interface that will be very familiar to you if you used ZSNES back in the day. It's easy just to build another Super Nintendo emulator out there, but that's already been done, and there's some really great ones, as we know, such as Messen, BSNES, and RS, all providing accurate, near 100% emulation quality. And I think Demo and ZS9 are taking the right approach in that it's not really worth the time and investment to just build another Super Nintendo emulator, because there's really great ones out there. But coming to the table with a different take on Super Nintendo emulation and providing tools to enhance games without requiring heavy reverse engineering could be somewhat of a game changer when it comes to 16-bit emulation. Now, there were a few other things that I asked about that I got some clarification on. Super ZSNES is a Unity-based app, which is interesting to consider as the majority of emulators out there are of course custom developed. And I did have some concerns about things like audio delay and input delay. And to be completely honest, I wouldn't have even known that it was a Unity app until I looked closer at the files in the distribution. And because Super ZSNES is reliant heavily on the GPU, you do need somewhat of a decent CPU and GPU to run this emulator. Now, I wasn't specifically told what type of specification, but ZS9 tells me that their to-do list contains a ton of optimization work, and judging by their past efforts, I think we are in good hands. The last comment I wanted to bring up is actually from ZS9, when I asked him about the lasting legacy of ZSNES and a message for longtime fans. He would go on to say, "I'm honestly very, very touched by the reception. Now, after 20 years, I'm finally back at it. I'm not sure how this new one will be received due to the amount of time that has passed, especially with all those great and amazing developments that have happened in the emulation scene. But if it's something that our community enjoys, I hope that they can help us out by joining our Patreon. I do have this dream in mind where I can start working on stuff like this full time, but that will only be possible if I can get enough financial support. Any amount will help, as it will help me to transition at least to part-time with my work once my current contract ends. The challenge has always been trying to juggle my time to work full-time, take care of my family, work on this, get enough rest, and of course, play some video games. It's an interesting development in my life, where this is what I started with, and what helped kickstart my career, and now it might just be how my career will end. We'll see though. But no matter what happens, this just might be something that I'll keep committing to forward regardless of whether it becomes successful or not, because this is currently my passion." So we are going to leave it here for today's episode. This is a very exciting announcement. I will leave links to everything in the description below, including a link to the Super ZSNES Patreon if you want to support this initiative. And you should be hearing a lot more about Super ZSNES in the near future. But I do want to give a huge thanks to ZS9 and Demo for not only the revival of Super ZSNES, but also for entrusting me with taking a look at the emulator and asking questions about how the technology works. I think this is very, very exciting stuff, and you'll definitely be hearing more about Super ZSNES in the future. We're going to leave it here for today's episode. Thank you so much for watching. If you liked it, please don't forget to leave me a thumbs up, and we will catch you guys in the next episode. Bye for now.
So fascinating. Super duper fascinating. All right, finish the resistant training. Gotta do wrist, hips, and some stretches. A little tight there. There we go. I wonder if that's the T-Bray there. I think it's him. It'd be funny if it's Sunil, if he's back because he can't sleep. That'd be funny. Anyways, ZSNES is back, bitches. If you're not sure what that is, it's an emulator that I grew up playing. Super. But Ryan, don't you already have a Super Nintendo emulator? I do. But it's always good to have another one just in case. Okay, let's see what we got going on here. Okay. It's weird.
I love
the esoteric stuff, transfer from reality, but there's only so many times you can make the vids. It's the same with all content. It's like there's only so many times I can tell you about reality transurfing. Just go and read the book. Just if you want me to read it for you, just tell you every chapter. I like to make videos about what I'm into at that current point in time. It's the only way I can keep up with making videos. It has to be about my current passion. I learned that stuff a long time ago. It's not that interesting to me anymore. I can recommend Neuronologist's book. If Transsurf Reality is a little bit too complicated, Neuronologist's book, Outsmarting Reality, is really, really good.
Yep. His book is really good.
I love the esoteric stuff.
Yes, sir. It's a good book, indeed. It's a really, really good book. Okay, we gotta do them hips. What's next? How to turn self-doubt into unshakable conviction, Mr. Nero Knowledge.
So,
yeah.
Turn all self-condemnation into self-praise and grace. I need you to understand one thing. Heaven can be equated to thoughts that are above you. Hell can be equated to thoughts that are beneath you. That's a bar that down. And one of the thoughts that are beneath you is self-condemnation. Self-condemnation is self-beratement. It's when you beat yourself up internally. So fucking stupid. What are you thinking? Why did you say that? Why did you do this? Why didn't you do this? What's wrong with you? Why always you? How can you get it right? You're such a screw up. Da 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 da. What are you thinking? That particular line of thinking of self-condemnation is a very dangerous line of thinking. And the truth of the matter is, I think this is the true devil in people's lives, if I do say so myself, because typically, as we know, people externalize the devil. And when you begin to externalize the devil, then you separate yourself from having any capability of having power over the devil. Because the only way that we can have power over somebody that's externalized from us is by physical force. And let's be real, you ain't beating the devil, nigga. Like, that's just not, you know what I'm saying? You're just not doing that physically. But once you begin to internalize the devil, understanding that devil is a representation of polarity within you, then now you're in a capability where you can actually begin to change things. And I think the true devil is self-condemnation, because this is what the devil feeds on. This is what adversity feeds on. Remember, when I say the devil, I'm referring to adversity. Because self-condemnation, like I said, you're doing nothing more than beating yourself up. And when you're beating yourself up internally, you do nothing more than set up the universe to then beat you up externally to the same degree. And then you're shocked as to why things aren't going the way that you want. It's because your mind isn't ordered in a way that it should be. Things are against you because you're not even on your own side. You're not on your own side because... You like that one? That was a little one. Yeah. But, like I said, if you're not on your own side, then who could possibly be on your side? Because self-condemnation, think about it, it's a particular degree of disharmony internally. That's what it truly is. It's conflict internally. We run into this conflict internally, and then we're shocked as to why things seem to be against us. They're against us because we're in a disharmonious state of consciousness. We're in conflict internally. We're in conflict internally, but we seek harmony externally. That doesn't make sense. That's like saying, I want a steak, but you're going to order a fish, a salmon. That doesn't make any particular sense at all. And the devil feeds on self-condemnation, because self-condemnation, it's an addictive feeling. Has it ever conceptualized to you that you might be addicted to pain? And I don't mean that in a masochistic way. I think about this in a human way, to which once we begin to experience a certain degree of emotion repeated again and again and again and again and again, whether negative or positive, we begin to feed off it. And because we begin to feed off it, it becomes our source of nutrient. And because it's our source of nutrient, we seek it no matter what. Meaning we will even perpetually create circumstances just so we can create that emotion, just so we can feed our own terrible addiction to pain. And one of them is self-condemnation, because like I said, disharmony and conflict internally that then reflects externally. Because the truth of the matter is, the very thing that you're seeking outside of you is what you need to create inside of you. And that's a bar, write that down. Self-praise and grace is the only way to mitigate self-condemnation. How often do you praise yourself? And I truly mean this. See, even the idea, this is the funny thing about the collective consciousness. Understand that most of the collective consciousness resides somewhere between anger and fear. They exist on the lower level vibrational emotions, and I don't mean that in an egotistical way or a spiritual egotistical way. Please don't fall into that. I mean this in a way for you to truly understand that some of the paradigms and beliefs that we hold in the collective consciousness are just simply there to perpetuate itself. So when we talk about the concept of me saying, how often do you praise yourself? Truly, that's probably something you do rarely. Because the concept of praising yourself, it feels egotistical, it feels wrong, you feel arrogant. Why? Why are you praising yourself? But it's so normally accepted for us to talk crazy to ourselves. It's so normal for us to tear ourselves down and boost ourselves up. When you begin to boost yourself up internally, all of a sudden you're an arrogant asshole. But when you're tearing yourself down, oh, there. That makes no sense. That makes no sense. And it's actually that collective idea that keeps us from praising ourselves and giving ourselves grace. Because when we feel like we've missed the mark, when we feel like we've done wrong, when we feel like we haven't attained what it is that we want, we feel the only way that we can truly give ourselves what we really deserve is self-condemnation instead of grace. People seek grace from God, but they don't give themselves grace. People seek praise from people outside of them, but they won't give themselves praise. Understanding that nothing external takes place without something internal to reflect it, God will only give you grace when you give yourself grace. Those people around you only begin to praise you once you begin to praise yourself. People will stop condemning you, or people will start being in conflict, or conditions or circumstances and event will start reflecting disharmony and conflict when you're no longer condemning yourself internally. All self-condemnation must be turned into self-praise. So when you've been saying, fuck, how don't you still have a job yet? Why don't you still have that promotion? You're making the same amount of money. What's wrong with you? Why can't you figure it out? You're not in a relationship. You know you need to get married. You know your mom's waiting for you to get married. When you're in that particular line of self-condemnation, you need to stop that immediately and switch it to self-praise and grace. As you can see, all of these kind of points about how to make the devil obey you, they all trickle onto each other. It's a very lovely structure in this video, don't you think? Speaking of which, if you're an entrepreneur that has already made millions, you have everything in place, everything that should work, team, skills, knowledge, structure, but you're still stuck at the same multi-million-dollar revenue ceiling, then it's because whether you realize this or not, you have a subconscious block. And check the link in the description. You can apply to work with me in the same way my other clientele who go through the same problems do.
3 months into working with Nero, that company now last month did $120,000.
Morning, I had a call with my spiritual coach, Nero, and it's doing great. You know, we did almost 400K yesterday. Later, now I've been making just over 100,000 per month. I had 100K a month.
That was what allowed me to be able to scale my business plus 80 grand a month, and now on a 7-figure run rate for a year.
I fucked with you real bad.
What?
Every time I have become aware of something going on in my life/mind, I question it to get past it. And if I can't find the answer at the moment, here you go with the video the same day or a couple of days later breaking down my exact questions, or maybe a video you did a year ago is the first video I see when I open YouTube. Love and appreciate you.
Love straight back to you then.
Oh, boy.
Love straight back to you, that's real. People ask me for videos that I already made a year ago.
I guess they never saw it. Let's remake them.
Yeah.
That song is just in my head, man. So I
Oh, CeeLo Green had bare hits. He's got that other one. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright. It's alright.
Do I even know that one?
Bright lights. Yeah, you're lacking.
Nero, you are phenomenal.
Oh,
Is
you
everyone
called-
using this
you
word?
called me back.
You spoke for 30 seconds and it was enough. She basically said your videos don't need to be longer than 30 seconds. Like, it speaks volumes. Every time I watch you, I feel like, okay, it's enough. The value is so much, but each drop is just a new dimension. Shout out to you. I'm really proud of myself that I aligned with the right energy to be in this space with y'all.
That's so sweet.
Y'all.
That's so sweet. Thank you. We both thank you very much. But simultaneously, if you're in this space, then you're either a spiritual individual, an intellectual individual, a degenerate, or incredibly hilarious. I think that's like the over-encompassing factors of this channel, don't you think?
Don't involve me in this PR mess. Man called them potential degenerates.
Hey, we are who we are. We are who we are.
Oh man, I Chick-fil-A sauce. You need to order some.
There we go.
You know what though? Don't sleep on Wendy's sauce.
Aren't you supposed to be on a diet?
I am.
What type of diet is this?
I am on a diet.
What
It's not even a diet. It's just my lifestyle.
Okay.
It's just me.
Oh, you one of them diet niggas that's like, it's not a diet, it's just a lifestyle.
It's just a lifestyle.
It's like when
now.
religious people are like, no, it's not religion, it's a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You have to shift identity. That old me that you knew yesterday.
It's not you, yeah?
It's not me.
It's not
I don't
you,
know
yeah?
who that was.
Okay, good.
And Chick-fil-A sauce in moderation. Just like if you drink too much water, it could kill you. Small moderation, you know what I'm saying? Small moderation.
AJ knowledge. AJ knowledge.
They're saying the Chick-fil-A sauce could come today between 6 and 10. You reckon Amazon's got it like that?
I reckon they got it like that.
I
reckon they got it like that.
See you arrive at 10.
Any other comments before I do this last part?
Hold on. Hold up.
Hold my phone.
Waleed. Nero and AJ.
Hello.
Not too much on the late 1900s, lol. I'm a 90s baby. And we went outside, wrote letters.
Roll letters is a drag.
And
you
used
were
the house phone, lol.
House phone.
House phone's peaks, though.
House phone.
But to be honest, I grew up using the house phone.
That's a landline. But you still had like your own, like we still had our own phones. That idea is normal. I'm talking about you're at school, a ting calls you, your mom answers, and she's like, and your mom's gotta be like, yo,
Fez.
Nah, that's crazy. Wrote letters, you're dragging.
Yes, that happened to me, by the way.
Letters in the 90s.
And yes, we did write letters, bro.
I don't believe that.
Yes, we did.
Some of our dirty deeds got aired because of no phones. Dirty deeds.
You're so lucky. So lucky.
Now, anything you do is recorded.
I envy that. Yeah, exactly.
Dumb or not, lol. Just know we had a great time. Sincerely, a 90s baby. Much love from Texas.
Nah, I know you had a great time.
90s.
90s. I know you had a great time. Texas as well. You know, Sundays on Texas. Sunday, when I was in Houston, apparently Sunday was known as Fun Day. That was an extra clubbing day there. So I can...
They were clubbing on Sundays.
Yeah.
My God, the
Sunday,
Lord's Day.
On the Lord's Day, can you imagine? Heathens. All of you, heathens.
Oh, gosh.
That's crazy. I don't believe they're writing letters, though.
No,
sorry.
Letters is too
you're pranking us.
Because letters,
as in, you're after. No.
I don't believe that, bro.
No, I don't believe that either.
Just use the house phone, innit?
Yeah, just use the house phone. There's no way you spraying the perfume as well. What's this, like medieval times someone's going to war? Come on, man. What are you doing? See, that's when you wrote a letter. That made sense.
Must have been locked up.
Can you imagine? Any other ones?
Every time I watch your videos, it correlates with my current life situation. You know, a lot of people say this.
That's real. That's real.
A lot of people say this.
That's real.
That's it.
Perfect. Now, I don't think there's a human being that's never not dealt with the unfortunate conditions of self-doubt and overthinking. And most human beings feel as if they could just manage to be able to navigate self-doubt and overthinking, that they would have the capability of transcending their limitations and attain whatever it is that they seek to materialize, whether that's a relationship, whether that's a career promotion, whether that's a job, whether it's a career opportunity, whether that's a relationship, a certain amount of money in their business. Oftentimes, the things that we feel as if holds us back is self-doubt and overthinking. Now, self-doubt and overthinking are the devices of the desperate devil. Now, like I said, in this video, primarily, I've shown you nothing more than how to make the devil obey you. Now, what you don't realize is that self-doubt and overthinking are actually your best friends. They're actually amazing things. Human beings have this unfortunate tendency to miscategorize things because they're lacking the awareness of what these things actually mean on a metaphysical level. Now, one of the things, self-doubt, and the second thing, overthinking, are conceptualized as bad things. Whenever we begin to doubt ourselves, whenever we begin to overthink, we see it as a bad thing. And based upon that perception, I always say your perception directly equates to your projection. The way that you perceive things leads to a projection of how you experience things, because typically how you look at life is how life looks at you, because you and life are one. So when you're looking at life, you're truly looking at yourself. So the perception that you have, the tints through which you see life, is ultimately how that reflects back to you. And when you begin to see self-doubt and overthinking as a terrible, bad thing, based upon that perception, it leads to a distortion in the actual experience. When the true alchemist knows that life has no meaning. Life has no meaning. This isn't to say that life is valueless. That's idiotic. But life has no meaning simply means that as we begin to transcend this third dimensional realm, we step into a concept of oneness. We've all heard this concept in spirituality in terms of oneness. And it's
I'll touch upon that shortly.
because it's only within this third dimensional realm that we adhere to a law called polarity. Polarity is labels. Remember I said earlier, labels have meanings and meanings have emotion. So when we begin to label something negatively, the meaning within that has an emotion that we call bad. And emotion is energy in motion that emits a signature that we call a vibration that compounds into a frequency and it materializes into a reality. So when we begin to self-doubt and you're like, oh, you can't do it, it's not going to work for you, or you're overthinking, you're like, I don't know what to do, which one, what am I going to do, what am I going to say, how am I going to do this? Once you begin to experience that, you think it's a sign of weakness. But really, truly, it's the device of a desperate devil. Now, like I said, once we begin to relinquish from the typical tendency on externalizing the devil, that begins to separate you from having capability of having power over the devil, and you internalize it, realizing it's just a adverse degree of polarity within you. Once you begin to realize that self-doubt and overthinking are devices of a desperate devil, you only begin to self-doubt yourself. You only begin to overthink just before transformation. Think about it. When you got no motion and nothing is changing, do you doubt yourself? No. Do you begin to overthink? What's there to overthink about? Nothing's changing. When you haven't made a step in the direction to materialize what it is that you want, do you begin to doubt yourself? No. Do you begin to overthink? No, because there's nothing to self-doubt, there's nothing to overthink about. So what you have to come to a realization of metaphysically is that the devil, that adverse aspect of consciousness within you, only begins to deploy the devices of self-doubt and overthinking right before you're about to transform, because it begins to become desperate at the potentiality of you shifting from one frequency to another. This whole time you've been taught that self-doubt and overthinking is a bad thing. But what if it's a good thing? Because if it's a good thing, then you'd perceive it as a good thing, and then you'd project as a good thing. And instead of a distortion, you'd clear it up. And then something that the devil has been using against people for God knows how long, since the beginning of time, is something that actually serves you now. Because now once you begin to self-doubt, you're like, you're getting desperate. Once you begin to overthink, you're like, you're getting desperate. Which almost reinforces a particular degree of certainty and conviction. And that certainty and conviction reinforced within you now strengthens the frequency that you're moving at, which then does nothing more than force the devil to continuously obey you. And with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that is how you make the devil obey you.
Alright. Let me, looked like I had a belly there for a moment. So he was mentioning about self-doubt. So the moment you also have self-doubt, because he already touched upon it, but I'm going to elaborate a little bit. The moment you have self-doubt, celebrate it. Celebrate it. You know why? Because when that happens, that means, like he said, you're on the precipice of change. And you would only be having that when the old frequency, the old you, or the puppeteer mind is losing its grip over you. So it wants to create self-doubt so that it finesses your mind, your lower thinking mind, your third dimensional thinking mind, and then you get basically finessed into believing that you're not whatever, and you're overthinking and you doubt yourself. But the moment that shit happens, celebrate yourself. Literally celebrate yourself. You getting pissed off? Celebrate yourself. You're beating yourself up? Celebrate yourself. You slapping yourself silly? Celebrate yourself. You know why? Because that is the old frequency, the puppeteer mind attempting to control you, but you are the infinite who has forgotten that you're the infinite, and there's a layer that's covering your infiniteness, which is your finiteness, which is the puppeteer mind. Once you realize that the puppeteer mind is the one that's pulling all the strings, you start to it just is. Celebrate yourself. You say you're not confident? Nope. Who's saying that? It's not you. It's the puppeteer mind controlling this mind. Let me break it down to you again. There is a version of itself, which is God, universe, infinite intelligence, that's like right here. Perfect, whole, complete. It's right here. That's you. That's the true you. That goes with a body, this character, and a thinking mind. But the thinking mind is not active as a child. Over time, though, that thinking mind also creates a new mind. I call it now the puppeteer mind. Some people call them the egregores. I'm going to call it the puppeteer mind. The puppeteer mind now is like, oh, he created me or she created me. So now I exist. I'm real. And now that I'm real, I'm going to continue to be real in this person's life. And I'm not going to let go of them because I've been created. But the moment you see it's not truly you, it starts to fight for dear life. That's why when someone says, like, you're God, and you get triggered, because that implies that your identity is losing. Here's the thing. Itself wants you to have your identity. It wants you to be who you are because that's exactly what it came here to be, you. The you before a name, though. The you before your identity, but still have that. But here's the fundamental thing. Not to get finessed by the puppeteer mind. Not get attached by it. Know that you have the character, you have a body, you have a mind, but you are also the creator, who is the player, the observer, the character, the movie director, the screenwriter, everything. I'm going to finish my last 55, which is, I just have 11 more to do. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. All right. So there's a itself, God, infinite intelligence right here. Then there's the body, the mind that you have with your brain and within your entire, like, your entire body is basically a mind. It's an energetic field. And then there's the puppeteer mind. This itself has been attempting to reach you from the moment you were born until you created this thing. You can call it the voices in your head as well. the puppeteer mind. But this itself is so strong that it allowed you to create this for you to ultimately to remember who you were. So you have to go through your journey. You have to create all these things. You have to go through your suffering for you to ultimately realize, if you had any suffering, for you to ultimately realize that you have been itself the entire time, and to not adhere to the puppeteer mind who finesses you. But now, of course, if some people come in and everything just works for them, chances are they already know that they're itself without really understanding that they're itself. Like unconsciously they know that they're itself, but they can't really they don't know the words to speak. And or there are what they call newer soul, but all souls are at the same inception period. So I know some will say, I'm an old soul. No, you're an experienced soul. There are souls who have zero experience on earth and who have come for the very first time, and things are just like, it just works. And there's other souls who have come here countless of times, and even though when they get back up into, heaven, they know everything, but when they come back, they keep their previous programming that they have intact to resolve it like a game, to solve a problem, because life without solving a problem kind of has no meaning. But life has zero meaning, but it has all the value in the world. So really what I'm saying is, you come here to solve a value, not a problem. You come here to get value out of your past problems and rectify it. But the puppeteer mind, the moment you start to change, it's going to resist. But you have to find that when you're in that resistance, why you feel certain ways, that's not you. That's the puppeteer mind controlling the you who is infinite, who you've forgotten now that you're remembering, into getting back to no, we can't change. If you change, I'm going to die. Because it doesn't understand once you do something, once you do it over and over and over again, it becomes normalized. It forgets that aspect all the time. So celebrate when you start to doubt yourself. Celebrate it. Throw a damn party for yourself if you need to celebrate yourself. Someone will be like, you're so arrogant, Orion. You shouldn't be celebrating yourself. You should condemn yourself. You should be humble. Right? This word humble. I'm not saying not to be know your place when to be humble. Right? But when it comes to you and your inner world, do not be fucking humble. Be unapologetically blatant. Blatant? Sure, whatever. Go with it. Be unapologetically you. You're the shit. Own it. Now, if you're going to go out into the world and be put on a pompous, arrogant, prick act, I'm better than you, that's a different story. That's actually still not you, because the true itself doesn't need to do all that posturing. The true itself goes inwards and knows that it is perfect, whole, complete, and has everything. It's done. It's finished. Well, not quite there yet. Got this one to do. $5.40, huh? Okay. Yeah. Now we're done. And then I get to move again in about a couple hours for my evening movements. I am going to eat first. I'll come right back. I'm done with this. Oh my God. I didn't mean to do that. It's wild. Celebrate yourself. Please. I celebrate myself all the time now. I don't need somebody to celebrate me. I celebrate myself. I don't need someone to praise me. I praise myself. I don't need someone to validate me. I validate myself. I don't need someone to give me permission. I give myself damn permission. I don't need someone to approve of my actions. I approve of my own actions. But Orion, you need to do da-da-da. No, I don't need to do shit. All right? What we need to do is start to be more sovereign. There's a balance that has to be had, though, of course. Somebody be cutting that grass. They be cutting that grass. They're not cutting grass, they're mowing a lawn. Hey, it's the same shit. Different words, same shit. Meanings, remember? My neighbor right next door. The one that I say good morning to in the morning, he's at the bus stop. He's cutting the grass. Over there. After this, I'm gonna go shower. Well, I'm gonna get my protein shake. Then I'm gonna go shower. And then we're gonna just chill out for a little bit. Live stream started at, I think, 7:19. So 7:13, I'm gonna do my wrap up. Since I have to basically calculate time. I like getting my ending in so that, you know, when you look at the end of the stream, it doesn't just like end abruptly, you know. Of course, a lot of my streams had that happen. I'm like, oh well, I just missed the ending. I don't beat myself up when that happens. Or let this character rephrase that. The character does not beat himself up when that happens. How about that? There's no I. I'm doing my best to always correct myself and see, I just did it again. And see, I just did it again. And see, I just did it again. And saying I. There is no I. But at the same time, there is a character that's here with itself. Itself is this character. Verbiage. Fucking verbiage. I need to make a new word. Itself needs to make a new word. Hell, maybe I have to make a new fucking language. I know I came here to bring something that doesn't currently exist in the planet. I have so much side quests to do, so many side missions. I love it. I'm not overwhelmed at all. I love it. I have to bring the world's greatest internet, the world's greatest live streaming, the world's greatest gimbal. Hell, maybe even the world's greatest cell phone. World's greatest laptop. Maybe it's just called the Orion brand. The Orion Nebula 15. Or the Orion Lightness. Or the Orion Darkness. Orion, the world's greatest telecommunication company, world's greatest tech company. Google will attempt to buy me out. Nope. They can offer me billions, but I'm going to take them out. I'm going to buy out Google, and then I'm going to rebrand them as Orion. I'm going to buy out Apple, Google, everybody. I'm going to buy them out. You can't do that. Yes, I can. I wouldn't buy them out. I'll leave them alone. I'm not interested in them. Let them continue to make subpar products and give you fake, false specifications. And say up to a lot. I'm going to say in case uses can achieve. But that's not my main quest, you know that. That's like a side project. That's a side project? Yep. Then Orion, what's your main quest? You can call that my side quest. You know what my main quest is? Making sure every fucking human remembers who they are. That's my main quest. Nothing's gonna stop me. Nothing can stop me anymore. Manage your expectations? No, fuck that. I don't manage my expectation. My expectation go beyond your management. That's a bar. Write that shit down. There's no one that can tell me anything anymore. Totally on a different level. grab my protein shake. Ooh. A nice little treat for myself. A protein shake. I'm gonna have to buy protein powder soon. It'll probably last me into May, but definitely not into June. There's no way I'll have enough for June. Yabba dabba doo, I see you. Yabba dabba doo, I see you. A little bit more. After this, I'm gonna go shower. All right, y'all. Cheers for a great day. It was such a great day. Okay. I'm just gonna go wash my protein shaker out. Okay. Let's see how we gonna do this. Let's see how we gonna do this. You guys can't see Shizers.
When I started my journey and people started calling me the dog whisperer, the only thing I wanted to do is to teach people there is no such a thing as a bad dog.
Oh my gosh!
Give me the leash. She's safer with me. Today, I'm still doing what I love, but the pandemic has changed the world. Dog adoptions have hit a record high. The good news is dog shelters are empty. The bad news is people still need help.
He doesn't listen to me.
Like, the problem is me.
What do I do? More pushes, more problems, right? This is why he doesn't listen to you. So many things you can fix already. Sorry. The excitement.
I just don't want you to get bit.
Do you know who I am? Together with my superhero pack, our mission is to teach the world to honor the pack code. Honesty, integrity, and loyalty. Once you get this, you're gonna have everything else. And that's how we create better humans and better dogs, one pack at a time. I'm heading to Long Beach to meet this newlywed couple because they have a problem with a dog who's blind but is biting. And things are getting even worse. But what we don't know is why. Is he afraid? Is he tense? Is he nervous? Is he insecure? This is why I need to go to their home and assess and evaluate. So we need to get to Long Beach as soon as possible to fix this problem.
He's pooped. Yeah, he's pretty pooped. I'm Morgan Onclay. This is my husband.
Mike.
And we have a blind little dog named Wayne.
Wayne got his name from Bruce Wayne because he looks like a little bat. He's got big old bat ears and he's all black and blind as a bat now, so the name is totally fitting. I adopted Wayne 7 years ago. I actually had an appointment to meet a rescue dog, and the dog got sick, so they said, hey, we got Wayne as the backup if you want to meet him. I said, yeah. And you just look at his face, and he's so cute. I loved him.
Wayne and I had some issues in the beginning, and then once we moved in together, Wayne and I definitely bonded. Our other dog, Wednesday, is technically my dog. I don't know where the switch happened, but today Wayne is very attached to me, and Wednesday is very attached to Mike.
Oh, yeah.
But unfortunately, Wayne kind of has this, what's it, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde?
Yeah, that works.
He has a Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde thing where he'll just snap. Call him our little time bomb. It's just a matter of when he's gonna go off. He's been snapping at Mike and biting him when Mike tries to touch me or get close to me.
Wayne, no. It's always bad, but I would say it's gotten worse because Wayne started to lose his vision. The more he can't see, the more he's nipped it.
Basically any person who walks in our house and tries to pet him. Yeah. My sister's boyfriend, our dog sitter's boyfriend.
The guy we used to live next to.
The guy we used to live next to.
The guy who installed our cable.
Oh, I forgot about him. Hey, the biggest thing I would say at this point is that he's gone after our niece. It definitely makes me nervous and scared. At this point, I feel that we just can't move forward with our family. We can't have a baby yet because I know for a fact Wayne would attack a baby.
Oh, yeah.
There's no doubt in my mind.
How do you bring a baby into the world when he doesn't like kids, period? For 8 years, Wayne has been our baby, and we've treated him like that. And when he gives you love, it's like the best love ever. We can't just kick Wayne to the curb to make a human kid.
This is really an issue that we're going to have to face. This isn't a joke at all.
Meet in the backyard?
Let's do it. All right. All right. Let me meet Wayne.
Let's bring him out. Come on. It's your time to shine. Wayne.
Wayne.
Wayne. Here he comes. It's right here. It's right here.
Come on. There you go. There you go. Come on.
Good boy.
Wayne, come here, bud.
Wayne, come here.
Come here, buddy. Over here. Over here. My first impression of Wayne? Well, you can see his little tail wagging, and he seems like a pretty happy dog. But Mike and Morgan's hovering over him, micromanaging every single move, which could definitely stress a dog out. Just leave him alone. He's all right.
Wayne started to lose his vision 4 years ago.
Now his vision's bad. I'm very anxious. I'm very high-strung, very anxious. So our approach was always, that's gotta suck to be blind.
See him like bump his shoulder on a wall, or couldn't find his toy that was maybe right next to him.
He walks straight past
Just
it.
hope it makes noise or he won't find it.
So we've naturally
Tried to make
catered
it easy.
to it just because we think about what our experience would be.
So when you feel sorry for someone, you just automatically handicap them. You understand? So when you're dealing with the dog world, you should never see their weakness. You see their strength. You help them hold on to the strength. Don't tell them about their weakness. They already know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Nurture the strength.
Right. You put pillows on things so that if he bumps into it, it's soft, okay?
Is that so wrong?
We really cater to him way too much.
So I hear you guys are thinking about having kids.
That's right.
We want to start to expand our family and have a baby, and we don't feel safe with Wayne bringing a baby into the home.
Okay.
He's very aggressive.
Yep. So one of the places it's been the absolute worst is in the bedroom when we want to relax, watch some TV. She goes to bed before I do, and so they have kind of that warm-up period, and then once I join in, it's kind of just, I'm not invited. If I just like put my hand on her or like pet her head, that's not acceptable to Wayne.
No.
Go for my hand.
Yeah. Like a warning.
Sometimes it's more than a warning.
Oh, yeah?
Sometimes it's like a straight up bite.
Oh, for him. Yeah. He can bite hard sometimes.
So is it possible to see what you're talking about?
Yep.
Yeah.
Put a camera on there so I can monitor from
Yeah.
here?
I'll take him and we'll show you.
Please do.
Let's go. Let's go to bed.
All right, brother. So you're going to go in there. We're going to communicate, and I'm just going to watch.
All right.
Come here.
Snuggle puddle.
He's here.
Hi, buddy. Hi. All right. Well, let's relax. Come here, bud.
Come here, Wayne.
Puddle.
Come on.
That's good. Happy go lucky. As they get on the bed, I see that Wayne is wagging his tail. He's in a great mood.
Hi. You good boy.
Hey. Hey.
Watch out. Wayne.
Wayne.
Hey.
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 Wayne is just, now he's claiming this pack. The most important part is to get him out of there. Help Wayne to relax.
Hey.
And then when Wayne is calm, he's invited on the bed.
No.
So this is what happened. Wayne just lashed out, and now Morgan is rewarding him with affection. She should be setting boundaries, but instead, she's bringing him even closer, which lets Wayne claim her space.
Come over here. You're okay. You're okay.
It's too close. No. So in order for you to prevent this aggression, he needs to go outside your intimate space. That's a boundary. So once you give him that boundary, now he has nothing to claim.
Stop.
Just keep him there. That's it. That's personal zone. So that move you made right there, you're saying, give me space so my husband can come in my intimate space. Can you come outside?
Oh,
Come outside.
Coming.
At one point, you end up doing the right thing, but you're just doing it once you're like
Too late.
frustrated.
Way too late.
Yeah. That's
So
a
you're
last
doing
resort.
intervention versus prevention. You also carry him like a baby.
It's my baby.
You are like a helicopter parent, you know what I mean? And because of that, Wayne has no calmness, no confidence. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mike and Morgan's helicopter parenting is encouraging his biting. It makes him insecure and feel dependent. Plus, they're comforting him after he's biting Mike, so he'll never learn that's not allowed.
Hey.
It's okay.
Hey, you're okay. You're okay.
Well, that's even the worst thing you could do.
Oh.
Because you're saying it's okay to do this.
Oh.
You understand? You're loving at the moment that he's unstable. Well, that's wrong. That's not good for you. That's not good for the dog. So it's not just in the bedroom. It's like this all the time.
Yeah. If it's his time with her and my hand gets a little close, he just bites at me. It's like,
Hey. He took my nose ring out.
Are you okay?
He did? Yeah.
He's biting from being touched for no reason at all. He's frantic. He's like a cobra. He's striking. He's not even doing the whole warning. This is like a ticking bomb.
He actually got his teeth in there. Ugh.
He took my nose ring out.
Are you okay?
He did?
He actually got his teeth in there. Ugh.
Do you want to go inside and check yourself out?
Yeah, one sec.
Yeah. Wayne's biting is bad, but it's getting worse. He's super territorial and lashing out at anyone that invades his space, even Morgan. Let's make it clear, it's not because he's blind. When dogs go blind, they just rely on other senses even more. But it can make him more territorial.
Hey.
The problem is, his blindness is encouraging Mike and Morgan to micromanage and overcomfort him in the wrong situations. I have to teach them to give Wayne some independence, but stopping the biting is gonna take more work, and clearly it's not safe to do it here. All three of you need to come out to the ranch so we can work on this. He's gonna be with people who knows how to follow through and help him to get to a calm surrender. Good?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for inviting me to Long Beach.
Yeah.
As Mike and Morgan prepare to visit the Dog Psychology Center, Caesar heads to Porter Ranch, California, where a fast-growing Belgian Malinois puppy is completely overwhelming a family of first-time dog owners.
You go first.
Okay. Hi, my name is Shri.
My name is Raj.
And we're here to talk about...
Growing up in India, right, I used to watch Hollywood movies, and there's like always a police siren in the background, right? Then once you come to LA, it's just like, oh, okay, now it makes sense.
We're here to talk about our dog, Chili. Our dog is 10 months now, and we rescued her when she was 2 months old. She's our first dog. I'm not a dog person. I never grew up with dogs, but it was COVID season, and our kids especially wanted to bring a dog home. As soon as we saw Chili, we felt she was the one. She was calm and peaceful, playing with the other puppies. And I mean, when you look at her eyes, you'll know she's got some really great depth. You really fell in love with her. But I didn't expect her to grow so big. When we got her, she was 10 pounds, and now after a few months, she's a whole 60 pounds so far.
I thought I knew how to handle her, but it's pretty bad actually. Because of her size, it becomes like really scary. I have to use a lot of strength to stop her.
If I were to take her alone by myself and she were to chase after a car, I don't want any accidents to happen. And my kids who want to spend more time with her, she's too big for them.
What worries me most about Chili is me and my brother, we can't take her on walks. My mom or dad always has to walk her.
I'm always scared my kids take her out, they can get really hurt. Because of my job, once COVID disappears, I have to travel a lot again. So I worry a lot about how my wife and kids are going to handle Chili. I'm really scared. She may put other people in danger. She may put my kids in danger. Worst case scenario, giving Chili for adoption. We don't want to go there yet, but these are the things that may happen.
Hi.
Hello. Hi. Come on outside. Let's talk over here.
So nice to see you.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
How can I help?
With our dog Chili?
Yeah. That is her?
Yeah, that is her. We knew she would be big, but didn't expect her to be so big.
So she was like a pup? Would you guys
Yeah,
got
she
her?
was 10 pounds when we brought her.
Okay.
She was
How
two
much did
months.
she weigh now?
She weighs about 65 pounds.
Oh.
65, yeah.
This is your first dog?
Yes.
Yes.
First dog ever?
I had a couple of kittens when I was smaller, but...
Yeah, it's not the same.
No, it's not the same. They take care of themselves.
Yeah, exactly. This year, there's been a huge surge in adoption during COVID. Dogs are finding homes, which is beautiful and amazing. But now there are many first-time dog owners like the Ultra Valleys that feel that they're in over their heads. Let's take it for a walk. Is that okay?
Yeah.
The most important part with a dog is the walk.
Okay.
So if the walk is bad, everything else is going to be bad.
Stay. Come on. Easy.
We can change so many things already.
Okay.
Because everything you said didn't actually had any effect.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, stay. She never stayed.
Okay.
Easy. It was never easy. Right? So you said words, but those words never matched the action.
Yeah.
Chili was already overexcited, and the prospect of the walk took that excitement to another level. Rash asked her to calm down, but he didn't follow through. Now I'm going to show them the right way to leash her up. You can say all the commands you want. At the end of the day, it's the action. You have to calm down. Calm. So before we go to the outside world, you have to be calm. The reward is to go outside.
So as soon as Caesar put the leash on and we saw how Chili reacted, it was incredible, and it suddenly gave me some hope.
You want to see right now how you normally walk?
Okay. Chili.
Easy. Yeah, there's a...
Chili, down.
So you normally walk?
We take turns.
Oh, turn.
Yeah.
I can walk. Chili. No, sit, yeah.
I hope the kids don't walk her because
No, we're not letting
dragged
them.
by
Yeah.
it.
So she's too difficult.
Yeah.
Chili, stop.
Bring it back.
Stop. No.
Shri has the same problem as Rash. She says stop, but dogs are ruled by their nose first, their eyes second, and their ears last.
Chili.
Verbal commands are the last thing Chili will obey. Rash and Shri need to use the leash to control what her nose and eyes are pointed.
Down.
Chili.
See, that's very bad. Wait. Be careful, that leash is gonna come off. Before every dog with big problems, there is a young dog like Chili with small problems. Dogs her age can have a lot of energy, but Chili is channeling that into aggression, and her pet parents are first-time dog owners who are clueless. Chili, Raj, and Shri need a
I'm here.
course in dog walking, and we're starting that.
Just want to check something quickly.
Right now, you can use this tool all the way in the top. It's the most sensitive part of the neck. This is easier to guide the dog. So short, not tense. I want to show you how would I, erase this. Shh. Hey. Shh. Normal, because that's what she has learned. Shh. Shh. By her staying quiet, see the bark?
Yeah. Wow.
When she gets aggressive, instead of continuing the walk, I'll refocus her nose and her eyes away from the other dog. Then guide her to sit and calm down. You don't have a dog that is 5 miles an hour.
Yeah.
You have a dog that is literally 50 miles an hour right now.
Oh, yeah.
And it's going to go faster.
Yeah.
Her full potential speed has not yet arrived. So I would like to invite you guys to my ranch so we can master the walk. That's all I want to focus on with her.
Yeah.
Definitely Chili's running the family. It's really, really bad.
Before Chili comes out to the ranch, Mike and Morgan arrive at the Dog Psychology Center to begin working with their blind Chihuahua Wayne, whose constant biting threatens their dream of having a baby.
Today feels more urgent to me because Wayne going for my nose really affected my relationship with Wayne.
Hey, I was the only one getting bit before.
Yeah.
But now that you got your ring ripped out, you're in it.
What's gonna stop him from getting a baby finger?
Yeah.
And I don't want our baby to grow up afraid of dogs.
Or without a finger.
Yes.
That's funny. We've seen this one. I mean, we've seen all of them now. I'm here. I'm just waiting to go pack some dishes.
What about you? Look at you like it's nothing. That's perfect.
He's happy to be here.
He's ready.
So we're gonna move to the pack of dogs over there. We just want to see where he actually falls into the pack. Front of the pack, middle of the pack, back of the pack.
Okay.
Just today, I saw a lot of territorial aggression from Wayne. The technique to correct that actually depends on which place a dog fits in the order of the pack. With a back of the pack dog, their aggression comes from fear, so I have to be more gentle. Middle of the pack dog requires an upbeat energy, but with a front of the pack dog, I am more forward, just to the point. This is what we're going to do, and this is how we're going to do it.
Yeah, he's hit or miss with dogs.
That's what I want to see, the hit or miss. You know, it's very simple. Back of the pack, they're always going to be very, very polite, super respectful. They're going to come across shy. The middle of the pack is going to play. They're in charge of making sure everybody gets along. Front of the pack, they're immediately going to go and pee so they can spread their scent. Or they're going to start charging to the dogs. You know, they're going to claim the place. This is good. It's all good. It's all good. It's definitely territorial. It's not aggressive. It's like, He's not promoting or provoking a fight. He's just declaring that he is in charge of this pack.
Yeah.
Look, he's marking his territory. Classic front of the pack behavior. Wayne wanted to come in like it was his home. As soon as he arrives, he pees, he scratches the floor, he claims. That's what front of the pack do. It's actually pretty amazing to have a front of the pack dog his size that's also blind. I don't think I ever seen that before.
Go on, Wednesday. Oh, Wayne, the door's over here.
Wait, over
let
here.
her figure it out. Let her figure it out. Again, Mike and Morgan are helicopter parenting, which makes a confident front of the pack dog like Wayne feel insecure and stressed. See? Figured it out. So before he gets near his parents again, I'm getting him into a happier mindset by playing with my pack. But his front of the pack tendencies can make him aggressive with my dogs, just like he is with his parents. So I want to try something else. I'm going to isolate him with my middle of the pack dog, Spot. Spot should allow Wayne to drop his guard. We're going to bring Spot because Spot is going to play. Shh. He's playing now. The reason why he's playing with him because the Spot is middle. But notice that Spot is taking the follower position. Head high, say I take the dominant position, you take the follower position, and we can play. So the one who's in control of that is Wayne.
Yeah.
Spot is the middle of the pack, so Wayne and Spot became really good friends. So having Spot in the mix allowed me to see the playful side of Wayne. In front of the pack dogs come in all sizes. Look at me. We come in all sizes. Well, let's practice.
Now that Wayne is in a happy-go-lucky state of mind, Caesar wants to work on stopping his biting. Because Wayne is front of the pack, Mike and Morgan need to offer direct and assertive corrections.
Most of Wayne's biting is in closed spaces, when he's being held or within a few inches of Mike and Morgan. He takes possession of Morgan and lashes out at Mike. Instead of cuddling and gentle words, they need to be direct, move him out of the space before he can take possession, and be firm but calm, letting him feel that they are in charge, not him. You guys are used to pet when he's tense.
Mm-hmm.
You know what
Comforting
I mean?
him.
Comforting, but he's tense.
Yeah.
So if you want to comfort happy-go-lucky, but if you comfort tension,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Come here. Hey, his happy-go-lucky energy is all gone now. Hey, that's right. Hey, come here. There you go. What I'm doing is calming him by holding a pressure point between the back of his head and shoulder with a calm, steady energy. Almost like a massage can relax us, this is a way of helping a dog to relax and surrender. But it's clear that the energy between Wayne, Mike, and Morgan is still too toxic to keep working. So I want to give him a break from each other. How do you guys feel about him staying with us for a little bit of rehab?
Like, I can't even hold him anymore. Like, I don't want to. My nose ring being ripped out made Wayne attacking a baby so real.
That's right.
Yeah. I want that breakthrough moment, and I want things to get better. Leaving Wayne is what's going to help us propel forward.
I'll miss you,
Come
Wayne.
on, Wednesday. Let's go home, baby girl.
Okay, Wayne, go explore, buddy. I wanted to let Wayne settle here at the ranch while I talk a little bit about how incredibly adaptive dogs are. I believe dogs are one of the most resilient species in the entire animal kingdom. In fact, sometimes when a dog goes blind, pet owners don't even realize it because dogs are so good at adapting with their other senses. The same goes for when they lose a limb. Dogs often recover from amputation mentally and physically much faster than humans. Wayne's blindness is more of an issue for Mike and Morgan than it is for him. His real obstacle is his parents who treat him differently by overcompensating. This could be much harder on the dog than the disability itself. Come on, look at him. Love this little guy.
Here we are, DPC.
The following day, Caesar welcomes first-time dog owners the Utaravalli family and their young Belgian Malinois Chili to the DPC.
Definitely worth skipping a history test for.
To begin their course in Dog Walking 101.
Oh wow, look, horses. Chili's like, what are these creatures on my walls?
She's growing up to be quite a forceful dog. And the kids, even though they want to spend more time with her, they're not able to because she can drag them. If we have to give her up, it's going to be very devastating for all of us.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello. Welcome to the DPC. I want to show you like the very basics of how to control physical energy and how to keep the mind attentive to you. Okay? All pack-oriented species, what they do the most is they walk. It's through the walk where they learn. They learn to ignore, they learn to fight, they learn to fly, they learn to surrender. All of that, they learn through the walk.
It's awesome.
Yeah. Let's get some dogs in here. Now it's time to teach Rash and Shri everything they need to know to walk their dog. Since Chili is easily distracted, I want to surround her with my pack so we can teach her how to ignore distractions and stay focused. We're going to practice just walking around other dogs in an obedient way.
The problem is she keeps sniffing around and tries to pull us wherever she finds a smell. And she's always distracted.
So on our walks before, Chili used to just drag me on the road and I would not be able to handle her energy.
You need to use the leash to control her nose. So this is the way. Hold the leash short, not tense. Look, shoulders up, head high. Even if it's distraction, she have to learn to ignore them. Nose away from the ground, eyes forward. Look, one hand. You don't need two hands. Proud, confident, calm. Stay focused. I want this family to master the walk because they're still in a preventative state. You want to try? That's the easiest thing to do. Mastering the walk is literally you learn ABC. And after that, it's a piece of cake. Confident.
No, she doesn't like it, Shirley.
Don't let her get distracted. Yes, look at that. Different?
Oh, wow, this is amazing.
Chili, is that you?
Okay, mom's turn. Hey, don't look at the dog. Just, look ahead. There we go. Relax, shoulders up, head high. Then the leash has a much better effect. You should walk a dog with a short but relaxed leash. Walk around the people, walk around the people. A tight leash makes the dog believe that there's something dangerous here that you're holding him back from. It makes the dog tense. A relaxed leash tells the dog that you are relaxed. Good, right?
Do I have a different dog?
She has a different human. It's calm, confident. And you're doing it in a place where, look at the other dogs. She is promoting the calmness. This was a good first step, but in order for Rash and Shri to confidently control Chili and believe that kids can walk her, we still need to build on this. There you go, perfect, perfect, perfect.
Now that Chili and the family know the basics of the walk, Caesar's increasing the degree of difficulty.
So welcome to the agility arena.
Shri and Raj have to guide her through an obstacle course.
Doesn't have to be fast. Dog walks are not just about walking in a straight line. The real world has obstacles. You might cross paths with a wild animal or a tree that is blocking the trail on a hike. You need to be able to communicate to the dog exactly what you want them to do in different situations.
Yay.
kid. Hey, Chili. This is about me giving you the most basic way how to deal with obstacles. All right, let's get the challenge.
To up the ante, Caesar's invited two of his most distracting barnyard friends.
I brought in Lorenzo and Amadeus because their smells are very distracting for a dog. Nose, eyes, ears, that is the order of importance. So this really forces them to take control of her nose. So if you are able to stop your dog from moving towards a llama, which has its own smell, a horse, which just has its own smell, then you are controlling the instincts of the dog.
Oh, she's already...
But she's alerting you, right? If you don't control right now, you will eventually see aggression.
Okay, I'm Chili. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go, Chili. Let's go.
I like that switch of energy. She put a little bit more energy, like more coach. Let's go. We got to go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Yay! Come, you can do this. Yes.
You're doing great, but this is the moment of truth.
Just take it easy. Chili, stop. Stop.
The problem was Shri hesitated, which gave Chili the time to focus on the llama and growl. That made Lorenzo rear back, which made Chili even more aggressive. But it started with Shri not keeping Chili focused and moving along. So that moment of hesitation, that's why Lorenzo got out, right? Because you didn't follow through, she never became clear.
What to do, yeah.
What to do,
Correct.
which is calm surrender. One more time.
Come, let's do it again.
Yes.
One more time. Let's go.
Yes.
Yay. Good girl.
Very nice.
Awesome. Good. All right. One more hoop. Yes.
Stop right there for you.
Yes.
Don't to sit down.
Sit.
Yeah.
Good.
Yes.
Good girl, Chili.
You see the difference? Second time, calm surrender.
When I saw Chili laying down next to the llama, I was speechless. For her to just sit there, relax, and watch them from a distance was really mind-blowing.
Your turn. How does Mom did?
Good.
Really good, ain't it?
Actually, it's my turn. Come on.
Very good, very good. That's it. She can feel your calm confidence. Coming up on the llama. Stop right there.
Sit.
Beautiful.
I never really thought that Chili would make friends with a pony and a llama. That's pretty epic.
I had no idea if Chili was capable of doing anything on the agility course. I always see other dogs doing it on TV shows, and I feel like they are highly trained dogs, but I had no idea that Chili is going to do it.
I normally give a lot of homework to people, but because you guys are pretty green, just focus on the walk.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you so much.
Really
Pleasure.
Good job, Chili. Good job.
While the Udara Valleys take a few days to practice walking the walk with Chili, Mike and Morgan return to the DPC for another day of work with Caesar and their blind, aggressive Chihuahua, Wayne.
Welcome back.
Hello.
I kept Wayne overnight to give him more playtime with Spot and take a break from Mike and Morgan. I just wanted him to have a mental reset before we start work in the morning.
Since Wayne has lost his sight, Mike and Morgan step in more and more to help him. To teach them to stop that, Caesar has built a maze that Wayne can navigate without their help.
So we're gonna use scent. 60% of the brain is controlled by the nose. Remember, they're born blind and deaf. 15 days later, they open the eyes. 21 days later, they open the ears. So they know how to be blind or deaf. Oh. There you go. I will reward that. There you go.
I want mazes in my backyard for Wayne. That is so cool.
Just a trick dog.
Your turn. Of course, it's okay for Mike and Morgan to help him, but they still need to give him some independence to figure out things for himself. Keep going, keep going, keep going. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. He already knows it, so he's remembering. The reason why we did the maze is for them to see that through play, you can allow Wayne to retain his natural ability to just find his way. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Nice.
Doing the maze and allowing him to just figure it out on his own with his nose proved that we don't need to help him. He is self-sufficient, and we've been hindering that at home.
Here we go.
He almost went over.
Now that Wayne is calmer and more confident around Mike and Morgan, I want to sit down and put a stop once and for all to his territorial biting. Now we're going to use the muscle, and so he has to learn, no matter how the energy of a person, he can never choose fight. He have to choose avoidance or surrender.
All right, 1 sec. All right, y'all. Let's see what happens. EA Sports. It's in the game. Oh, glitch. EA Sports.
EA Sports.
It's in the game. I love that. I don't know. There's something about that. EA Sports. It's in the game. I like that song a lot, but unfortunately, in all the free and the home of the Braves. Cool.
Here's a look at tonight's official. You might watch the checking out there tonight. He's only been around a couple of years, but he's gained a bit of a reputation for calling the rust.
There you go.
It's time for the opening face-off for today's game. Fedorov on the draw. Hostful corrals the puck.
Fedorov.
Fakes the save. Brings it out. It's played across by Kachuk. Fedorov grabbed it. Over the blue line. Stula takes him out. Advances the puck.
Through center. Over the line. Turned away by Lalin. To Chuck. Brings it out. In over the line. Bowled over. A smackdown. Moved across. Over center. Over the blue line. Just wide of the net. Anaheim puts its second line out. Up along the board. Level. That's showing authority. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone.
Nice.
There's nothing as lethal as a quick and accurate wrist shot. If only you've been seeing that one in his nightmares. Face-off won by Sillinger. Brings it up. Moved across by Garrett. He gets checked by Ward. Great body work so far. Sakura fires it. Lalin turned him away. Advances the puck. In the corner. Hard wrist shot by Ward. Pushed aside by Lalin. Brings it up. In over the line. Right in front. Sillinger with a wrist shot. Move back. Laid out. Another hit like that and sparks will fly. In front. Tremendous save. McDonald over the blue line.
Oh my God.
Weak wide pass. Brings it out. Over the line. Conger.
Oh shit.
Right in front. Big save. McDonald brings it out. Played across. Lalin turned the shot aside. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone. St. Louis Blues are on a line change. Weak wide pass. Ready there, Savannah. We're about to make a line change. Lalin turns it aside.
Lalim.
Brings it out. In over the line. Brings it out. Over the blue line. Fires it. Out of their defensive end. Over the line. Shove. Right in front. In over the line. He gets run over by Fedorov. Passed over.
What the hell are you guys doing?
In front. Stick save by Giger. Passed across.
Oh my God.
Into the attacking zone. Turned away. Quick pass up. Brings it up. Over the line. Great save by Lalin. Loophole. Shoots. Lalin gets the blocker on it. Brings it out. Over the blue line. Giger made the save. And time winds down as the first period comes to an end with the score 1-0.
Skyline buys your big deals on player used equipment as well as discontinued merchandise. Please check your local paper for dates and time.
Da, 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 da.
It's time to get back to the action, and we're ready for period number 2. Interesting matchup here. Let's see which center wins the draw. And the faceoff is won by Luchin. Pass back. In over the line. Leg save. Intercepted in the slot. Hit. McDonald shoots the puck. Out of their defensive end. Coast to coast. Giger turned him away. Luchin brings it out. Over the line.
Oh, nice.
What a sweet wrist shot right there. He
Right.
just picked his spot and snapped it home.
Right through the 5 hole.
They came out looking to increase their lead early, and they did just that. The rest of the second should be smooth sailing as they keep this. Cross home. Lalin denies him. Swings
That was a nice shot.
The puck through center, played over, played up.
What are we doing, guys?
Over the blue line, wrist shot by Savage, turned aside. McDonald in behind, brings it up into the attacking zone.
Oh, he stole it.
In over the line. Over the blue line. Laline reached out for the puck. Over the line. He gets pushed by Prosper. He scores.
Oh, nice.
3-1.
That was nice.
Better check the puck for cracks after that slap. No doubt. Good thing it didn't hit the goalie. Might have knocked him into the net as well. Sillinger won the draw. These checks keep everyone on their toes, Jim. Into the attacking zone. Laline fakes the save. Brings it up. That was a throwdown. In over the line. 18,000 referees in the stands call a penalty that didn't count. Will not. Out of their defensive end. Passed over. Shoved. Brings it up. A lateral pass. Over the blue line. Hit. Over center. Into the attacking zone. Wrist shot. Goaltender stopped that. Played up. Brings it up. Quick puck movement. In over the line. Quick pass up. Over the line. Sikora for the howitzer. Played up. Push. Shoots it quickly. Saved by Laline. Moved across. Out of their defensive end. Over the blue line. Brings it out. Into the attacking zone. And there's the horn to win the second. 3 months to score as we head.
It's not over yet.
They're getting ready for the face-off. The face-off goes to the Mighty Ducks. In over the line. Turned away by Laline.
Usually the third period is where I take like some commanding lead or come back if I'm down.
Over the blue line. Turned aside by Laline. Into the attacking zone. A shot from the slot by Waite. Shakir got a pad on it. In over the line. Turned away by Laline.
Turned away by Laline. By Laline.
He got him napping with that hit. Over the blue line. Saved by Laline. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone. Moved ahead. Brings it up. In over the line. Nice move by Kachuk. Shakir denies him. Played across. Over the line. Brilliant save by Laline. Moved across. Quick puck movement. Run over. There's some physical play. Fedorov. Over the blue line. Saved by Laline. Into the attacking zone. Turned aside. Crossbow in over the line.
Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa.
Goaltender stopped that. Sweet wide pass. Over the line. Saved by Lalim.
Saved by Lalim. By Lalim. Saved by Lalim.
Over the blue line.
Oh shit.
Blocked. Mowed down. A devastating hit.
Uh-oh.
Into the attacking zone. Drake.
Damn. Nice.
A good wrist shot is hard to stop. And that was a good wrist shot.
Not bad, not bad.
Halfway through the third, and it's a one-goal game. Tim, this is often a problem with a two-goal lead. It can make you overconfident. A shot from the slot by Ozlich. Turned aside by Lalim. Moved ahead. Laid over the line. Moved across. Out of their defensive end. Laid
Oh, damn.
that one from here. Over the line. Niedermeyer up through center. Shoots it hard. Lalim turned him away. Brings it up. Mellenby into the attacking zone. Shakir denies him. Quick pass up. McDonald over the blue line. Lalim turned it away. Mighty Ducks of Anaheim are about to make a line change. In over the line.
Oh my god.
Shakir got a leg on it.
What the hell's going on with Jaguar?
Over the line. Brilliant save. Long pass. Out of their defensive end. A lateral pass. Pushed off the puck. Good shot. Shakir made the save. Possible into the attacking zone. Rips it. Blocked. McInnes brings it up. Over the blue line. Shakir made the save. Brings it up. Center off. He tallies an empty net goal.
They pulled the goalie.
And that goal will secure the game. Well, it's a high-risk situation when you leave your net empty, but they had no choice down this late in the contest. That appears to have eased the tension. I don't think the last few seconds will be quite as exciting. A face-off goal. Reached out for the puck. Center. In front. Good save. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone. Brings it out. Passed up to the neutral zone. Huge save by Lalim. Sillinger. Over the line. Muscled off the puck. Quick pass up. Brings it out. Over the blue line. Lalim makes the brilliant save. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone. Shoots it hard. Shakir made the save. Leg save. Played up. In over the line. Barron pushes him. Shoots the puck. Big save. He gets thrashed. That's it. Anaheim takes the win. Final score 4-2.
Nice. Anaheim Mighty Ducks. Sergei Fedorov. Nope. Jaguar. Yep. Ozelinch. Yeah. Sandis Ozelinch. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
From Anaheim, California, this is Jim Houston with Craig Simpson. From all the team here at EA Sports,
That didn't happen.
we'll see you next
Just so you know, that shot did not happen. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Everybody's love, sunshine in the morning. Oh. Get another game in. It's one of these games like you can just sit and just like enjoy for a few minutes, you know?
We're here at the Air Canada Centre in Toronto, Ontario.
By the way, they created an NBA or WNBA women's basketball team in Toronto called the Toronto Tempos. It was announced today, apparently. All right, let's go, Buds. That's what they're called, the Buds. It's funny how Canada has both the American flag, but in Anaheim they only have the American flag in their arena. So funny. Pat Quinn.
Here's a look at tonight's referee, who's known for repping a pretty even game. That's right, Jim. He's only got a couple of years' experience, but he's already earned the respect of his peers.
All right.
Sundin won the draw. Over the line. Shove. Franks turned aside
All right.
by Luongo. Brings it out.
Patrick, or is that?
That was a great check. Shoots the puck. Great save by Belfour. Into the attacking zone. Wrist shot by Leach. Luongo turned it away. Brings it up. Over the
And then the sunshine in the morning.
Luongo made the brilliant save.
Sunshine in the morning.
And here's the Maple Leafs starting lineup. The ref is signaling for the faceoff. And the faceoff is won by Francis. Tucker went long. Out of their defensive end. Over the line.
Ooh.
Brings it up. Into the attack.
Nice.
Let go of the wrist shot, and it paid off handsomely with that. That's right. You don't always have to wind up with a big slapper to get it past the keeper. Toronto is off to a terrific start. If you can get a quick goal, you know the opposition's players are good for business. Shove. Marchment fires hard. Pass to him. Brings it up. Pushed off the puck. A lateral pass. In over the line. Belfour made the save. Out of their defensive end. Over the blue line. Antropov fires it. Quick pass up. Brings it up. Over the line. Alekanovsky. Into the attacking zone. Turned away by Luongo.
Ah, shit.
Advances the puck. In over the line. Turned aside. Brings it up. Nice little move by Antropov. He gets roughed up by Leach. Over the blue line. Luongo made the save. Moved across. Shove. What a hit!
Holy. Who got rocked there?
The shot is blocked by McCabe. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone.
Oh my God. They have.
In over the line.
Oh.
Jim, that goalie didn't have a chance. Oh wow, what a goal!
Nice shot.
Shot go from that angle, it's always tough to tell which way it's going to go. Toronto gives up the early lead. This could end up being a last goal wins kind of game. There's a face-off win for Florida. Clean rocks him. Passed over. He lands a hard one. Passed across. Over the blue line. Great save by Luongo. He covers up. That's the starting lineup for the Florida Panthers. The ref is ready to drop the puck. Face-off won by Domino.
Nice. Ty Domi. Let's go, Ty Domi.
That was a blistering slap shot. I don't think there's a goalie around who could have stopped that blast. And the faceoff is won by Cullen. Over the line. Belfort denies him. Marchman. Brings it out. Advances the puck. Shoots the puck. Luongo turns it away. Out of their defensive end.
Roberto Luongo, that's his name.
Shove. In front.
Shit.
Shoots. Belfort makes the pad save. Shoots the puck. Goaltender stopped that.
Should have went around the net for that one.
In over the line. Marchman shoves him. Now that's physical play.
Oh my God.
What you call a big-time hit. Luongo hangs on for the whistle.
Bam, bam.
Quinn made an impact right away, didn't he? In his first season as head coach for the Leafs, he was named runner-up for the Jack Adams Award as Coach of the Year.
Well, Jim, under Quinn, the Leafs saw a 28-point improvement, leading the way for an appearance in the conference final.
Behind the net. Over the blue line. Moved ahead by Van Ryn. Into the attacking zone.
Eh.
The horn signals the end of the first. 2-1 the score.
They did good. Beep, 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 beep.
It was a hard-fought first period. Now the teams are coming back to the ice for round two. We're ready for the face-off. The face-off goes to Florida. He gets taken out by Nolan. Tucker. Bowmister stops the shot. Circling the net. Luongo gets a pad on it. Out of their defensive end.
Holy shit.
They can't hit much harder than that. Brings it up. In over the line. Stick save. And he covers up for the face-off.
Wow, everybody, they be throwing bodies around.
He'll be getting up and looking for the number of that truck. The puck is about to be dropped. Maple Leaf face-off win.
Oh.
Gigantic save. Luongo covers up for the whistle. Jim, I think he's stunned. He made a perfect shot and can't believe that the goalie stopped. They're getting ready for the face-off. Face-off goes to the Maple Leafs. Luongo with an awesome save. Brings it up. Stolen by Leach.
Oh my God.
He gets rocked by Koenig. Sent him right to the ice. Moved up. He gets worked over by Weiss. Over the line. Door slammed shut by Luongo. Over the blue line. Out of their defensive end. Into the attacking zone. McGillney shoots it. Crushed. No ducking that one. Brings it up. In over the line. Saved by Belfort. Moved back.
Oh.
Played up. Brings it up. Bumped by Caberlet.
Ah, son of a bitch.
Over the line. Brings it out. Into the attacking zone. Luongo makes the save. In over the line. In front. Circles the net.
Oh, shit.
Big clean hit. Hustled off the puck. Passed up to the neutral zone. Over the blue line. Right in front. Kanakarovsky out of their defensive end. Over the line. Shot quickly by Horton. Belfort denies him. Played across. Hold over. That was a heavy hit. Into the attacking zone. Saved by Luongo. Nederost in over the line. Fires it. Belfort. Walker save. Brings it up. Over the blue line. Luongo turns him away. Crushed.
Crush.
Out of their defensive end. Skating through center ice. McGinley shoots the puck. Blocked over center
Oh, God.
ice.
Breakaway.
Over the line. Right in front. Belfort made the save. Brings it up. He gets hit by McCabe. Lines his man up and knocks him down. Saved by Belfort. Out of their defensive end. In over the line. Turned aside by Luongo. Weiss. Passed ahead. Heavy shot from the point by Sundin.
Okay.
The horn signals the end of the second. 2-1 the score as we head for the intermission.
10%. Do your part for the environment and take public transit to and from the game.
I love it.
Welcome back as we start the third period. It's been a close game so far, but that could change soon. Toronto wins the draw. Played back by Francis. Over the blue line.
Oh my God.
Forrester gets in the way. Brings it up. Moved across. Over the line. Run over. That was a tough hit. Tucker into the attacking zone.
Nice.
Luongo turned it away.
Shit.
Played up. In over the line. Turned aside. Out of their defensive end. Over the blue line. Laid out. Great hustle and a great hit at center. Over the line. Turned aside. Passed ahead. Brings it up. Roberts into the attacking zone. Luongo made the save. Out of their defensive end. Over the blue line. Right in front.
Holy shit.
Moved ahead. Brings it up. Short pass. Over the line. Turned aside. Brings it up. He gets run over by McCabe. And it's old-time hot. Saved by Belfort. Roberts into the attacking zone.
Nice.
There's nothing as lethal as a quick and accurate wrist shot. If only we've seen that one.
I love that. Got another one.
That was an extremely important goal. It puts them up by 2 and gives them a push to rush for third. He gets hit by Horton. Quick shot.
Shit.
Nederost in over the line. Advances the puck. Checked. Nice hit.
Oh.
Puck found by Giro. Horton grabbed it. Over the blue line. Belfort takes the save. Moved up. Over the line. Luongo gets the blocker on it. Out of their defensive end. He gets checked by Intrapop. He leveled his man there. Moved ahead. Brings it up. Toronto puts its checking line up. Into the attacking zone. He gets roughed up by McCabe. Belfour. Blocker save. In over the line. Luongo turns it aside.
Double shot.
It's played up by Weiss.
Double shot. Double shot. Double shot.
Domi grabbed it. Over the blue line. Shot from the blue line by Stajan. And the goalie skates away from the net to play the puck. Over the line. Bowled over. Lots of contact there. In front.
Oh my god. I gave it away. What the hell's going on here?
Brings it up. Into the attacking zone. Turned away by
That was crazy. That was some craziness. Oh shit. 1 minute left.
It's moved across by Bouwmeester. Over the blue line. Over the line. Luongo shuts the door. Into the attacking zone. Bucius intercepts the puck. Moved over. Brings it out. In over the line. Rubbed off the puck by Jukin. The door is shut by Luongo. It's played over by Missy. A shot from the slot by Audette. Played up. Over the blue line. Saved by Luongo. Brings it up.
Are we not going to score another goal?
Over the line. Marcus shot by Neteros. Belfour denies him.
Nope.
Intercepted at the blue line. Fires. Blocked by McCabe. Out of their defensive end. And so
Yep.
ends another chapter in the great book of hockey. Toronto takes the win. 3-1 the final score.
Roberto Luongo, you did the job, bro. Nice. Ed Belfour. Gary Roberts, nice. Ed Belfour should get the nod for number 1 star. Nope, Ty Domi. Okay.
From Toronto, Ontario, this is Jim Houston with Craig Simpson.
See that?
Until next
See
time,
that didn't
take care.
happen either.
Bye.
It's the same shot. Did it? 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 All right. So that was it. My eyes are a little like, whoa. Yeah. Yeah. We got a couple more minutes on the stream. I'll be ending it shortly. It's a little cold now. Little nippy, but you know. I'm gonna push in the gate. I don't expect to be going back out. Yeah, y'all. Ooh. Monday Night Raw. taking a day off from Dead by Daylight. And yeah, all right, y'all. Thank you all for coming on today. You had a great day. Bike ride. Warm weather. It's getting a little chilly though, so I'm going to be making a little bit of a hot chocolate. Cozying up inside. And yeah, spending time with wife. Remember, y'all, I don't know what May 1st has in store, so we'll see what happens. But thank you for coming on today and enjoying the workout, the bike ride, and yeah, I look forward to seeing what the bike ride look like on the smooth 60 frames per second. Until then, y'all have yourselves a good night. I will see you tomorrow. Lower body, it's supposed to rain tomorrow, so we will see what's gonna, we go out